Buenos días a todos. Damos inicio a nuestro evento. Buenos días a todas y todos los asistentes a la Asamblea General de la Confederación Internacional de Sociedades de Autores y Compositores, Cisac. Agradecemos su asistencia. Presiden esta ceremonia las siguientes personalidades. Alejandra Frausto, Secretaria de Cultura del Gobierno de México. Bjorn Ulvaeus, Presidente de la Cisac. Marcelo Castelo, Presidente del Consejo de Administración de la Cisac. Gadi Orón, Director General de la Cisac. Martín Urieta, Presidente del Consejo Directivo de la Sociedad de Autores y Compositores de México. Roberto Cantoral, Director General de la SACM. Solicitamos al maestro Bjorn Ulvaeus, presidente de la Cisac, que nos dirija sus palabras.
So, good morning, everyone. I am delighted to be here today at the Cisac General Assembly in Mexico. It has taken a long time to get here. 3 years of pandemic confined us to a gray life of Zoom calls and virtual meetings. But finally, color has returned to the Cisac world in the form of human and social interaction. And yes, it is really me in flesh and blood standing here. It's not my avatar. It is good to be back. Thank you to the Mexican Society SACM for hosting and organizing this event, and thanks to all of you for joining us today. I have been Cisac president for 3 years now, but I have not yet managed to become very presidential, I'm afraid. It may come with age. And although this is the first time that I am attending a physical General Assembly, I have worked very closely with Gadi and the team over the last 3 years. I have learned a lot about the Confederation. I've come to appreciate the extraordinary devotion and dedication of people who work in Cisac. And I have learned a lot about the Society's efforts to serve creators. Even before I came into this role, I was always aware of the unique importance of the collective's management system. I was also impatient to make positive changes. I still am impatient. From the many virtual and physical meetings I've had, I understand more about just why Cisac and its societies are and can be even more vital to the individual creator. The creative industries are full of member and trade organizations, but Cisac is one which uniquely and exclusively looks after the interest of the creator and at a global level. No other organization has the back of the creator like Cisac. That is why, despite the immense challenges we are facing as a community that defends creators, I remain so passionate about the mission we are pursuing together. But we must never forget that our sole purpose Our sole raison d'etre is to be of service and to support the Creator at all times. We must always be approachable and transparent and never become bureaucratic and turn inwards, creating subcultures where rules, regulations, and careers become more important than our primary task. The Creator is and must be at the center of all that we are working for. And as the traditional physical revenue streams diminish, it is the streaming world where our services are most needed and where we must focus. When I started my career with ABBA, we faced none of the challenges experienced by young creators today. We worked hard, but then we had a hit and overnight stardom. And that gave us the most precious luxury, time. Time not to worry about the next paycheck. Time to spend days and weeks in the studio and writing songs. And time to become educated and learn how to make the right choices for our career. The vast majority of today's young creators do not have that luxury of time. They cannot afford to take the time to build their careers and craft their talent. In the streaming world, it is a desperate struggle to monetize and market your work. Hundreds of thousands of works are uploaded on streaming platforms daily. Few generate any significant income. And the vast majority of creators need to struggle to find other sources of income to support their careers and to continue chasing their dreams. And I'm not talking about the Billboard Top 100 artists or the award-winning film directors. I am talking about the majority of the 5 million creators across the world represented by the Cisac network. They are not being served fairly by streaming. They are barely making enough to get by. So many talented artists are unable to pursue their work as creators. So what do? Well, they look for other jobs. Maybe they flip hamburgers or drive taxis. And there's nothing wrong with that. But we may lose the next Paul McCartney that way. We as a community must have as our mission to help those talents fulfill their potential. They need us to fight for good legislation that protects their rights. They need us to help them get fair pay. And they need us to work to put an end once and for all to the problem of poor data that is costing many creators their right to a career. There are so many challenges, but I would like here to concentrate on 3 areas of priority. The first issue, and something I feel very strongly about, is data. In the streaming world, we just have to get a new deal for the creators. It was only a decade and a half ago that subscription model came to the rescue of the music industry, when illegal downloading threatened the very existence of it. But sadly, today, the streaming world is full of problems, injustices, imbalances, which need fixing. First, we must fix the metadata. Pop music, pop musicians, and pop songwriters have always been very quick to adapt to new tech, to creatively use whatever new interesting tech that comes out on the market. Pop music has evolved alongside technology, always with creative curiosity from both sides and willingness to learn and to listen to each other, to inspire each other. That's the world our members are used to when they're in their creative world. It's the artistic side of things in the music industry. Now, I wish that was the case in the part of the industry that handles registrations and payments, etc. as well. I've heard people say many times that in the CMO world, lots of tech has been built in silos, costing a lot of money, tech that in many cases later has proved more or less useless. And ever since I became president, I wonder why it seems to be so difficult for some of us to collaborate openly, transparently, not only between ourselves, but also with those third parties out there who can deliver appropriate and less expensive tech. That is clearly in the interest of the creator. Well, whatever it takes, we have to make sure all works are properly identified and all the relevant codes are matched to each other so that creators can get accurately identified and efficiently paid. Currently, poor data is responsible for tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars that are not going to the creators who have earned them. And when songwriters and composers don't get paid, they lose their careers and livelihoods. And if all that money is not going to creators, where is it going? Can we allow poor data to profit commercial entities and take away from the individual creator? This must stop. We simply cannot let that continue. And I do see some progress happening to address this issue. For instance, Cisac's own ISWC is being increasingly adopted by societies and publishers. And now there is further momentum for its use by digital platforms. And in Japan last month, I saw the launch of GDSDX, which is a new collaboration by Cisac's Asian members to improve data exchange in that region. This is an excellent initiative that should be followed in other regions. The Credits Due campaign, which I have championed, is advancing its mission to ensure the 5 key identifiers are present when songs are ingested by streaming services. Currently, as you know, the record labels very often do not include the ISWC at the release of a recording. Including the ISWC at the point of release of a song would lead to much more money in the hands of individual creators. I believe Cisac and the societies have a vital role to play to achieve this. Poor data is simply eating up creators' income, and it is a blight on the creative industries. It is not and must never be allowed to be a business model that's profiting the big corporations. My second priority is to get the creator proper recognition in the streaming world. From recognition flows respect, and from respect follows fair remuneration. In my 3 years as president, I have spoken a lot about the song economy, because songs are where it all starts. Yet, let's face it, that's not reflected in reality. Not while a songwriter's share of the revenues is ridiculously small by comparison with record labels and platforms. And not while there remains such a lack of transparency on how the money is divided up, and when algorithms can dictate the listening choices of fans. Some Cisac societies have launched studies on the remuneration of creators and the digital pie. This is an area where both lobbying and education efforts are needed. This is where we can make a difference. We need governments to help improve creators' share of the digital pie, and we need creators to understand their rights, and we have access to those governments. I saw that the other day with the Mexican president. Finally, the third issue I wanted to raise is one that is on everyone's agenda these days. This is the issue of AI. AI is a tool with vast implications that brings opportunities and threats. We know it's coming. and there's nothing we can do to stop it. And it raises huge existential questions. And for us, more specifically, it raises questions about copyright. How do we deal with it? Let me give you an example to illustrate one aspect of the challenge. An AI model can now train on the ABBA song catalog and generate a recording with our voices and ABBA-like arrangements. Let's say that a talented and musical producer runs the AI. She can hear the potential in the recording, but she can also hear the weaknesses in arrangement, lyric, and melody. But she can tweak those weaknesses until she has a great new ABBA-like song. And our producer knows instinctively that using the original voices is unethical. So she blends Frida's voice with Karen Carpenter and Julie Andrews and others until she has a very attractive, untraceable new voice. So it doesn't sound quite like ABBA, but almost. And if she feels it's unethical to only train the AI on ABBA, she can put Queen and Elton John in the mix as well. The end result is great. And what do we think about that? During my most receptive years growing up, I listened to music on the radio and to the records I bought. I've listened to music ever since, of course, but between, say, when I was 3 and 25 years old, the input with the most impact was stored in my inner database. You could say that my neural system trained on that set of data, and when I started writing songs, I used that unconsciously. Sometimes I feel that an initial idea for something kind of lands on me seemingly from nowhere, but from then on it unconsciously feeds off and is combined with melodies and idioms and stuff in my brain from God knows when. And do you know what? That stuff was under copyright. In 1966, I met Benny Andersson and started writing songs with him. He had the same story. He has gone through the same input process. We still work together, but now we could conceivably add another writer, one that hasn't had the haphazard, often erratic input processes, but could be made to use a more precise database. Its neural system could train on whatever Benny and I decided at the moment, an AI. If we wanted to write a tango, we'd tell the AI to train on the 100 best tangos in the world. As you would have gathered, I'm not entirely sure if our producer has done something that's ethically wrong. It's a very fine line. The very nature of pop music is that it imitates, evolves, gets impulses from, and repeats what has gone before. Let's imagine we had the AI we have today back in 1962, and we had asked it to generate truly original music with a truly original sound. It surely wouldn't have generated the Beatles, that's for sure. It would have been a bland average mix of whatever was out there at the time. But there will come a day when an AI model on its own can generate music and sounds that humans didn't know they wanted and that they will be emotionally touched by. It's probably far off, but it will happen. What then? Well, instinctively, we feel we want to know, don't we? We need to know it's AI generated music and not music that's coming from one human to another. The thought of Loving a piece of music that hasn't been touched by human hand is scary, isn't it? And what will generally happen then to human creations that are consumed in the digital world? Well, we'll always have live performances, of course. That is, if the performers aren't avatars. The future is upon us, ladies and gentlemen. AI will radically change the lives of creators, and we are just starting to understand that. My message to you here is, we can't afford to sit on our hands and wait to see what happens. We need to be the leaders in finding solutions. There will be intense legal, ethical, and policy issues. And I know that some Cisac members are already looking into them. But the solutions must be global because AI knows no borders. These issues need to be discussed at the highest level, and it is urgent. We must find solutions to respond to the challenges while at the same time not hindering the advances that the technology will bring. So to conclude, this is the most exciting time to be in the creative sector. A time of unprecedented technological advancement, opportunity, and innovation. There are huge challenges facing creators and the creative industries, and these are challenges that the Cisac Global Network is uniquely placed to address. Bad data is penalizing creators. The lack of fairness in the streaming world is a real threat to the future generations of creators, and AI will no doubt shape our business in the future. All of these are global issues needing help from organizations with global reach, expertise, and leadership. I believe that this Cisac community has immense potential to guide and to bring positive changes. We are a diverse community, which makes agreement on action difficult. But diversity also is the source of our authority and influence. We must stay committed to being united and working together. We need to be the leaders in finding solutions. Thank you.
Agradecemos las palabras del presidente de la Cisac. Solicitamos a Martín Urieta, presidente del Consejo Directivo de la SACM, nos dirija su mensaje.
Buenos días, señores y señoras de las distintas sociedades autorales del mundo. Saludo con afecto a la licenciada Alejandra Frausto Guerrero, secretaria de Cultura del Gobierno de México, al señor Björn Ulvaeus, presidente de la Confederación Internacional de Sociedades Autorales y Compositores Cisac, señor Gaderon, director general de la Cisac, Marcelo Castillo Branco, presidente del Consejo de Administración de la Cisac. Licenciado Roberto Cantoral Zucchi, secretario. Roberto, director general de la Sociedad de Autores y Compositores de México. Como presidente de la Sociedad de Autores y Compositores de México, recibo con los brazos abiertos y con gran afecto a mis hermanas y hermanos de los 5 continentes, representantes de las distintas sociedades de gestión colectiva que hoy se dan cita en esta histórica y entrañable Ciudad de México. Muchas gracias a la Cisac por elegir a México como nación sede. Somos un país de múltiples voces y llevamos en el corazón las manifestaciones del arte y nosotros no nos cansamos de insistir en que cada una de esas expresiones tiene uno o varios autores. Precisamente para esas personas y para los creadores artísticos trabajamos en las sociedades autorales y debemos hacerlo cada día con mayor intensidad, porque el mundo cambia sin pedir permiso. Lo que todo creador artístico desea es que sus obras conmuevan y hagan vibrar las fibras más sensibles del corazón de los que las escuchan. No me resta, vivir con el producto de su trabajo. Esto último es nuestra obligación. No me resta sino decir que en SACM seguiremos trabajando denodadamente para que el derecho de autor, uno de los derechos humanos, sea respetado por todos los sectores y en todas las circunstancias. Lo haremos conjuntamente con todas las sociedades que hoy nos distinguen con su visita. De manera irónica, cierro mis palabras diciendo que sería imposible imaginar siquiera un día sin música, sin imágenes, sin libros, sin baile, sin canto y sin poesía. Esa jornada sería simplemente suicida. Por tanto, yo digo que resulta mejor remunerar justamente a los creadores artísticos por la dicha que nos proporciona su esforzado esfuerzo. Muchas gracias y que vivan el arte y la cultura y quienes la fabrican día a día. Mil gracias.
Gracias, maestro Urieta, por su mensaje ante esta asamblea, donde se encuentran reunidos los representantes de las sociedades de gestión colectiva del mundo. En este momento, solicitamos a Roberto Cantoral, director general de la SACM, que haga uso de la palabra para dirigirse a los integrantes de esta asamblea general.
Muy buenos días. Saludo con afecto a la licenciada Alejandra Fraustro Guerrero, a nuestro presidente de la Cisac, John Ulbeu, al maestro Martín Urieta, a Marcelo Castelo Branco y a Gadiodón. Buenos días todas y todos los participantes en los trabajos de esta Asamblea General de la Cisac. México se complace en ser la sede 2023 en este importante evento de alcance mundial. Nos reunimos en esta ciudad los representantes de las sociedades de gestión colectiva, hermanadas todas en la lucha interminable a favor del reconocimiento, el respeto y el ejercicio pleno del derecho de autor. La cultura mexicana posee raíces ancestrales y llega a nuestros días con fortaleza y diversidad. Es orgullosa heredera de nuestras civilizaciones prehispánicas, la cultura olmeca, tolteca, maya y mexica, por mencionar solo a 4 de las civilizaciones que florecieron en distintas épocas, dominaron admirables conocimientos astronómicos, matemáticos y arquitectónicos. Desde luego, cultivaron las artes del espíritu, la música, la danza, la pintura y la escultura, la poesía y otras disciplinas de la creación como la plumería y la cerámica. No hay pueblo que no exprese lo que siente. Las aportaciones artísticas que nuestro país ha hecho al mundo son incontables. Permítanme referirme aquí a Sor Juana Inés de la Cruz, cumbre de la cultura mexicana y universal. Como poeta, filósofa y feminista, ella nos legó líneas de este tamaño. Para el alma no hay encierro ni prisiones que la impidan, aunque solo la aprisionan las que se forma ella misma. En nuestros días, México ocupa un lugar destacado en el concierto mundial de las manifestaciones artísticas. Puedo referir en artes visuales al incomparable paisajista José María Velasco, a los 3 grandes del muralismo, Mexicano, Rivera, Orozco y Siqueiro, a una de las pintoras más conocidas y valoradas en el planeta entero, Frida Kahlo. Destacan las obras de 2 grandes oaxaqueños inmortales, Rufino Tamayo y Francisco Toledo. Los trabajos del escultor Sebastián embellecen las ciudades de los más variados países. Nuestro cine también ha dejado huella indeleble. Todavía se escuchan los aplausos a las películas de la época de oro. Quedan para siempre las obras de directores de la talla del Indio Fernández e Ismael Rodríguez, por mencionar solo a 2 directores de aquella época. Entre los fotógrafos de cine destacan grandes creadores, desde Gabriel Figueroa hasta Emanuel Lubezki. Y hoy brillan con intensidad 3 apellidos que están haciendo historia: Del Toro, Cuarón y González Iñárritu. La literatura mexicana es una fuente que no se agota. Por referirme a 6 grandes del siglo XX, menciono a Octavio Paz, Juan Rulfo, Rosario Castellano, Elena Garro, Carlos Fuentes y Carlos Monsiváis. Sus obras forman parte de un entramado literario de excelente calidad. En lo que compete específicamente a nuestra sociedad autoral, creo no equivocarme al decir que la música mexicana ha sido la carta de presentación de nuestra nación. En música de concierto, solo diré que las obras de Juventino Rosas, Juan Pablo Moncayo y Arturo Márquez son parte del repertorio de las más grandes orquestas del mundo y se escuchan con extraordinaria frecuencia. En música popular se distinguen 3 mujeres excepcionales: María Grieber, autora de Júrame; Consuelo Velázquez, de Bésame mucho; y Emelena Valdelamar, de Mucho corazón. A la par de estas luminarias, siguen conmoviendo compositores cuyas obras le dan la vuelta al planeta todos los días. Al respecto puedo mencionar a Agustín Lara, Roberto Cantoral, José Alfredo Jiménez, Armando Manzanero, Martín Urieta y Natalia Lafourcade, entre otros muchos de no menor importancia. A lo largo de su historia, la Sociedad de Autores y Compositores de México se ha esforzado por estar a la altura de sus creadores. Ilustres compositoras y compositores dieron forma a esta sociedad como férreos defensores del derecho de autor. Hablo de Alfonso Esparza Oteo, Gonzalo Curiel, Consuelo Velázquez, mi padre Roberto Cantoral, Armando Manzanero y ahora Martín Urieta. Gracias a su empeño inquebrantable, hoy tenemos una sociedad fuerte, vanguardista y reconocida más allá de nuestras fronteras. También en el ámbito del derecho de autor, nuestro país ha alcanzado grandes logros. Tan solo destacaré que en el año 1997, México terminó con la cesión de derechos de por vida, limitándola a un máximo de 15 años. Desde el año 2002 contamos con la mayor protección post-mortem, 100 años. También logramos una reforma legal que permite la protección de los creadores musicales para que no sean despojados de sus derechos aunque se les contrate para un trabajo por encargo y remunerado. Esta disposición lograda ya hace más de 20 años ha sido en México el antídoto contra los buyouts que hoy padecen muchos autores del mundo. Agradezco la amplia colaboración, la realización de proyectos conjuntos y el apoyo de la Secretaría de Cultura Federal y del Instituto Nacional del Derecho de Autor. Destaco especialmente la publicación del acuerdo que establece el esquema tarifario para el pago del derecho de participación de los autores de obras plásticas para la reventa de sus obras. Muchas gracias, licenciada Alejandra Frausto, por ese logro. En la actualidad nos motiva que, de acuerdo a las estadísticas de la Cisac, la SACM ha sido desde 2017 hasta 2022 una de las sociedades con mayor crecimiento en la recaudación de derechos digitales. Por 2 años consecutivos, nuestra sociedad ha obtenido un importante reconocimiento por parte de los órganos empresariales más relevantes del país. Hemos sido galardonados como una empresa excepcional en materia de transparencia y tecnología, ubicándonos como un ejemplo a nivel nacional. En suma, estamos contentos con el trabajo realizado hasta ahora. Sin embargo, debo decir que hoy la gestión colectiva enfrenta grandes desafíos. Entre ellos podemos mencionar los tokens no fungibles, una criptoindustria que debemos regular para evitar la evasión de los derechos de autor. Como bien decía Bion, nuestro presidente de la Cisac, la inteligencia artificial es una realidad. Ya está aquí y mañana será parte de la cotidianidad, revolucionando por completo la concepción del ente creador. En el mismo orden de ideas, debemos estar atentos y ocupados para enfrentar el tema de las entidades de administración de derechos lucrativas, que serán serias competidoras para nuestras sociedades de gestión colectiva sin fines de lucro. Y para muchos países, incluyendo México, todavía queda pendiente la remuneración compensatoria por copia privada. En SACM estamos seguros que solo estando bien preparados lograremos afrontar los cambios vertiginosos y masivos. Debemos reaccionar con prontitud, capacidad, eficiencia y contundencia para lograr la preservación de los derechos de los creadores que forman parte central del desarrollo sustentable de las sociedades modernas. Estamos convencidos de que resulta primordial que las sociedades de gestión colectiva avancemos tomadas de la mano para fortalecer aún más a la Cisac, la casa de todos nosotros. Hoy más que nunca la necesitamos como una organización fuerte, con recursos estratégicos suficientes para hacer frente a los retos ya mencionados. Sabemos que nuestros adversarios son muy poderosos y si no estamos unidos y trabajando en el mismo sentido, difícilmente vamos a poder salir avante en esta contienda. Debemos garantizar a los creadores la tranquilidad de vivir dignamente del fruto de su trabajo. Es necesario asegurarles la preservación de sus derechos patrimoniales. Estoy seguro que la Cisac ayudará mucho en el cumplimiento de estos objetivos. Además, resulta indispensable solidarizarnos en una colaboración conjunta con las organizaciones autorales de menor desarrollo para impulsar sociedades de gestión colectiva vigorosas y con mayor presencia en la toma de decisiones sobre políticas públicas culturales en cada uno de sus respectivos países. No olvidemos que la cadena siempre se rompe por el eslabón más débil. Estamos seguros de que el resultado de esta asamblea permitirá una mayor cohesión entre las sociedades autorales hermanas. La cultura es nuestro camino, la creación artística nuestra razón de ser y la protección al derecho de autor nuestra misión. Cierro mi intervención con una frase conmovedora de Frida Kahlo: pinto flores para que así no mueran. Por eso yo digo que sigamos pintando, componiendo, dirigiendo, cantando, escribiendo, para que así no muera el derecho de autor. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Roberto Cantoral. Corresponde el turno a Marcelo Castelo, presidente del Consejo de Administración de la Cisac.
Good morning, everyone. Out of affection for Mexico and the unique opportunity of having the General Assembly in a Latin country, the last time around I was in Chile, I think, way back. I was talking Spanish today, so I'll give you a few seconds to allow some of you to prepare your headsets. In the meantime, I think we owe another round of applause to Arturo Marques for the unforgettable night yesterday. Gracias, Arturo. Muchas gracias. Qué padre poder estar aquí en México. En especial, me gustaría iniciar por dar las gracias a SACM, a Martín Urieta y al Consejo Directivo y también a Roberto Cantoral y todo su equipo por la cálida bienvenida. Estoy encantado de estar aquí con todos vosotros en la mágica Ciudad de México, en la primera asamblea presencial de Cisac desde 2019. Me parece que fue ayer cuando fui elegido para este puesto en la Asamblea General de Tokio en 2019. Desafortunadamente, la pandemia logró que en Cisac no nos reuniéramos físicamente hasta el día de hoy. Creo ser realista si afirmo que de alguna manera todos somos distintos hoy. Y la pandemia cambió la forma en que nuestras sociedades operan. Puedo asegurar que todos, sin distinción, hemos sufrido el impacto de que el COVID ha tenido en nuestras comunidades de autor, incluyendo las obras y repertorios de todos los presentes, por los presentes. Como chairman del board de Cisac, he tenido una perspectiva única y global durante este periodo. Y puedo decir que los retos nos dejaron algo positivo, pues al menos nos vimos obrigados a ajustar y repensar drásticamente la forma en que abordamos negocios y procesos. Específicamente en Cisac, el secretariado experimentó cambios importantes y fundamentales, incluyendo reducción de personal y reclasificación de actividades prioritarias, sin reducir de forma alguna la calidad de los servicios. Me animo a decir que estamos mejor hoy, al haber superado esta crisis sin precedentes, mientras continuando adaptándonos a los nuevos tiempos. No hay duda de que la presión hoy sobre los CMO, sobre las sociedades que son miembros de Cisac, es mucho mayor que nunca. Lo digital ha requerido una inversión a la gran escala en la nueva tecnología. La competencia es mucho más intensa en todo el sector. Los principios tradicionales del sistema de gestión colectiva están siendo cuestionados por las nuevas entidades comerciales. Estos son solo algunos de los nuevos desafíos. El día de hoy procuraremos discutir temas fundamentales para el futuro de nuestros titulares de derecho. Analizaremos herramientas, diversas políticas y analizaremos cómo enfrentar, sin pánico o pesimismo, lo que es inevitable. Y me refiero al impacto de la inteligencia artificial en nuestro entorno y en la actividad creativa. En un mundo en donde probablemente hay más curadores que consumidores, mucho más oferta que demanda, surgen oportunidades de democratización de ventanas de distribución que se multiplican. Tenemos que estar alertas. Está claro que el futuro verá la coexistencia de muchas herramientas y posibilidades tecnológicas diferentes y al mismo tiempo desafíos legales muy complejos. Ahora estamos reconstruyendo y volviendo a nuestras actividades repaginadas y reuniones físicas como la de México hoy. Precisamente este es el poder por detrás de Cisac, una comunidad global que comparte retos y oportunidades para el beneficio de los creadores dentro de una realidad cambiante que no siempre es justa y lógica, pero que tiene una prioridad principal que busca que sus derechos den origen a un reconocimiento y remuneración más justa y digna, sea en el entorno digital o en otras explotaciones, fijando límites para el uso de sus obras. Durante estos últimos 4 años, he trabajado muy de cerca con la Secretaría, lo que me ha expuesto frontalmente a los nuevos aspectos de Cisac que no conocía como miembro ordinario o incluso como miembro del Consejo Directivo. He presenciado la administración de una amplia gama de servicios en las áreas que se abarcan, incluyendo desde tecnología hasta políticas, el trabajo coordinado con los creadores, discusiones legales, negocios o relaciones con los medios y mucho más. También pudo saber más de la arquitectura, diplomacia y complejidad para mover proyectos internacionales hacia adelante, siempre reconciliando diferentes opiniones, intereses y expectativas. Es importante destacar que en los últimos 4 años iniciamos y concluimos un importante proceso de revisión estratégica y se identificó la fuerza que tenemos al luchar por mantener y apoyar nuestra red global. Si bien tenemos algunas sociedades muy sólidas en forma aislada, es también cierto que tenemos muchas organizaciones pequeñas y débiles que necesitan de nuestro apoyo, guía y monitoreo constante. Colectivamente, nuestra fuerza es incomparable dentro de todas las empresas creativas. Las grandes sociedades necesitan a las pequeñas y las pequeñas sociedades necesitan a las grandes. Es una relación de interdependencia que merece nuestra atención y cuidado. Quiero aprovechar esta oportunidad para agradecer a Bion y a los vicepresidentes de Cisac, tan como la secretaria de Cultura de México, Alejandra, que desafiando volcanes y terremotos vinieron a México para unirse al SUCIOS y participar de nuestro foro de discusiones. Extiendo asimismo mi gratitud a todos los que ven la transmisión en vivo al no poder unirse en persona. Me apena decirles que se están perdiendo de una cocina fabulosa, un tequila extraordinario y un afecto y apoyo de primera por parte de los mexicanos. Mi mensaje es muy sencillo y claro. Sigamos trabajando juntos, apoyándonos mutuamente para fortalecer aún más nuestras redes, sociedades y la representación global de todos los repertorios creativos que defendemos. Parte del poder de Cisac está en tener presencia en todos los rincones del mundo. Cuando hablamos ante gobiernos nacionales o entidades como la ONU, la OMPI y otras organizaciones y agencias, hablamos en nombre de todo el repertorio creativo que existe. Es nuestro deber apoyar y mantener esta red y que nuestra unión nos da mucha fuerza y legitimidad. Es nuestro activo más fuerte. Por eso estamos aquí desafiando el popo y los piratas, a los mediocres y los abusadores de derecho. Nuestra misión involucra tratar de privilegiar a quienes viven de su arte y labor creativa. Y, finalmente, en mi calidad de chairman y por el cariño y conocimiento que tengo de este país, me creo capaz de tener la autoridad moral para gritar ante ustedes y que viva México. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Marcelo Castelo. Es un honor tenerlos en nuestro país. Solicitamos ahora la participación de Alejandra Frausto, secretaria de Cultura del Gobierno de México, en representación del presidente de la República, licenciado Andrés Manuel López Obrador.
Muy buenos días. Es un honor para mí estar frente a ustedes, creadoras y creadores del mundo, defensores y defensoras de los creadores del mundo. Bienvenidos a México, a este país que, como ya se ha dicho antes, es una potencia cultural que se comparte con todo el corazón. Suscribo las palabras de quienes me han precedido. Me da mucho gusto saludar una vez más, Bjorn, Marcelo, Gadi, perdón que les hable con confianza, pero llevamos 2 mañanas ya como amigos. Gracias, querido Martín Urieta, y quiero agradecer de manera muy especial el trabajo de Roberto Cantoral. Ha construido la confianza entre ustedes, entre las asociaciones, entre las naciones, para volverse a reunir de manera presencial ahora aquí, en este país. Mi mayor reconocimiento a tu labor, querido Roberto, que también es herencia de tu padre. Muy buen día. Yo les saludo con el inmenso honor de representar al presidente de México, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, quien les envía todo su cariño y todo su respeto, al igual que envía su esposa, Beatriz Gutiérrez Müller, quienes pudieron recibir el día de ayer algunos de ustedes de manera excepcional en Palacio Nacional, para mostrar el cariño que se le tiene a este extraordinario sector, esta fuerza que representa el alma de los pueblos. Nos alegra que hayan venido desde lugares tan lejanos. A quienes nos siguen a la distancia, también los saludamos desde esta ciudad, desde este espacio que pues es la tierra de grandes como Armando Manzanero. Hoy lo honro con un traje de su tierra. Desde esta tierra donde la creadora de Bésame Mucho, Consuelito Velázquez, que ya se mencionó aquí, sea la tierra que haya inspirado volver a reunirnos. Nunca será lo mismo vernos a los ojos, sonreír, abrazarnos, reencontrarnos, que aquello que sucede en la fogata digital. Por muy cercana que pueda ser una pantalla, jamás reemplazará a la vida. Esta confederación internacional, esta asociación de Cisac es ejemplar. Y aquí quiero hacer mención de lo que ustedes representan como asociaciones y como asociación general. Si alguien recordamos algún país, alguna nación, es por su cultura. Y esa cultura es gracias a ustedes, sus creadores, mujeres y hombres de todas las épocas, que son capaces de transformar 7 notas en un lenguaje universal. La materia en arte, en escultura, el lenguaje en lo que ayer nos decía Martín Urieta, ese espacio mágico de acariciar el alma con unos besos. Con unos versos, perdón. Eso dijo, versos, y yo le cambié. La cultura es lo que conocemos al nacer, es lo que nos va a sobrevivir, es lo que nos llevamos al migrar. Nos podrían desprender de todo en un proceso migratorio, menos de nuestra cultura. Es también la cultura un poder transformador extraordinario que construye paz. Ustedes fueron ayer testigos de este esfuerzo profundo de revolución de paz que hacen los semilleros creativos. Escucharon la extraordinaria obra de Ala Samalala en voz de niñas y niños que provienen de los lugares más abandonados, más inseguros, que más dolor nos daban y que ahora están germinando gracias al arte. Esta obra de Ala Samalala de Arturo Márquez, estoy segura que conmovió su corazón, es un himno para estos niños y es justamente el esfuerzo profundo que se tiene que hacer para nunca abandonar a las sociedades que más nos necesitan. Es también la cultura, el arte, la música, una medicina para el alma. Durante el doloroso tiempo de pandemia que sufrimos en el mundo, ¿qué hubiera sido de nosotros sin su música, sin su literatura, sin su cine? La cultura y el arte son un bálsamo que nos ha aliviado siempre en tiempos de crisis. En México sostenemos que la cultura es un derecho, no es un privilegio de unos cuantos ni un accesorio. Por eso es tan importante para nosotros recibir a los amigos de las naciones que están cuidando este derecho. Y es importante que quienes hacen este extraordinario valor de la cultura tengan las mejores condiciones de vida, sean respetados y conocidos por su creación. Tal como lo hicimos hace casi un año en la conferencia sobre políticas culturales más importante que se ha llevado a cabo en los últimos 40 años, Mondiacult 2022, 193 países, incluidos aquellos países que estaban en conflicto, nos reunimos con un solo objetivo: colocar a la cultura como una fuerza de transformación profunda en las naciones, colocar a la cultura como un bien global común, con esa fuerza que puede unir a la humanidad y construir paz. Y lo logramos. Logramos, y por ello afirmo que la cultura logra imposibles. Fue en esta reunión histórica donde todos los países adoptamos por aclamación la declaración final que guiará el camino de los estados en torno a la cultura, sus políticas. Y uno de sus postulados dice: Acogemos favorablemente el cambio progresivo hacia una mayor transversalidad de la cultura en las políticas públicas, que facilita la elaboración de las políticas culturales inclusivas y participativas, que implican múltiples agentes, gobiernos, sociedad, sector privado y comunidades, como ustedes. Entre ellas a las mujeres, los jóvenes, los niños, los pueblos indígenas, las personas con discapacidad y los grupos vulnerables, de modo que se amplíen las voces diversas de los segmentos de la sociedad y se aproveche plenamente su potencial y sus capacidades creativas. Todos los recursos a su disposición para actuar en el plano social, económico, ambiental y en el marco más amplio de las políticas culturales. Así, reconocer y proteger los derechos es la función más importante de todos los estados. En México reconocemos y celebramos la importancia de todos los derechos humanos, entre ellos el derecho de acceso a la cultura, el derecho de las audiencias y el derecho a la creación y a la libertad creativa. El trabajo de las y los creadores no solo es parte del patrimonio cultural, sino que es un valioso motor de la economía de las naciones. Es por ello que nos sumamos al llamado para que los gobiernos promuevan y difundan su labor, así como que actualicen, fortalezcan todos los instrumentos que protejan los derechos autorales y la propiedad intelectual. Como lo ha dicho el presidente Andrés Manuel López Obrador, es importante apoyar a mujeres y hombres llenos de imaginación, con talento, convicciones, humanismo, alma y corazón. Se refiere a ustedes. México es cuna de grandes talentos, ya los mencionó Roberto Cantoral aquí, surgidos de todos los rincones y en todas las épocas. A través de décadas han dado maravillosos aportes a nuestra identidad. Ángela Peralta, María Grieber, Consuelo Velázquez, Lila Downs, Mónica Vélez, Natalia Lafourcade, Manuel M. Ponce, Agustín Lara, José Alfredo Jiménez, Juan Gabriel, Manuel Esperón, Chava Flores, Javier Álvarez, recién partido, Armando Manzanero, Roberto Cantoral y por supuesto al gigante humilde, el genio Arturo Márquez. Aquí, solo por mencionar algunos, tenemos la riqueza de ser herederos de grandes civilizaciones que han resistido en la diversidad cultural de México. Esa riqueza cultural que preservan aquellos lugares en donde mayor pobreza hay, que es las zonas indígenas y las zonas afrodescendientes, son quienes sostienen con fuerza y resistencia sus culturas originarias, y a ellas también las honramos desde aquí, porque también son motivo de plagio, y nosotros hemos lanzado toda esta fuerza que se llama original, y vamos a querer sumarnos con ustedes para proteger esta propiedad que es de pueblos y de comunidades, es creación original que les pertenece. Así como México ha dado al mundo enormes creadores, aquí todas las culturas del mundo son bienvenidas. Todos los países con sus expresiones culturales son bienvenidas. Todas estas generaciones llevamos en el corazón a sus países gracias a sus artistas. Artistas quizá refugiados en México cuando su libertad creativa y su vida era amenazada en su tierra. Recibimos con mucho cariño a todos ustedes en esta asamblea. Respetar la autoría de las creaciones literarias y artísticas, así como la integridad de las obras, es un derecho humano inalienable. Por eso una de las maneras más efectivas de expresar nuestra gratitud a todas las personas creadoras es sin duda, como ya lo dije, fortalecer todos los medios para la protección de sus obras e interpretaciones. México asumió el compromiso del droit de suite o derecho de participación para la protección de los artistas visuales. Estamos, sin duda, ya se ha mencionado, ante nuevos retos y desafíos que la tecnología nos está imponiendo. Esta avanza siempre a mayor velocidad que las leyes. Hay mucho trabajo y compromiso para la búsqueda de soluciones acorde a esta nueva realidad. No cabe duda, lo que se imagina se crea, se comparte a través de las manifestaciones artísticas, nunca podrá ser reemplazado por una máquina. La inteligencia emocional y creativa de los creadores nunca podrá ser artificial. Pero esa tecnología se vuelve caduca en poco tiempo, mientras la creación artística es infinita. El humanismo debe de avanzar a la misma velocidad que la tecnología. Y este encuentro presencial es muestra de ellos. Confiemos en la fuerza que se puede generar a partir de la creación, que solamente los humanos podemos hacer. El papel de las sociedades de creación colectiva, su ardua y valiente y solidaria labor en favor de las personas autoras, compositoras, creadoras es vital. Necesitamos que este trabajo siga y se intensifique, manifestándose en propuestas, en legislación, en diálogos abiertos con la participación nacional e internacional, por lo que asumo la responsabilidad que ayer me dictó el presidente para acompañar todos los esfuerzos que estén en nuestras manos para fortalecer sus derechos. Reitero, haber sido seleccionados como anfitriones de esta asamblea es un honor para nuestro país, gobierno y nuestros creadores. Sepan que la Secretaría de Cultura es aliada, promotora e impulsora de la protección del derecho de autor, de la propiedad intelectual, individual y de los pueblos, de los derechos de las audiencias y, por supuesto, de la libertad creativa. Me permito cerrar mi participación con el poema titulado Compartir, cuya autora es también una niña de un semillero de 9 años, Ailé Castilla, de Vicente Guerrero Durango, una comunidad al norte de México, y forma parte de esta revolución de las conciencias pacífica de la que ayer ustedes fueron testigos. Me encuentro sobre las raíces de mi pasado. Mi piel naranja se vuelve rosa al descubrir mi interior. Como siempre, estoy conectada a mis pensamientos. Con una luz intensa ofrendo la cosecha. Sobre ella, aves volando en libertad hacia aquellas nubes imaginarias que he creado, imaginando tanto, soñando tanto, hasta lograr alcanzar los colores del arco iris y tomarlos para compartir con ustedes todos sus encantos. Muchas gracias y enhorabuena, y que esta asamblea sea también semilla de bienestar a los creadores. Que viva México, que viva la cultura.
Agradecemos el mensaje de la Secretaria de Cultura del Gobierno de México. Así es como concluye la inauguración de esta Asamblea General que por primera vez se realizó en México. Informamos que tendremos una muy breve pausa antes de continuar con la sesión. Les pedimos permanecer en sus lugares. Les damos las gracias a los medios de comunicación por su presencia y su apoyo siempre. Hasta pronto.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Cisac's General Assembly. It took us 4 years to get to this point. Our last General Assembly, our last physical General Assembly was in 2019 in Tokyo. And as I guess you all know, we were invited by SACM to Mexico to celebrate with them their 75th anniversary. And that was supposed to be in 2020. Unfortunately, as you all know what happened in the following years, but SACM kept their invitation, and every year since the pandemic broke, they were hoping to host us, and every time, each year, we had to postpone. So we are extremely happy to finally be here in Mexico and to host our first post-pandemic General Assembly. I would like to thank SACM for keeping their invitation open and for hosting us. I would like to thank you also, Roberto, and all of your team, all of the amazing team that you have at SACM, to you, Arturo, for the unforgettable evening that we had yesterday. And it gives me great pleasure to see so many friends and so many colleagues here in the room today. And I'm thrilled that we have with us our president, Bjorn Ulvaeus, and also 3 vice presidents, Yvonne Chaka, Arturo Marquez, and the newly elected vice president, Kazuhiko Fukuoji. We are meeting at a time of extraordinary changes and challenges. There are major challenges in the markets in which societies are operating. There are changes in the structure and the operations of the Cisac network. And there are dramatic changes in the way works are created. For the first time in our history, we need to ask ourselves how to deal with works which were not created by human beings. I think that listening to all of the speakers before me, there was not one opening speech which did not mention the word AI. We cannot ignore these changes. We must recognize that our world is transforming. And if we want to survive and if we want to remain relevant as societies, as a community, and as guardians of creators' interests, we must tackle these challenges, all of these challenges that the transformation brings. We must stay ahead of the curve, and we cannot let outside forces dictate our future. The good news is that globally, we are emerging strongly out of the crisis that was imposed by the pandemic. In 2021, collections started bouncing back. And in 2022, many societies, many of you have announced a record-breaking year. The increases in collections are thanks to digital. There is no question that in today's market, digital income is the driver for growth. Across all of the Cisac repertoires, streaming and digital royalties are becoming the most important source of income. But as a result of that, another thing is happening. We are becoming an increasingly fractured global community. While some societies deliver record collections, many others are struggling. Many smaller societies in developing markets are still recovering from the crisis imposed by the pandemic, and they are struggling to adapt to the digital market. On top of that, there's a lot of uncertainty in the market that affects everyone. Inflation, the cost of living crisis, and the economic ripple effect, they are all dark clouds that are hanging over our members' operations. So the business landscape is changing, and Cisac is responding to this change. We conducted a long and extensive review of the services that we are providing and the strategy that Cisac should adopt for the future. It was an unprecedented exercise, not only in its scope, but also because it was highly inclusive. More than 140 societies were involved over 3 years in responding to our survey, in one-on-one interviews, and in many online focus group meetings. I'm extremely grateful to all of you who dedicated their time and provided their input to this process. We've emerged with a number of important findings, and I would like to mention just a few. First, the findings show overwhelmingly that Cisac's activities are highly valued by its members. But we understood that Cisac must also adapt and change in line with the changes that societies themselves are making in order to stay competitive and efficient. So a package of changes was agreed in 4 priority areas. We will strengthen our lobbying using the voice of creators as our leverage. We will restore our compliance monitoring, and we launch a targeted support program which will focus on those societies who can deliver results. We will enhance the efficiency of our information systems, and we will streamline and simplify our committee structure to make it more efficient and more effective. The strongest asset that we have, the asset that gives Cisac its unique position and impact, is the voice of creators. It is therefore no surprise that the first conclusion we've reached in this strategy process is that we need to leverage their voice. Today, I'm delighted that we have with us, and we can welcome to our General Assembly, our President, Bjorn Ulvaeus. This is his first physical General Assembly. He became our President 3 years ago, just before the pandemic and the lockdowns. He came with a lot of passion to use his star profile and his influence to serve creators, and he has worked tirelessly to that end. Let me tell you one thing about Bjorn. Bjorn never stops. When the pandemic broke, he immediately raised the alarm about the need for government support for artists. He then spoke about the inequity and the lack of fairness in the digital market. He talked about data issues and the need to improve the quality of data and data exchanges. And he supported our lobbying in meetings at the highest level of government, most recently in Germany and Japan. I am grateful to Bjorn for all of his energy and all of the support he's given to Cisac and to our societies. We are also fortunate and honored to have with us Yvonne Chaka Chaka and Arturo Marquez as Vice Presidents. Both of them are here today, and I would like to thank them also for all of their support. I'm very pleased to announce that all three, Bjorn, Yvonne, and Arturo, were re-elected by the General Assembly in the online voting for another term. We are also delighted to welcome 2 new vice presidents to Cisac, Kazuhiko Fukuoji from Japan and Angeles Gonzalez Sinde from Spain. Mr. Fukuoji is a talented and celebrated painter. And he has been dedicating a lot of his time and a lot of his energy to promote the interests of visual artists. He has been involved in many Cisac activities and lobbying over the past few years. Angeles Gonzalez Sinde is a screenwriter, film director, illustrator, children's author, and also former Minister of Culture of Spain. Unfortunately, Angeles could not be with us today, but she sent us a video message that we will play soon, right after I conclude my speech. But I will say that we are grateful and honored to have her and Mr. Fukuoji as our new vice presidents. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the 2 outgoing vice presidents, the Chinese film director Jia Zhangke and Spanish visual artist Miguel Barceló, who served us for 6 years and opened many doors for us. The relationship between Cisac and its creators is precious. And our plan in the coming year is to significantly step up our work with our presidency and also with the creators' councils. The strategy process also underlined the value that our members place on Cisac's technology and our information system services. This area remains one of our key priorities. We continue to promote the adoption of the ISWC identifier across the music value chain. The modernized system that we launched has increased the speed, accuracy, and efficiency of the ISWC. More than 17 million ISWC codes have already been issued by our members since this new system started operating, and more publishers are using the resolution and the allocation services that we launched and designed specifically for music publishers. What we are focusing on now is to promote the use of the ISWC codes by digital services and online platforms. And in parallel to all of this work on the ISWC, we are working on charting a new future for Cisnet. At the end of last year, the boards of Cisac and Fast Track took a historic decision to transfer the ownership of Cisnet from Fast Track to Cisac. It wasn't an easy decision to reach, and it came after long, very long discussions with both Fast Track and non-Fast Track societies. What this change would mean is that Cisac will be in charge and will be able to determine the future operations and development of all of these tools. And to start planning for the future, we have already started working on a new vision for Cisnet with a group of society representatives who help us develop what we call the Cisnet roadmap. On the advocacy front, copyright issues have finally come back to the agenda of governments. Over the past year, Cisac helped more than 50 societies, from Chile to China and many in between, with their domestic lobbying. We also worked at an international level with WIPO, with UNESCO. We lobbied the EU Commission in the context of trade agreements, and we worked with many other regional agencies, including the African Union, WEMOA, ARIPO, and others. Our biggest challenge moving forward, without a doubt, is artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence will increasingly be at the center of our agenda. We've already started working on policy guidelines, and we will do everything we can to guide our members on the vast implications of AI for copyright, for societies, and for creators. On the business side, our biggest achievements recently have been in Greece and in Turkey. In both countries, we have shown the impact that Cisac can have in restoring dysfunctional markets and growing collections. It is exactly 5 years since Cisac launched a support program for Autodia in Greece. When we stepped in, the market was collapsing and there were hardly any collections. Today, we can proudly say that Greece is a well-functioning market. The collections of Autodia last year exceeded 16 million euros, and the admin fees were dramatically reduced. In Turkey, a combination of pressure and support from Cisac has led the country's two societies, MESAM and MSG, to collaborate. They started addressing problems that were there for many years and to heal the broken relationship of the past. The result of that is already seen. In their local currency, in Turkish lira, the societies increased their collections by nearly 50% last year. It is impossible for me to, in this short overview, to review all of our activities and all of the work streams. However, there's one project that I do want to mention, and that is Ukraine. With this project, our global community has really shown its strength and its unique ability to support members at times of crisis. Our campaign, Creators for Ukraine, raised 1.4 million euros, and the money has gone directly to Ukrainian artists, to societies, and to NGOs in neighboring countries. This is a living example of the power of Cisac solidarity. And we will hear much more about this in one of the panels that will come after me. So before I finish, I would like to say a few remarks about the meeting today. In the spirit of change, you will also see that we've changed the format for this General Assembly. First of all, as you know, we chose to do the voting online, so this allowed everyone to participate, even those who could not travel to be with us today here in Mexico. And it also saved time in our agenda. So soon, we will present to you the results of the votes, and then we will immediately continue with the new program that we've prepared, which includes panel discussions with creators and with CEOs. I hope that you will enjoy this new format, and I would like to thank in advance all of the panelists who agreed to take part today. Instead of all of the presentations that we used to give you in the past General Assemblies, what we did is we've prepared very detailed reports from each department in Cisac. We've circulated all of these reports to you. I hope that you will read them because they include and they cover a lot of ground and many of the activities that will not be mentioned here today. And finally, I would like to close with a few words of thanks. The first one goes to my team. We have an amazing team in Cisac, in Paris, in the regional offices, and they are totally dedicated to serving you, our members. I will admit that it has not been easy for us in the last few years. Marcelo mentioned that briefly in his opening presentation. When the pandemic broke, we reduced our staff quite significantly, and there was a lot of pressure on those who remained. So I would like to thank all of them for their hard work and for their dedication. I would also like to thank you, Marcelo, Chairman of the board. I would like to thank Jennifer Brown and Patrick Rode, our vice chairs, and all of the other board members for their guidance and for their support. I would like to thank again all of you, our friends at SACM, Roberto and your amazing team. We know how hard you worked over the last couple of months to organize this assembly. We can already see the results of your excellent work. Thank you very much for organizing this assembly the whole week in Mexico. And finally, I would like to thank all of you, our members, those of you who are here, and those of you who are watching the live stream. Thank you very much for joining us, and thank you for all your support. And now we will hear the video message that Angeles sent us, our new Vice President who could not join us today.
Estimado presidente Ulfius, vicepresidentes y vicepresidentas, director Orón, miembros del Consejo y miembros de Cisac. Permitidme que las primeras palabras que dirija a la Asamblea General sean para agradecer mi nombramiento como vicepresidenta de la Cisac. Para mí es un gran honor poder representar en esta institución a tantos creadores que a través de vosotros me honran hoy con su confianza, y más sabiendo que a quienes reemplazamos son dos grandes creadores como Cisac y Miquel Barceló. Dada la constante evolución de los derechos de autor y de su gestión colectiva, este sería un reto apasionante en cualquier circunstancia, pero estoy convencida de que en este momento en particular lo es todavía más, mucho más. Sin ánimo de ser exhaustiva, hoy confluye en la consolidación de nuevos medios de explotación, la imparable evolución de las tecnologías, la aparición de nuevos operadores, el cambio radical en los hábitos de consumo, la modificación de la normativa internacional y la evolución de las normas locales de muchos países. Todo ello hace que lo que los autores hagamos en este momento histórico vaya a tener consecuencias a muy largo plazo. También lo que no hagamos, pues la ventana de oportunidad que se abre con los cambios se cierra cuando la industria y los legisladores nacionales e internacionales dan por superada esa transición. Cuando la arcilla se endurezca, será mucho más difícil moldearla sin romperla. Si hacemos un catálogo de prioridades, probablemente a todos se nos venga a la mente la protección del acceso a la información sobre explotaciones, las herramientas para la valoración económica de los derechos, las fórmulas legales para su reconocimiento y su gestión, el impacto de la inteligencia artificial y un largo etcétera. Pero si me permitís la analogía, como directora de cine, si abrimos un poco el plano y quitamos el foco por un momento de lo inmediato, veremos que el panorama no es tan distinto al que desde hace más de un siglo nos enfrentamos los creadores. Un escenario en el que hay una asimetría cósmica de fuerzas entre los creadores y los empresarios que explotan nuestras obras. Hace 100 años, estos podían ser los comitentes de arte o los empresarios de teatro, y hoy son las tecnológicas y las grandes plataformas, pero la relación es la misma. Una única fórmula para compensar esa desigualdad, la unión de fuerzas mediante la gestión colectiva, hoy como hace 100 años. Unos autores cuyo talento e inteligencia son el único eslabón insustituible de la cadena, hoy como hace 100 años. Unos ingresos que, aunque por cuestiones prácticas tengamos que denominar de mil maneras, royalties, residuales, precio, tasa, compensación, etc., en realidad solo son una cosa, salario. Porque el hecho es que la creación artística se encuentra íntima e indisolublemente vinculada a la vocación, a la inspiración, a la personalidad. Sus frutos son el sustento del creador y la fórmula para que pueda seguir creando, hoy como hace 100 años. Unos derechos que son y deben seguir siendo sagrados, la más sagrada de todas las propiedades, en palabras de Isaac Le Chapelier. Sus palabras exactas, recogidas en las actas de la Asamblea Constituyente de Francia, la misma que aprobó la Declaración de Derechos del Hombre y el Ciudadano, decían: la más sagrada, la más legítima, la más inatacable y, si se puede hablar así, la más personal de todas las propiedades es la obra fruto del pensamiento de un autor o de una autora. En este caso no hace 100, hace más de 230 años. El escenario y la trama principal no han cambiado. Han cambiado los decorados y los actores, pero el conflicto es el mismo. La justicia que inspira nuestra misión también. Me encuentro desde este momento a disposición del presidente, del director general y de todos vosotros para aportar mi grano de arena en esta tarea. Me habría encantado estar hoy con vosotros en Ciudad de México, me ha sido imposible, pero estoy segura de que vuestro encuentro estos días está siendo muy productivo y espero que nos podamos encontrar muy pronto en persona. Un fuerte abrazo.
And I would like now to invite Mr. Fukuochi, Arturo Marquez, and Yvonne Chaka to the stage to join us, please. So the next item on our agenda is to report to you on the outcome of the online voting, and we will start with finance. Let me invite Martial Bernard.
Buenos días a todos. Je vais parler français avec une présentation en anglais. Ça permettra de montrer la diversité, la vivacité de la diversité culturelle à la Cisac. Alors j'espère que vous faites vos nuits parce que je n'ai pas la présentation la plus excitante du plateau. J'espère que vous avez bien dormi. Comme vous le savez, donc, vous avez été invité à voter en ligne. Je vais vous présenter tout d'abord les résultats globaux qui concernent le quorum du vote. Donc, étaient inscrits 142 membres, ont voté 84, ce qui représente 59% de votants, pour un nombre de voix de 1810 voix sur 2442, ce qui représente 74% des voix. Donc pour mémoire, le quorum est de 50% des votants et 67% des votes. Donc nous sommes au-dessus du quorum. Vous avez approuvé les comptes 2022 avec 100% des votes, un vote quasi soviétique, ce qui montre la confiance que vous avez dans le secrétariat en ce qui concerne la gestion des fonds que vous nous confiez dans le cadre de la réalisation des projets et des actions que nous menons. Et donc, je tiens personnellement à vous en remercier. Vous avez également approuvé Vous avez également approuvé le taux maximum qui doit être fixé par l'Assemblée générale, qui est de 0,087% des collectes domestiques, et les minimums contributions des membres, qui sont de 1 250 € pour les membres ordinaires et 230 € pour les membres associés et membres provisoires. Et enfin, vous avez donné quitus au directeur général pour sa gestion en ce qui concerne l'année 2022, ce qui va lui permettre de continuer sa mission de directeur général de la Cisac. Alors, en bref, puisque comme Gadi l'a dit, on a très peu de temps, je vous explique les comptes 2022. Donc nous finissons avec des dépenses qui sont inférieures de 350 000 € au budget. Ça s'explique essentiellement par le fait que nous avions budgété des réunions physiques qui ne sont pas intervenues en début d'année, ce qui a généré donc un budget qui n'a pas été utilisé sur ces réunions. 18% de cotisations inférieures à ce qui était budgété, c'est-à-dire que nous avons appelé auprès de vous 827 000 € de moins que ce qui était prévu au budget. Et ça s'explique par le fait que nous n'avons pas utilisé le budget des réunions entièrement, donc une fois de plus. Ça s'explique également par la contribution des clients qui sont venus dans les produits. Et ça s'explique enfin par le fait que nous avons vendu nos dollars en décembre, alors que le taux de change était au plus haut, ce qui nous a permis de faire une plus-value de change entre le dollar et l'euro, une plus-value de 150 000 €. Le board de la Cisac, le conseil d'administration de la Cisac, en décembre, a donc fixé sur notre recommandation le taux de cotisation à 0,432%, donc au lieu du taux maximal de 0,087% jusqu'auquel nous pouvons aller. Donc, vous avez également approuvé, comme je vous l'ai mentionné tout à l'heure, le taux maximal et les cotisations minimales. Et donc, vous avez validé la gestion du directeur général. Alors, en bref, la situation 2020, 2021, 2022, au niveau du budget, vous voyez qu'on était sur une pente descendante suite au Covid, qui a démarré en 2020. Donc nous avions déjà révisé le budget 2020. Il a été également réduit en 2021 et stabilisé en 2022. Au niveau des dépenses, nous avons, comme cette année, les années précédentes, nous avions des dépenses inférieures au budget, du fait des réunions qui étaient budgétées qui n'ont pas été utilisées. Et enfin, l'appel des cotisations. Vous voyez que nous sommes largement inférieurs au budget et nous sommes également sur une pente qui était jusque-là descendante. Je vais aller un peu vite. Juste un mot sur le budget 2023. Donc après des années de réduction qui a démarré, une série d'années qui a démarré avec le Covid, nous repartons en 2023 sur une progression du budget qui a été votée par le conseil d'administration de la Cisac, qui est une progression de 18%, qui reste encore inférieure à ce qu'était le budget en 2020, mais ce qui est en progression pour financer notamment ce qui a été décidé dans le cadre de la stratégie, c'est-à-dire le renforcement de l'action au niveau des auteurs et notamment de la présidence et des vice-présidents, et également le renforcement du support aux petites et moyennes sociétés. Ce qui va nous permettre évidemment de renforcer le staff pour ces actions. Voilà, c'est fini pour moi. Si vous avez des questions, je suis tout prêt à y répondre. Pas de questions?
Thank you, Martial. All of you voted on many items that had to do with membership, as we always have in General Assemblies. It simplified it to do it online, but we will present to you all of the results, and that will be by Sylvain Piat, who's the Director of Business Department. Please, Sylvain.
Thank you, Gary, and good morning, everyone. Happy to be here with all of you. So I will go through the different membership questions that you had to vote on. We didn't reach 100% as for the finance on the membership issues, but we are very close, between 98% and 99%. So all the recommendations were widely approved by the membership. So we'll start with the first one, which was the reclassification of BMI from a full member of Cisac to a client rights management entity. This is due to the fact that BMI moved to a full for-profit organization and requested to be reclassified as a client RME. And since there is no process in the statutes to do it, we asked the General Assembly to approve it, and it was adopted. So that was the first decision made. Maybe we can go through all the membership issues, and if there is any question, we can look at the end. On the new membership applications, we asked you to vote on two admission for provisional membership. That was SEDA in Spain and CIP in Uzbekistan, which means that we have a new country now in our membership, Uzbekistan. And for associate members, we had three organizations, one for audiovisual translator in Europe, the Directors Guild in Japan, and an institute in Ghana. So all of them were approved. Then for the current provisional members, we recommended to admit three provisionals as full members. So Jasper, Cola, and SCM in Capo Verde. And all of them were approved as well. Then we have to manage, all the provisional members, and this year we had quite a few, as you have seen. We recommended to renew the probation period for another 2 years for a number of entities of provisional members. We had like 27 of them, and all of them were approved. We had so many because 2 years ago we implemented this new process by which we can reclassify full members as provisionals in case they don't comply with the professional rules, but they still meet the conditions to be provisional members. So we had 27 of them. So you have some on these slides and others on these slides. We had the specific case of IPA in Slovenia, as you have seen, because we recommended already to extend for 2 years last year in 2022, but with the option to review their provisional membership status this year. Then we recommend to extend provisional membership for only one final year of a number of societies, and this is also in the context of our activities to really monitor, assess provisional membership within Cisac on a more regular basis, and to incentivize those societies, to encourage those societies to improve, and to give them a deadline before we can review their membership in 2024. So we had 7 societies in this case, and they were all recommendations were approved by the membership. We continue to reclassify some full members as provisionals when they don't comply with the professional rules of Cisac. So we have 4 cases in this year, and they were approved as well. Then, unfortunately, we have cases where we need to terminate provisional membership because the societies, they don't comply not only with the professional rules, but also with the Cisac statutory requirements. So we had 6 cases that were submitted to you. They were all approved. I just wanted to highlight the case of Kazakh in Kazakhstan that was rediscussed by the board yesterday or the day before. Because these societies has implemented very quick measures to improve itself over the last couple of months. So we waited to see whether they will improve and they can comply with our requirements. And as we decided, the board decided that we go on with the General Assembly recommendation and adoption, but we would implement this decision only in October, when the board will have a chance to review the situation of Kazakh in Kazakhstan at the board meeting in October. So this decision is approved, but with implementation only in October, when the board will have a chance to review the situation of Kazakh. And we are just inviting you to note the resignation of Oppo Cinema in Ukraine. It doesn't require a General Assembly decision, but it's just for you to note this, resignation. And that's it for me. Any question? Okay.
And finally, with respect to the votes, we had a few changes to the statutes, mostly as a result of the changes that we've introduced to the committees. And I invite Constance Herrmann, our Director of Legal, please.
Buenos días a todos. Good morning, everyone. So I will briefly explain the amendments to the statutes on which you have already voted on and approved at almost 99%. So Gadi recalled this morning the strategic process which took place last year. As a result of this strategic process, the board approved a series of changes in Cisac committee structure, aiming at improving decision-making and reporting between committees and the board. So some of these changes have required amendments to the statute, some other not. So I will briefly explain the one that has required statutory changes. So the first one is the merger of the legal committee and the global policy committee into one committee. As you know, the legal committee is a statutory committee for many years, and to reflect, sorry, I forgot to. We have reflected this merger in the statutes, in particular in relation to the constitution of the legal committee, the name, the scope of its activities. So the first changes is the name of the committee. It will become the Legal and Policy Committee, LPC, and this new name has been reflected throughout the statutes. The second changes is the composition of the committee. In the past, we had a cap of 25 members in the committee, in the legal committee, and we have removed the statutes, the statutory cap, to allow many more members to join, in particular the member of the Global Policy Committee. And in the meantime, due to the deletion of this cap, we have decided also to clarify the criteria to become a legal and policy committee member. So to ensure that only head of legal and head of policy or senior executive can join this new committee. Finally, we have also amended the power and duties of the merged committee in order to allow the LPC to act as an advisory body in relation to any legal and policy issues. So as I mentioned, all these amendments have been approved at the required qualified majority. So they will be included in the new version of the statutes and which will apply as of today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Constance. So we are now moving to the second part of the meeting, which is panel discussions. We start with two panels of creators, then we move to more business-related discussions with CEOs. They will need to reorganize the stage, so let's take a 10 minutes break and come back quickly, just to allow the team here to organize the stage, and we will meet very soon. Thank you.
Pero todavía no está prendido. Ya está prendido. ¿Ya está abierto? Ya está abierto. Estamos por comenzar. Les pedimos ocupar sus lugares. Ladies and gentlemen, we're very near to start again our session. Please, we kindly ask you to take your seats. Mesdames et messieurs, on va commencer la session encore. S'il vous plaît, rentrez au salon. Señoras y señores, estamos por comenzar. Les pedimos ocupar sus lugares. Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly ask you to take your seat again, please. Mesdames et messieurs, s'il vous plaît, on va rentrer encore à la session.
Everyone, please take your seats. We would like to start. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Okay. So we would like to start, and we are starting with the first panel discussion, one that I very much look forward to listening to. A panel discussion which is purely creators, an open discussion between creators, between our president, Bjorn Ulvaeus, vice president, Yvonne Chaka Chaka, and moderated by creator Eddie Schwartz, who is also the president of SACM, our Music Creators Council. Eddie, if I can invite you to take the stage, please. Thank you.
So, I don't know if you can hear me. I guess you can. Well, I guess they put this on me because I thought I was going to do some dancing on this panel, but actually, I don't plan on doing much dancing. But anyways, it's wonderful to be here. I'm really overwhelmed by the hospitality of SACM over the last few days. They've been extraordinary, and their commitment and support of creators and of culture is really overwhelming. So, thank you, SACM, and also wonderful to see everybody from all over the world. I look forward to, bumping into everybody, having chats with people all over the world. I'm a very lucky creator, songwriter, because I have benefited from the work you all do around the world for over 40 years now. And I am deeply grateful and appreciative. I think it's actually the collective management organizations around the world and Cisac, which binds us all together, I think is a miracle for those of us who make music and try to make a living at it. So thank you very much to all of you for the work that you do on a daily basis on behalf of those of us who make music. So as Gadi said, and thank you, Gadi, for the introduction, we're really going to have a conversation. It's going to be a little different, I guess, than the reports we've had up to this point in the day. We're really going to focus on the current plight of songwriters, the creative process, how we got here to some extent, and then maybe some ideas about what we think our collective management organizations can do to try to move the situation into a better place. We all know it's very, very hard to make a living as a songwriter these days, particularly a young songwriter. So without further ado, I'm going to invite the two other members of this panel. So Bjorn and Yvonne, would you please come up and join us? Yeah. This is so great to see you. Thank you. So, in your opening remarks, Bjorn, there was so much stuff that resonated with me and I thought was important and profound, and I think we should get to and maybe drill down from the perspective of songwriters a little more on some of the things you brought up. But one of the things that I thought might be interesting to start with is the journey that got us here, because we are three songwriters who are now sitting in Mexico City. I know that being born and raised in Toronto, Canada, I never thought I'd be on a stage in Mexico City talking about songwriting, and both of you may have had similar experiences. So, just for me, just to get the conversation started, I mean, music wasn't a choice for me. I was compelled. It was some kind of an addiction, I suppose. And I'm just wondering for you, what brought you into music what was the allure? What did you see for yourself in music that started you on this journey?
Well, I wanted to have a guitar for my for Christmas when I was 11. And that changed my life. Because I was a very shy boy who didn't make much noise, and who, but with that guitar, I got some kind of identity. I was suddenly entertaining my classmates, you know, and stuff like that. But essentially, I never thought of writing any songs. I just sang other people's songs. And I played in a hobby band, and we suddenly had a hit. But then the Beatles arrived on the scene. And suddenly you could see, before that, the songwriter was kind of anonymous, like Lieber Stoller, who wrote for Elvis. I mean, nobody ever cared about them. And that's the way we thought about songwriters back then. But then all of a sudden there's the Beatles, and they write their own stuff. Wow, maybe I can do that too. So that's how I started writing. And I bet you it's how a lot of songwriters around the world started their careers.
I'll put my hand up. I'll put my hand up on that.
Yeah.
Yvonne, what about you? What?
Well, for me, it was very different. You know, growing up in South Africa during apartheid, and my dad loved Miriam Makeba's music, and people like Hugh Masekela, Dolly Ratebe, those were big stars in South Africa at that time. And I remember there was songs where my dad will actually close the windows and close the curtains to listen to, because this was the kind of music that was not allowed. And I'm sure everybody knows the song, the click song. And that was Miriam Makeba's song. But as I grew, you know, during apartheid, I must say, I never saw music as a career, because music was not taken seriously in South Africa, just a creative industry. My mother wanted me to be a lawyer, and I wanted to be a chartered accountant. So when I completed my high school, I had to go and look for a bursary, because I came from a very poor family. But I found myself at a place called Race Relations. That's the only place where Black people could get a bursary. And fast forward 38 years later, Yvonne is still here, but music found me. It wasn't something that I really wanted to do, but I'm glad, because I could have been a poor lawyer or a useless chartered accountant.
Well, I totally relate to the lawyer, to two things that you said. The lawyer part, because my father passed away when I was quite young, but my mother insisted that I become a lawyer. That didn't exactly work out for her, but years later she came around and appreciated, that I was doing okay as a songwriter. But
I was supposed to become a civil engineer, and I resisted my career in the music industry for about 6-7 years after I'd had my first hit, just because I didn't believe in myself, and I didn't believe that I had a future.
Yeah.
And I still nurtured the thought of going back to university, but somehow I never did.
Yeah, I can relate to all of that. The other thing you brought up, though, was the role of music as an empowerment for those of us who felt unempowered, and particularly, of course, in South Africa. I can totally understand that. But even in North America in the 60s, when I started writing, and your comments with the Beatles are exactly, my story as well. But, I grew up in a family that listened to Pete Seeger, Miriam Makeba, Odetta, Paul Robeson, who actually defected to Russia, I believe, at one point. So it was very much a statement of principles and beliefs in the little guy, and fighting for the rights of the little guy. And I just wanted, so to bring us forward, is that lost now? Does music still do that? Does it still have a place in social movements and in people's political lives, or is that gone away? Because it was so prominent when we were young.
Tough question. I mean, I think you're the better one to answer that.
Well, you know, I know growing up from South Africa or even Africa, artists, whether they are drawing, whether they're doing pottery, whether they're singing, or even in film, they use that to conscientize the public and the people. I've seen things have changed, I guess, because we have this freedom now in South Africa and in other African countries. I would call it freedom, even though sometimes people are not given what they rightfully have voted for, or being respected for who they are and what they do. So it was easy for us as South Africans now. I'm an African and a very proud one. And we had other people helping us as South Africans. And we were able to beat the system by, I remember there's a song that's called Winnie Mandela, who was Mandela's wife. But because the SABC, which was the television station there, would not play any of that music, we had to change and change the words, change the lyrics. So I wrote the song called Winnie Mandela, but because the SABC would not play it, I called it I'm Winning My Dear Love, and changed the song. One of my producers, Chico, wrote a song, We Miss You Mandela, Where Are You? But the SABC would not have any of that, and the song had to be changed to We Miss You Manelo, Where Are You? So we had to be very clever, and you know, as South Africans, we had to make sure that white people don't understand what we say, only when we were on stage. So we had to manipulate things. Fast forward, things have changed. Music is not what it was supposed to be. Conscientize people, accepting their culture, loving themselves. It has just become so commercial. Yeah. So anything goes now. And unfortunately, those who've got the platforms are dishing it out to the people there. So good music has lost its path. But it's people like you and I who will have to go back to the drawing board and have music which is sustainable and which has got some kind of meaning.
Yeah, it feels like it's not rooted in that, you know, and maybe it's just different times. I mean, it seems to me there's lots of things to protest against, but somehow, you know, the powers that be have moved the music business to a place where it's just not going to get any exposure. So there may be people writing those songs, but we're just not hearing them, you know, about the environment, or, I mean, there's still a lot of injustice in the world, as we know. So. And you know, you're touching on what music is like now. Maybe we should spend a little time talking about what it's like to be a songwriter, a young songwriter today. Bjorn and I were just mentioned that when we were coming up on the stage. The comment you made, Bjorn, in your opening remarks about time and how, you know, again, I could relate to that as a writer because I drove cab, worked in a bookstore, worked in an auto parts warehouse, all those things, before I started making some money as a songwriter. But when I did start getting some revenue, I could go, well, I'll quit one of those things, and then I'll have more time during the day to write songs, to work on which was my passion. And that became a virtuous cycle where, as I had more time to write songs, I learned how to write better songs. I think the songs got better, more people were interested in them, and then eventually I could shed all of these other jobs and just devote my life to the creation of music. And it seems to me, I come from that era that was a full-time job. I mean, really writing songs that, you know, you thought you really were proud of, and the lyrics were strong and they meant something. You know, if you did it, you woke up every morning and did it all day, every day, you got better at it, you know, and that, again, that virtuous cycle just continued. So, I mean, what are your thoughts about that? I know that you touched on it earlier today.
Oh yeah, that's how it works. You know, if you're at it constantly, you become better.
Yeah.
That's a truism, isn't it? And that luxury, of course, most songwriters today don't have. I speak to people who take part in songwriting camps, and whoever organizes the camp wants a song at the end of the day, or even 2 or 3. And you know, if you have to finish something which is half finished or not even begun, it never has any sort of high quality. And I remember how we used to work office hours, Benny Anderson and me, are very disciplined, and there might be a snippet of something at the end of 1 week, you know, because everything else we had thrown away because it was garbage or not good enough. And then all of a sudden the next week, something would, you know, come and something that would go very well together with something we had written 2 months before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like a verse connecting with a bridge all of a sudden. And that's the way I think songs should be written, that every part of it should be the best you can do at that very moment. And this is melody and lyric alike. But you can only do that if you don't have anyone breathing down your neck.
Well, and don't many of the songwriters trying to get a foothold today, aren't they kind of breathing down their own necks? Because they know that's the environment, and social media is forcing them to post every day or every second day. I mean, I know that the more you post, the more people you get as followers. So isn't this is the opposite of a virtuous cycle that they're caught up in, and where quality is the enemy of getting that stuff out there. So, you know, and people are even writing their songs on social media so that the fans are involved, their followers are involved in the process. So, I mean, is there room for a long game for songs that have longevity, or is this really all about things that have a very short lifespan and don't mean a whole lot and go away very quickly?
No, but those people who write together with Taylor Swift or together with these people, I mean, they have the chance of really doing their best and taking time, I'm sure. But it's all the other young ones coming up. How are they going to get through? How are they going to get heard? That's the big problem today, when 100,000 songs are uploaded every day.
Yeah.
Well, you know, in my country, we've got a new genre of music. Hey, I've got 3 people from my country here who are young, Tando and Annabelle and Jotam. We've got the kind of music called Amapiano, and the other one is called Kwaito music. And I think we should accept that music evolves. It is a fact. Music changes and music evolves. And young people in my country, they articulate themselves in the best way that they know. And with the new sounds that are coming, I must say, you could think it's the music for now, but I must say the Americans are loving Amapiano, hey, and Kwaito music. So they want to copy that sound because, you know, South African sound is very distinct. You can hear it from very far. And it makes me really happy. So I think the only thing that we need to do is to help these artists to have some kind of longevity. Because what social media has done is how many clicks do you have? And how many hits do you have? And it's just unfortunate that the clicks don't turn to money. And it's a fact. So how do we change that as Cisac? How do we change that as the writers? And some of the young musicians, they take old music, which has been there for a very long time, and modernize it. Wouldn't you like anyone to do Mamma Mia in a Kwaito, Andre?
There is a definitive version. Well, okay, anyone can do that, as we know. And anyone can cover any song and do it that way.
But the point you're making about world music, I think, is really interesting. That people all over the world now, through social media, through streaming services, are being exposed to music on a global basis, which really didn't happen to the same extent. I mean, it did happen a little bit. Like I said, my parents listened to some world music, but nothing like the access people have now, and that's a great thing. That's a positive thing.
That's great.
Yeah.
I mean, all the world's music is there. And young people are also exposed to it through TikTok or through whatever, Netflix. And they are exposed to the best music that has been written and recorded. And they don't care if it's from 1973 or 2023. It's a good song. And that's why when it comes to streaming, catalog, that's songs older than 18 months, is steadily growing. But then again, that also makes it harder for new music to get through.
Yeah.
Because the young listeners today, I would do the same. I would, go back and, I heard that song with Kate Bush. I want to hear more from her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think there may be a couple of people on the stage, or maybe three, who sort of benefit from the fact that those old songs are still available and still get streamed a fair amount. So
there might be someone.
Might be. That just could. Yeah, might be. No names. But this is an interesting point, because what can we do? Do we think, the three of us, that we would like young writers to be exposed to have an environment where they could take their time, where they could be supported, where I don't know how you do it. I don't have a plan for this, but so that they could be exposed to the modus operandi that we used, which was that take your time and get it right and do something of real value that will have longevity. Because I mean, I just wonder if there's some way we could help facilitate that, and maybe the societies could sponsor some kind of a program.
Well, there are still publishers, there are labels, there are A&R people who still listen to music and try to spot new talent and nurture new talent. It's happening.
Yeah.
But it's harder and harder. And those A&R people, those publishers, are getting fewer, I think. More of them are following data instead, and just seeing if something seems to be alive, they pick it up. But that's not the way it used to work. When you try to find talent, nurture it through the years. I mean, sometimes a label would give an artist, 3 flop albums, and still keep him or her on. And then the 4th album, then they made it. But that's happening more rarely now.
Yeah. Well, they're identifying who they want to sign based on the social media success. So again, it's a bit of a vicious circle in that sense, because
we should have had someone younger on this panel, shouldn't we? We're missing a young songwriter.
True, very true, because I think they think differently from you and I.
Yeah.
I think what they are interested in, they've seen people like Yvonne. I mean, I was 19 when I started singing, and I'm 58 now. And I love telling people my age, because I'm not dead, and I'm not ailing, and I'm happy, yeah. So I don't mind telling how old I am. So young people have seen those who come before them making music, being popular, and not having money. So what they want to do now is to write that music that will make instant gratification. That's what they want. They want to see money now. So in my country, and I'm sure in other countries, I travel a lot in Africa, we don't have a lot of education in songwriting. What we copy as South Africans and as Africans is what comes from America. America's got talent, Britain's got talent, and then we take it and we do that. And people, because they've got the talent, they want to be there. So we don't have our own homegrown things that will start teaching young people how to write the song, how to have longevity. And sometimes somebody comes from a very poor family and all of a sudden you've got this $1 million, you don't know how to use it. And then they start engaging in different things, drugs, mental health, and all those things. Fame is not easy, guys. Fame is not easy. So we need to start educating our young people. And Gadi and Marcello, we need more young people at Cisac. We need more and more young people. Let's bring them together, let's bring them forward so that we can hear what their problems are, what their challenges are, how can we strengthen them to be legitimate and to have longevity in this industry. Because I can see all the people who are here. These are great minds, very important people. You've made your mark. Now this is time for us to pass on the baton and get all these young ones. And I advocate for young people. Everywhere I go, I've got 4 sons. And I go to parties with my kids. My husband's 10 years older than me, and we leave him at home. And I go with my sons to all these functions so that I can know what are the problems for young people, how do they want to be integrated to everything that we do. Because remember, young people are only interested in making money, guys. And this social media, it's what they understand. I don't know much about social media, I must say. I don't post every time. I've got people who post for me, and sometimes I look and I'm like, oh, I didn't say that. But young people, that's what makes them happy. And even the record companies now will use young people who've got more clicks and for advertising and for everything. So how do we integrate? How do we come together to make this industry, what is the word I'm looking for? I want a good word. Sustainable and attractive and having some kind of longevity. I mean, there's good writers here. There's good people. I mean, Cisac only doesn't do music. We've got 5 disciplines, guys. Where are the young people who do animation here? Where are the young people who are in film? I can't see them. So we shouldn't be talking to ourselves. Let's bring them forward, train them so that when they understand, they have been trained by the best in this room. That's my plea.
Well, and who are we, Yvonne?
Pardon?
Who are we?
We, it's us.
It's us.
It's
Okay.
us.
I'm afraid the listeners out there don't care about us very much, but anyway, that's good.
Well, we have a big clock over here going, and I can't believe how quickly the time's going, but there's so many things we could talk about. But one of the things, I suppose, since everybody's talking about it, is AI. And I feel slightly guilty even bringing it up, but they are going to face, especially, the up and coming generation of songwriters, music creators are going to face AI. And there's certainly a tremendous amount of concern, which I think is justified. The ingestion of our works that is helping to fuel, what I consider expropriation of our creativity. I don't really like the word training or learning because I think that kind of humanizes the process. But I think we have heard and we'll continue to hear a lot about the downside and how quickly this is developing. But I wonder if there's also an upside that we should think about, and I think, Björn, something else you've touched on. I mean, we don't know, I was thinking, like, when Mr. Benz invented the car, I don't know, 150 years ago, I wonder if he knew how many babies would be conceived in the back seats of cars. So, in other words, advances have unintended consequences. And I wonder, what do you think the positive side of AI might be in terms of a tool, a creative tool for music creators around the world?
If you look at it as a tool and use your imagination, it could be a fantastic tool. It's like I said in my opening speech, it's a bit like having another brain that you can tap for ideas, and which you then can form in your own way. And the way that you have done instinctively with whatever input you had musically through your growing up. Well, use the AI. So that's a positive thing, I think. We don't have to talk about all the threats because they're overwhelming. But that is one positive thing, I think.
No, I agree, 100%.
Well, I'm sure AI has been there for a very long time. I mean, auto-tuning was there ages ago. But now, obviously, with artificial intelligence, everybody is getting scared. AI will never be beyond. Some people will try and do it and manipulate it, but ABBA will always remain ABBA. So we need to be very open to that. I'm a student at Henley and I'm studying artificial intelligence. And I know that humanities will always be there and we shouldn't be scared. We've got telephones, we've got tablets now that play our music. Before, we only listened to music through radio and everything. So now you can listen to music anywhere. And that's where organizations like Cisac have to then go to these different organizations, and we need to put levies on these gadgets where our music is being consumed, or films, or everything. So we need to talk to governments, we need to talk to DSPs, we need to talk to everybody, because the people who work very hard, and as Bjorn said, then go and find other work, it becomes a travesty. So we need to change that, and that needs to be done today and now. And we need to be talking to different governments and other people who are like-minded people, those who use our works and those who abuse our works. Thank you.
Thank you, Yvonne. Well, I see the timer has stopped. I suppose that must mean something. The time has flown by, and I just want to say that it's a tremendous honor for me to be on the stage with both of you. And I'm sure everybody appreciates very much your thoughts on this. I mean, we've just scratched the surface. There's an awful lot to talk about. So hopefully Cisac will continue to do this. I think it's wonderful. So, I mean, the business stuff is all very important too, but I think this is also very important. That to hear the voices of creators directly, I think is something to be applauded. So clearly there was a consensus about getting younger creators on in future. So I guess we're out of work. I guess we're out of a job. All right. Well, thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eddie.
Thank you, Bjorn. That was great. Thank you. That was great. Thank you. Yes, you too. Thank you.
Thank you, Yvonne, Bjorn, and Eddie for this wonderful discussion. The next panel is going to be on our project in Ukraine. A project that, as I said earlier, we are extremely proud of. And the panel that we will have now will explore all of the different aspects of this aid project, including what we did and effectively how we used the funds that we've raised from many of you to assist creators in Ukraine and those refugees who went to other countries. So this panel will be moderated by Adrian Strain. Adrian is our Director of Communications and he's been very involved, closely involved in this project. Adrian, can I invite you to the stage, please?
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, and it's great to be here today. I'm going to call to the stage Valery Khachishin, the head of the UNCRR Ukraine Society, and Ferry Lahtar, the vice president of Cisac. And these two are amazing guys and have really a great story to tell about Creators for Ukraine, which we're calling a unique mission by the Cisac community. I'm just going to give a very short overview of Creators for Ukraine, and then I'm going to hand over to the voices of these creators who are going to tell you just what the experience was on their side. My role in this has been in implementing the decisions made by the Cisac board and in managing some of the communications and just implementing the strategy in specific terms. If we cast our mind back to February to 2022, when after the invasion of Ukraine, there was a lot of discussion, intense discussion among our societies about what to do next. And this culminated in a meeting of the Cisac board on the 9th of March, an intense discussion which brought together all the different elements, and from that moment was born the idea of Creators for Ukraine. And that decision was then implemented. And the campaign consisted of three things. Funding, that was the first point. And to date, we've raised 1.5 million euros, raised by more than 30 societies with donations of up to 100,000 euros. But it wasn't just about funding, it's about solidarity as well. A statement signed by 4,000 artists across the world in 50 countries in solidarity with the Ukraine creators. And finally, it was about a third element, the cultural support, a project called Songs for Ukraine, whose aim was to fill the airwaves and the digital platforms with Ukraine songs and Ukraine culture. How do you engage your audience when you're talking about this campaign? Well, one photo said a lot, and this was, we heard, had a great impact. Very poignant, the story of a scene of destruction, but with an implication of hope provided by art and music. And this is a singer-songwriter who says, art is proof of life. On to the logistics of the campaign, and it started with money. And this was these were the societies who generously gave to the campaign, up to 100,000 euros. Many societies didn't, they gave to other things. There's no exclusivity here, but this was just what those who gave to the Creators for Ukraine campaign. The money was broken up into different countries. It followed the official refugee figures, so that UNHCR and SACM were the leading recipients, and SACM, of course, was a key player in bringing together first of all, the societies around the region, and then influencing the Cisac campaign. Ferid will talk a little bit more about that leadership. And the money was donated in different ways. It could be done in grants that went to individual creators, as happened in Ukraine and in Poland. But also there were specific projects in Slovakia where money was given to specific charities, mental health charities or migrant charities that looked after migrants. And there were LITA, the society in Slovakia, also arranged a grant application process that specifically helped creators who applied for it. And I'm just going to play that short video from LITA, who provided an insight into what they did. No volume.
Slovak Society of Authors. I would like to tell you a few words about our Kolegialita call aimed to help Ukrainian authors fleeing the war. The attack on Ukraine left us astonished and heartbroken. Ukraine is a neighbor, and Slovakia strongly supports Ukrainian defense and its endeavors to become a member of European Union and North Atlantic Alliance. Soon after Russia's assault, many Ukrainians started to seek refuge in Slovakia, including many authors and artists. LITA's board promptly reacted to the situation and decided to help the artistic community in a similar way LITA did during the COVID pandemics, with a direct financial support named Kolegialita. We have attributed 50,000 euros from the LITA fund and asked also Cisac to contribute, which Cisac did with 25,000 euros. The assigned money was distributed to nearly 250 individuals. Among them, we supported 99 Ukrainian authors and 147 students of arts in the form of one-time grants amounting to 300 euros.
Thank you very much. Can we
I would like to
just
thank all societies
that
which
now?
supported the
That just gives you an idea. For time, I'm going to cut that video and go on to the next element of their campaign, and I spoke about that. It's the Solidarity campaign. A letter which was signed by 4,000 artists, was sent to governments across Europe, and received a good, powerful response from the Ukraine culture minister. And the idea was basically that this letter would raise the pressure and gives expression of solidarity with Ukrainian creators. And the third part of the campaign was Songs for Ukraine. This was conceived by Artist Use, the society in Hungary. And this received a lot of international support. And in a minute, towards the end, I'm going to ask the Comca to show how they participated in the Songs for Ukraine initiative, and an illustration of how this crossed the world. And this helped us get press coverage and visibility, and that was important, because there's nothing better than getting good press to make people also join the campaign. Finally, how do you measure the success of a campaign like this in terms of the impact of the funding? Well, UNCR were fantastic in providing many, many testimonies from Ukraine artists, and this is just one. Can we just play this video, which is just the first of many, many testimonies?
Hi, my name is Darina Krasnovetska. I'm from Ukraine. I'm 13 years old and I am a Ukrainian singer. And I want to say thank you for your help, because it's really important.
Thank you. So where are we today? Well, it's raised 1.5 million. The account still exists, but the Creators of Ukraine has had a bigger effect in setting an example. And Farid and Valerie will talk about how the impact that the Creators Ukraine initiative has had in their world. And I'm going to hand straight over now to Valerie. And this is a singer-songwriter who told me he wanted to be a singer-songwriter, a rock and roll star, but has ended up with a very different role that he's been given. So I'm going to come over and then you can speak.
It's better to put my computer, yeah. So sorry. It's better to okay. Ladies and gentlemen. Hi everyone. Hi everyone. It's okay. No. So I use this. Oh, I use this one. Oh, it's starting. Yeah. I didn't sleep last night, not because of jet lag. When I travel, I forget to turn off the air traffic alert on my phone. There were 3 alarms at night. Our anti-aircraft defense works perfectly, but the remnants of the downed missiles fall on our houses. Today, such a flight happened near the house of Olga Snegir, who works at my organization, UACRR. Unfortunately, Olga's neighbors, mother and daughter, didn't reach the shelter. The child died. These victims could have been 1,000 times more, if not for the help of foreign partners with their weapons. That is why I want to thank all those who support Ukraine for their support. First of all, I want to thank our sister societies and Cisac for unprecedented support and for everything they have done in the Creators for Ukraine project. We will never forget it. It has been really important for us to know that we are not alone in our fight, that international creative community is with us. Since the beginning of the full-scale invasion, the emergency funds enabled NGO UACRR to pay financial assistance to Ukrainian creators for the total amount of about 600,000 euros. We are also grateful to all sister societies in various countries for everything they have done for our artists who were seeking refuge. Many Ukrainian artists have also been performing in many countries to fundraise the money and raise awareness about the war in Ukraine. There is a boost in patriotic songs written by Ukrainian creators. Music helps us feel united and powerful. We are doing everything for the world to finally learn about our rich and unique culture. Ukrainian creators are also open to cooperation with artists all over the world to share Ukrainian music, be it covering the existing songs or written new ones. We encourage sister societies to reach out to us for culture cooperation and exchange the authors. We can get together, share and create. The Creators for Ukraine funds also help us to maintain the operation of the society, which is very important for creative sphere of Ukraine. From the first days of full-scale war, NGO USRR was operating remotely. The majority of our brave staff remained in Ukraine. Currently, we carry out of operation in hybrid mode. Meanwhile, despite the war, a lot of normal business continued. NGO USRR has recently made a submission to VID in order to improve identification of Ukrainian works used around the world. In 2023, we signed agreement with one of the biggest radio group, licensed cafes, restaurants, retail chains, conducted talk with some global online users, theaters, etc. We are also working to improve the licensing landscape, which remains extremely challenging, and not only due to war and dire economic situation in 2022. The Ukrainian parliament adopted a number of IP laws, including new copyright and related rights law of Ukraine to bring IP legislation in line with European. We hope that it will bring its results soon. The mere fact that Ukraine adopts IP laws during the war shows our determination, and our team is doing everything to deliver the best results possible under the circumstance. I was asked to talk about my experience of the war. I lived in one of the suburbs of Kiev, nearby Hostomel airport, where one of the most difficult battles was taking place in the first day of full-scale war. My house was destroyed, burned to the ground by Russian rocket. My kids have no home to return to. So I work every day to make sure that first and foremost, my kids have a country to come back to. I create new songs because I want them to speak Ukrainian language and have their own culture. The war taught us patience to live and work in extraordinary conditions, but also intolerance to injustice and aggression from the northern neighbor. This permanent aggression revealed our basic values: humanity and the true value of human life. I understand all the necessary apolitical nature of the Cisac world society, but what my country is immersed in and the whole world may find itself, it has nothing to do with politics. This real war, the sign of which few people remember and most people on earth, by God's grace, will never know. Despite the war, we see much better dynamics from the side of rights holders and from the side of users than in pre-war times. In peacetime, Ukraine was actively digitized and continues this process to this day. Our Ukrainian developed application called Action, or DIA, has replaced Ukrainians' passports, driver's license, technical passports, marriage certificates, birth certificates, property ownership rights, and more. The smartphone application made it easy to pay taxes, fines, receive certificates, and order any services and license in a matter of seconds. And music users expect a similar system in the field of public use of music. This reporting and identification of works is a necessity for them, and for us, CMOs, there is also security, transparency, finance, control over the use of content. Despite the war, 95% of the restaurant business and retail in the unoccupied territories resumed their work. Therefore, we are considering the possibility of returning to plan of introducing automation for identification, reporting, and obtaining an online e-license with online payment. In order to help users with the identification of works and the formation of usage policies, we strived for automation. We would like to introduce a specific application software to cover the entire market and user areas. By implementing this, Ukraine could become a good example to follow. Crisis, war is not stagnation, but time for development. And we don't want to lose it. After the victory, we will rebuild the destroyed houses. And now it is necessary to build something that cannot be destroyed by Russian rockets. We see our future in digitalization and simplification of the world for the people of the future. This is exactly what we need help with. Whoever believes in the future lives and wins today. We are living. We are winning. And we will definitely win. A victory not only for Ukraine, but for the whole world. A victory of light over darkness. Finally, I say thank you once again for the Unique Creators for Ukraine initiative. So, thank you. Слава Україні! Glory to Ukraine!
Thank you, Valerie. That was humbling and inspiring at the same time. And I'm now going to hand over to Farid. And as I say, leadership from Cisac has been one very distinguishing feature of this whole campaign. So, Farid, shall we start with a question that I might ask you? We're now sort of 18 months on from the start of the war. I mean, just take us back, and what was it like in those early days, and what went through your mind as to how you were going to respond at Cisac?
Hello, everybody. First of all, we were afraid too, because that's like across our borders. And from the beginning, we knew that we must help right away. We invited our friends from Ukraine, which were war flees, to our creative houses in Poland. We have creative houses where you can create. It's for our members. And over there we kept around 100 artists, creators with their families. giving them accommodation and food and protection from bad things. It was at this first step.
And can you tell us why, as a Polish society, you felt your role was so much more important than maybe other societies?
I'd like to tell you about the numbers. Around more than 12 million people came to Poland, and
my kids also.
I'm from Warsaw, and Valerie's kids are in Warsaw too. 3 million people right now stayed in Poland, and we're helping each other. And at this point right now, professional help is needed for our creators. Our friends, creators, they want to create. And in the second phase of Creators for Ukraine in Poland, we launched professional grants, with help, of course, from the Cisac.
So we looked at the amount of money that was channeled through Poland for the. Could you tell us any more about how that funding was specifically distributed?
Actually, total money distributed in Poland, it was 400,000 euros. We contributed 200,000 euros to the fund. And I wanted to say thank you for all of you for the support. We were the closest country to Ukraine, and we wanted to, we took care about this. We gave allowances for Ukrainian creative community and their families. Gave a shelter for refugees house in our creative houses, grants for artistic education and cultural projects, for 300 Ukrainian artists individual allowances above 1,000 euros. We paid to the 36 grants up to 4,000 euros. And this is only numbers maybe, but I have a private connection with this too, because in Poland at this moment, every family had something in common with help. And from our spokesman in SACM, I got a phone call one day that there's a Julia. She was 21. She was living in our creative house with her boyfriend and his 2 little brothers only. And I got a phone call with asking me about help, because my wife, she's a singer and she's teaching singing. And Julia was taught by my wife all the way till April, because Julia came back to Kiev, and we stayed as a friends for life. That's like such a story.
Great.
So I know that you were also active in maintaining the visibility of the campaign. Tell us a little bit more about some of the events maybe that you put on and some of the ways you kept it in the public eye.
Yeah, it was concerts, and we're supporting, we're making songwriting camps, we're trying to attach the Ukrainian artists with our community, with our creators. That's really important. I think they slowly mixing into our organism of creation in Poland. That's, we're doing many things. And other important thing is that there's a program in Europe, Culture Moves Europe, and over there you can get the grants and like long-term residencies for artists. We applied for one of those for musicians with actually psychological help to post-trauma war, because sometimes friends coming a bit devastated with.
I was going to go on to that because in the early days it was obviously about emergency relief, emergency shelters, but as the initiative evolves, it becomes more about longer-term sustainable actions. The European Union and applying for the. I know that Cisac is the society which is looking at applying for European Union money, and that's all a way of keeping the Creators for Ukraine initiative alive. Perhaps you could speak a little bit about that.
What's important, our help at the beginning gave time for European Union and European Parliament to figure out some kind of long distance help for our friends. And at this time already they can launch, applicate for programs for musicians, for artistic actions. And what we can do actually, like that's, I can tell to all of you about this, that we can guide our friends where they can get the support, scholarship or grants, because already it happened. Applied like we do in Europe for Culture Moves Europe programs, mentoring and residencies. Invite to participate in songwriting camps, because it's like really important to keep creating, writing songs, be together. And facilitate networking with artists from your countries too, like that's what we can do.
And so what has this taught us in terms of lessons about what the Cisac community can do? Because as has been said earlier, we are a diverse community, but we have this global reach. What's special about the way the Cisac community has acted in this campaign?
Solidarity, for example, because it's like really our Polish thing, and this, like being together, can do tons of fantastic things. And I'm really grateful once again about your all contributions that we could help this way, how we did it.
Well, thank you very much, Farid, and we'll maybe come back, but I'm just in the now and wanted to show that the impact of the campaign has spread far wider than just in Europe. And our colleagues from COMCA, I think Chairman Chu is going to tell us about the COMCA's promotion of the Songs for Ukraine campaign in Korea.
Hello, I'm Chu Gayor from COMCA, the chair of COMCA. As Adrian mentioned in his presentation earlier, COMCA fully supported the Cisac campaign, Songs for Ukraine, in order to increase the awareness worldwide. We, COMCA, worked with our 5 major local streaming services, Melon, Genie, Flow, Vivebox, which have posted Ukrainian playlists on their platforms. Each playlist introduced approximately up to top 100 Ukrainian repertoires and posted on their main page with the theme of Ukraine. The users expressed their full support by listening to Ukrainian songs and at the same time by helping our Ukraine's creators to earn royalties. As a creator myself, I was very grateful to participate in this project and think that this Cisac initiative was a simple but an amazing way to show our creators solidarity within our global creators. And on a side note, I have composed and dedicated a song called 4 Hour Peace to Ukrainians who fight against the freedom and human rights. I used bandura, Ukrainian folk instrument, and is free of charge to download through the Cisac's official website. COMCA will continue to deliver support and consolation for world peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to leave you with one last image, which is when last year a delegation came to the Cisac office, and of delegation of Ukraine creators and of Zyc staff. And they came to say thank you, but actually for us it was a much more humbling experience just hearing of their extraordinary bravery and resilience, just as we've heard from Valerie this morning. And the artist there, who is one of Ukraine's big hip-hop artists, he said, "Culture is soft power. Ukraine artists are stronger than ever. With your help, we will prevail."
I know him.
Of course.
Yeah.
And would you like to say something?
Yes, I know. This is our board of members in our organization in USCRR, and he names Oleg Mikhaluta. He's from 10MK band, and he's my friend. So he's a soldier now, like this.
Yeah, I can say final word from us, it's like I have written something like, culture is a soft power, and Russia is targeting right now every single creator in Ukraine now. And the question is not if we can afford to keep on helping, but if we cannot afford to not do it. And by helping Ukrainian creators, we are helping Ukraine to win the war, actually. For us and for our societies, it should be as important as for the governments to keep on helping. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a few words, if again, just time off. Okay. I do not stop thanking to Creators for Ukraine, for Cisac, for everyone for your support. Thank you very much from all Ukrainians, great songwriters and creative industry. Thank you so much. You really help us.
Thank you very much, Ferit, Valerie, and Adrian for this panel on a very important project. I think there can be few better examples to demonstrate the solidarity of our community. Thank you also again to all of the societies who supported Creators for Ukraine and contributed to the fund that Cisac set up. We will now break for lunch. If I can ask everyone to come back at 2 o'clock so that we don't run too much behind schedule. Lunch is served just outside, so it's very close. Please be back by 2 so we can start again. Thank you.
Please welcome everybody. It's going to start. Por favor, bienvenidos. Si pueden ir tomando sus asientos, va a comenzar. Si vous voulez, va commencer. Bienvenue. Bienvenidos a todos, que nos puedan ir ayudando a tomar sus asientos. Muy buen provecho.
Buenas tardes. Les pedimos a todos tomar sus asientos. Estamos a punto de comenzar. Perdió una persona un teléfono.
Pero que,
Si alguien ha visto un teléfono, que lo traiga a la carta.
Si alguien ha visto un teléfono celular, favor de traerlo en la parte trasera de cabina de audio.
Please take your seats so we can start. Everyone, please take your seats. Okay, I hope you enjoyed the lunch. The next panels will focus more on the business and the operational side of society's activities. And there's no better topic to start these discussions than digital licensing. And so for that discussion, I would like to invite Sylvain Piat. Again, he was already on the stage before, but I would like to invite Sylvain, the Director of Business, to moderate this panel and to introduce the stellar cast of panelists that we have for this discussion. Sylvain, please.
You're going to use a microphone? Oops. Yeah, I guess so.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Happy to be back on stage. Always a challenge to start after lunch. So, as Gali said, we are starting with this panel on digital licensing. What we wanted to do is to address two main issues on this panel. One is about the evolution of the digital, what it means, and the other one is more about data and identifiers. And for this panel, we invited 5 people. I'm very happy that we could find 5 experts, five different representatives from the different regions within Cisac.
Complicated.
So I will start with ladies first. Caroline Champarneau, who is the Director of International at SACM. Thank you, Caroline. Then Guillermo, who is the CEO of SACM in Argentina. Then Thomas Eriksson, who is CEO of AMRA in the US. Jotan Mataro, who is the CEO of Capasso in Africa. And Central, the Director of Licensing at Comcast. So it's a very good representation of the Cisac membership worldwide. I'm very happy with that. And I just prepared very quickly. I know that we have little time to discuss about those issues. These are very important ones. I just wanted to introduce the discussions with 2 slides. I will go very quickly over these slides. So the first one is about the importance of digital for societies for the Cisac members. You have seen those graphics in the Cisac Global Collection Report. It shows the increasing volume of collections for digital. Over the last 5 years, we have two-digit increase every year for digital income for societies. And we could see as well that the share of digital across collections for societies increased from 13.7% in 2017 to more than 30% in 2021. So this could be perceived as good news, okay? But at the same time, as we have heard this morning, there are many challenges behind those figures, okay? Even if the collections are quite good, those figures are impressive, but at the same time, the creators still struggle to get a living from those income. So this is one of the issues that we need to address. And also as part of the discussion, what I would like to discuss is what does it mean when we say digital? What does it mean? We are talking a lot about music streaming, but there is a lot of development in SVOD, especially in the context of the pandemic. There are new forms of digital exploitations. So this is the sort of issues that we want to discuss today. The second one is data and identifiers. Again, that was a topic addressed as well this morning, the need to more accurately identify works and songwriters. You know that Cisac is leading efforts on a wide dissemination of ISWC, which is the identifier of musical works. We started with a new system in 2020. Societies allocated more than 77 million ISWCs through the network of societies. And that was the first step for the implementation of a global strategy for ISWC. The next step was to make services available to publishers, to encourage publishers to have more accurate information about ISWCs in their own databases. but also to allocate more quickly those ISWC so that as soon as the publishers circulate information about musical works, or as soon as they send information to DSPs, the musical works could include the ISWC as part of the metadata. So in 2022, publishers could allocate more than 400,000 ISWCs via those services, and they processed 3.6 million transactions to match their own databases with the ISWC system and to improve the quality of the ISWC in their own databases. And now we are moving to the third step, which is to make new services available to DSPs so that they can also get more accurate data about musical works using the ISWCs that we receive from societies, for example. Those services are being delivered. We are now testing with Spotify, and we have a number of DSPs or data aggregator on the list, like Google YouTube, Deezer, BMAT, SoundMouse, and others. So these are being delivered probably over the summer, and after the summer, we hope to have a few of them onboarded for using those services. But now it's time to move to the panel. So these are the two topics that we wanted to discuss today. Hear me? Yes. So as I said before, we don't have much time to discuss about that. So I would like to go straight into the discussions and start about this issue of digital. What does it mean when we speak about digital income? And very often we think about music streaming, but it can cover many different types of exploitations. So I would start with you, Jotam. Based on your experience as the CEO of Capasso, what is your views on the evolution of digital income, and what type of usage does it cover?
Okay, thank you very much, Suva. So, unlike the streaming, where in most cases on the African continent, there was a very low uptake of subscription streaming, and you find that you have got so many users and so many streams, but most of them falling under the freemium category, and which reduce the amount of money that we will have to collect because we will have to rely on the minimas and collect very little. With the advent of video on demand, we have actually seen a completely different scenario with a huge uptake of subscription streaming. And in the 3 years that we have had our VOD licensing, we have realized that our biggest licensees are actually video on demand streaming services, which have actually overtaken the audio streaming services, which is completely different. But we had already seen that even before the advent of the VOD streaming services, because you realize that the usage on YouTube has always been very high on the African continent. But because of the quality of data and also the fact that most of the content is user generated, which becomes very difficult to match and all that, there's not been a very big benefit. The other thing that is happening also is that most satellite TV stations are also coming up with either the same TV station moves on to OTT with the channels now available on streaming platforms being streamed, and now you can actually subscribe to the channel if you have got a subscription already, which is basically a subscription for satellite television. You end up having being able to access that channel online as well, wherever you are. And now the challenge is that we need to find better ways of then licensing that as an addition to whatever we are already licensing. And also the TV stations themselves, especially the big one on the continent, now buying a streaming service, which is actually the second biggest streaming service on the continent, but owned by the television channel. And the challenge now being that with most of the legislation on the continent not being updated to cater for making available right, a local channel will not agree to be licensed for that. We have been relying mostly on the standards that have been set worldwide when dealing with big companies that are coming from Europe and the US. But now when you are dealing with a local company which knows that the law has not yet been put in place, it also brings in challenges, and that disadvantages the creators.
Very interesting. So it means that probably you see a convergence between, or a shift from the broadcasting licensing to more digital licensing, and what we qualify as digital income for societies.
Yeah, so firstly, there is the fact that the television companies are buying the streaming services, and also the television companies themselves are now availing their, like we have got MultiChoice, which has got a DSTV online, where you actually log on, put in your login details, and then you can stream all the channels that one is also able to view on a decoder. But you have access to all those channels online through an online platform.
Thank you, Jotam. So we see there, I mean, a shift from the traditional type of usage to shifting to the digital type of transmission. What about the new type of digital usages? We speak a lot about metaverse, about NFTs, about it also started with platforms like TikTok, who also made available some new types of usages for musical works. What is your own experience of that, Caroline?
Well, those new platforms are not really new types of usages. It's music streaming, it's either freemium, subscription, on demand, pay as you go, etc. In the metaverse, for the time being, it's mainly live stream. So those platforms have to be licensed, so it's more licensees, but also more data to process. And as CMOs, we take care of the creators, but we also we are bound to be tech companies, data companies. And this is the main challenge. Not all CMOs can invest large amounts of monies in new technologies, in systems. And if I may convey a message, we are always stronger together. We are a community, we are a family. I'm pretty sure that on all continents, there are the resources that some CMOs have already implemented and that can be shared with the community. I was really amazed when I listened yesterday to the report of the Asia Pacific Committee and their mentorship program and the system they are also developing to better identify the works. I think it could be beneficial to replicate this on all other continents. And data processing is really at the heart of those exploitations. And I guess we shouldn't be shy. We should ask for help to our friends in the community, see whether they have a system that we could use, that we could share information. I know we are all competitors as far as licensing is concerned, but we can share experience, knowledge, without having to wait for external tech companies or people to come and show us the way. We have the experience, we have the knowledge, we have the resources that can be shared among each other.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, from time to time, whenever there is a new buzzword or whatever, we get many questions at Cisac, about what do we do about these sort of things. For example, more recently is, of course, everything about AI, okay? But I remember like a couple of years ago during the pandemic, there was a big story about live streaming, for example. And suddenly all societies, they wanted to know how to license live streaming. What should we do with that? And after pandemic, we realized that maybe this market is not sustainable. I don't know if you want to share any experience about live streaming, Senchol?
Oh yeah,
in Korea. Yeah.
We did a lot with the online concerts because we had our artists, Korean artists like BTS and Blackpink. they did a very successful online concert over the world. So we actually wanted to build a platform to easily collect from all around the world, easily communicate with the societies. But as you have just said, like it was like every discussion has disappeared because now that nobody's doing the online concert. But anyway, the communication we made and the discussion we made was very useful because that kind of things are now exactly can be adopted samely in the metaverse, ecosystem. So we are using that kind of discussions when we are making models for the collection models for the metaverse, systems.
I also think that that what happened during COVID was also how it really showed how societies sometimes we don't know what to license, how to license it. And because it's a concert that happens in 200 territories at the same time, does it make sense to issue a license for all those territories? And if you do, are there consequences? And how will we deal with these things? We have never done it before. But isn't that, to me, was an interesting challenge.
Yeah.
I'm glad it's not here anymore.
No, it seems that people are back to live concerts, real ones, in person. Okay.
Yeah.
And actually, I wanted to come back to this share of digital in society's income. When we see that it's 32%, but my bet is that in 2022, this ratio will decrease, will be reduced because live concerts are back, public performance is back, and likely that, it represented 1/3 of the Cisac collections, Cisac Society's collections, and it is likely that the ratio of digital will decrease because revenues from public performance will be back to the level of 2019, or maybe even more than this. So it's good to see people back in real life.
We saw that last night, I guess.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. And there is a new, talking about these new forms of exploitations, or even now new forms of creation, there is another aspect of it, which is what we call the do-it-yourself artist. Okay, I would not tell about the acronym because for me it's very difficult to tell. And Thomas, we spoke a bit about that. What are your views on that? What is the impact on licensing?
I'm not so sure it impacts licensing per se. It can, but I do think it's, if you go back to, I think it was around 2014, we looked at how much of the global revenue from publishers, especially major publishers, made up from digital revenues. It was around 25%, averaging. That number last year was 65%. Now, if you then go, that market is very mature. They have parked their rights with various vehicles in terms of licensing, and it's working. And that goes for independent publishers as well. But when you go to the DIY market, we made a study ourselves, an estimate that is about 10 million at the very least, 10 million DIY artists that evolve in the world to create music that use platforms such as Spotify and others. Our estimate is also that almost 70 to 80% of them are unaffiliated. They're not affiliated to a PRO and they're not published. So then you ask yourself, how do we, as a community, address that market? Because the majority of it is going to be very low value. So then we have to look inside and go, okay, what is our unit cost to manage these low values? And is it even worth it? And I think that's something we're all thinking about all the time. But I do think there's a way to aggregate these things. So there are platforms such as DistroKid or TuneCore, CD Baby, or do offer publishing through different vehicles. But I think they don't capture all of that value. And I think there's a way for us to help out in that market, to bring that songwriter community into the fold, if you will. But I believe that market is just absolutely going to boom over the next 5 years. I was speaking to a company in South Korea, actually, BandLab. They claim that they have AI tools to make 10 million songs per month, of which 2% is uploaded to Spotify. Just grows that up over the next 4 years, and that's the world we're going to be living in. And it needs to be addressed somehow. And I don't mean addressed in the sense of regulating or preventing. It's more, we need to bring them into the fold and monetize it for everyone.
I agree. I mean, we need to prepare the future. We need to go back to what Ivan was saying earlier, educating the new generation, how their rights can be handled, even for DIY creators, because they're on the streaming platforms to start with. But what about if they have a live concert?
That's right.
If they are played on the radio, etc. Radio will remain at least for some time. So we need to. On top of our missions of course, licensing, collecting, distributing, processing data, etc., educating should be at the heart of what we're doing as well.
Yeah, and what we've also seen, particularly on the African continent, is that because of the conditions that are put by the bigger aggregators, where most of the startups do not qualify because of the requirements, things like how many subscribers do you have and all those kinds of things. And then when they start there, in most cases, their music booms quickly. And then when that happens, then they no longer want, because they've realized that they can do it for themselves. Now they no longer want to go and deal with another aggregator, and then they continue doing it. But in doing so, most of them are only following the sound recording right. No one cares about the publishing, either because they don't know, or because they think it's too tedious, or because they don't trust the CMO. So then that continues like that, but then the information gets missed in the process. That's why we then find the data which is not complete, and not everything then ends up getting collected.
The flip side of that market is, if we bring them into the fold, we also have to consider the implications. It comes with a lot of fake music or fake identifiers, which has already caused havoc among all of us. So how do we rule that out? There are tools available to at least try to do that some of us use, but it's still going to be a problem. There's going to be plenty of that stuff we need to deal with, and we have to have that as part of the consideration.
Actually, there are two questions that came to me when talking about that. One is about this market of do-it-yourself artists. I mean, how can societies capture this market? I know that some initiatives, like in France, we also discussed initiative in Japan, how to attract the non-music creators and motivate them, encourage them to register to societies. We have seen initiative at SACM.
Yeah, we need, I guess we need to use their way of communicating, their codes, right? They are all digital. So this is the reason why we created the Music Start platform, for example, for non-registered artists, so that they can at least protect, their works. It's just a timestamp in the blockchain, nothing more than that, but it's very useful, and it's their technology, their way of thinking. And then all of it, we can add to education again on this, and this is a way to address. But I agree with you, Thomas. Fake registrations, fake works, AI works. We do not want to protect everything at the same level. And again, we are into data.
And I don't know if on other regions, like or Thomas or Jotam or Central or even Guillermo, if you have any views on how to attract this market, and how, I mean, other initiatives developing even communication, education to songwriters to encourage them joining the CMO network.
It's really similar to SACM's case, but we got support also from the government. So we are doing it with the government, and exactly samely, we are making a platform which using the blockchain technology, and we are also educating and also making some PRs for the artist who uses it.
I also think we have to realize that many of these new songwriters that make 100% of their income from digital platforms they're smart. They're smart people. They're young people. They're smart. They know what they're doing. And so they are starting to question whether or not do we need a society. We just have to be faced with that now. For what purpose? 100% of my income is digital. What is this society going to do for me if I can find other paths to collect my money? And I think there's a lot we can do, obviously. And I'm not sure how to reach out to them from an educational standpoint, because they come in with an attitude of what I just said. So maybe reaching out to the aggregators. I don't know.
Partnering with them.
Yeah.
Guillermo, you want to say something about that?
Bueno,
in Latin America, do you see the same type of?
Yo creo que el problema no es solamente de América Latina, en cualquier caso, porque yo creo que el problema de la calidad de la información que tenemos las sociedades en nuestras bases de datos es un problema del mundo de sociedades y no exclusivamente de América Latina. Diría más, todos ustedes saben que Latina Autor es una organización que entre sus diversas actividades tiene la de dar licencias, blanket license para 15 territorios de Latinoamérica, y las damos en el contexto de darles a las plataformas el 100% del repertorio, tanto sea en comunicación, en performing, como eventualmente también en mechanical, porque los editores están asociados a nosotros en este proyecto. Y esa licencia que nosotros damos implica que pueden usar libremente el repertorio porque tienen full indemnity, vale decir, nosotros le damos a las plataformas una garantía de que cualquier reclamo por el repertorio que utilizan va a ser cubierto por la organización. Entonces, el tema de la calidad de los datos que las sociedades tenemos como información, en el caso de América Latina no es tan importante desde el punto de vista de la recaudación de derechos, pero sí es importante la buena calidad de datos cuando hay regiones del mundo donde la licencia no es una licencia general, sino que se licencian repertorios en particular y luego recaudar esos fondos de las plataformas implica la identificación de las obras utilizadas. Y esto está generando un fenómeno en el cual muchas plataformas no pagan el 100% de la música que utilizan porque no tienen el 100% de las obras reclamadas por las titulares de derechos, generalmente sociedades de gestión colectiva. Ese es el primer dato que tenemos. En el caso puntual de la experiencia de Latinoamérica, no tenemos un problema con la recaudación, pero sin duda también sí lo tenemos con respecto a la distribución de derechos, que también es un problema común a todas las sociedades de gestión colectiva del mundo. ¿Por qué? Porque cuando uno recauda, para poder distribuir tiene que tener la correcta información, saber quién es el autor, quién es el compositor, quién es el editor, eventualmente los datos de identificación del autor, los datos de identificación de las obras. Y todo eso tiene que estar almacenado en una base de datos en la cual se puedan consultar esos datos para luego poder efectuar una correcta distribución. Y creo que en ese sentido, en mi opinión personal, en la región de Latinoamérica nos encontramos con problemas, pero no con problemas porque nosotros tengamos problemas con otra base de datos, que sí los tenemos, no estoy diciendo que no los tengamos, solamente digo, no son solamente los problemas de nuestras bases de datos, sino que a veces en la organización global de sociedades, las propias sociedades no mandan toda la información de su repertorio al resto de sociedades para poder luego recibir los derechos correspondientes. Y eso, en algún punto, la falta de calidad de los datos y la lentitud en los pagos puede provocar desaliento en todos aquellos jóvenes autores que viven a una velocidad en la que probablemente no vivamos las sociedades de gestión colectiva del mundo, porque es la sociedad, el mundo moderno es el mundo lo quiero ya y lo tengo ya. Entonces, puede ocurrir que esto termine, de alguna manera, siguiendo algo que dijo aquí el señor Erickson, en que haya autores que digan, ¿para qué quiero una sociedad si lo puedo obtener mucho más fácil directamente de la plataforma? Y ese experimento, que si bien es cierto, hubo alguna información de que algunas plataformas pretendían buscar alguna fórmula en ese sentido para tener mayor cantidad de creaciones incorporadas a su plataforma, no es algo que, por lo menos yo puntualmente, no advierto que sea un modelo que se esté tratando de estandarizar o de implementar, pero sí es un modelo posible en un mundo en el cual los usos digitales se están empezando a convertir en usos preponderantes. Es decir, a modo de ejemplo, estamos viendo los promedios de recaudación de derechos de las sociedades en los informes de la organización, y estamos en el orden del 30, 35, 40%, algunas más, de ingresos del mundo digital. Y creciendo, porque no solo la pandemia, pero la pandemia básicamente cambió las costumbres de uso de la música. No reemplazaron a los conciertos en vivo, porque como bien se ha dicho acá, el calor que implica la música en vivo, eso no lo va a reemplazar la mejor plataforma.
pero está buscando una alternativa posible a ese mundo y está eliminando otros usos que eran tradicionales o está afectando otros usos tradicionales como la radio, la televisión, que empiezan a sufrir la competencia de un sector muy poderoso económicamente y con un crecimiento, le diría, desde el punto de vista potencial, un crecimiento exponencial. No sabemos cuánto puede crecer el sistema de plataformas al final del camino. Entonces, a mí me parece que una de las tareas que tenemos que acometer dentro del sistema es buscar una fórmula que posibilite que a los autores, decir, mi obra es utilizada, mi obra es cobrada, y la cobro en un tiempo razonable, y cobro lo que corresponde. Y hay parte que puede ser una tarea a cargo de la plataforma, y de informar el repertorio utilizado, pero hay una gran parte de todo eso que es tarea propia de las sociedades. Y ese es un tema en el que me parece estamos un poco lejos de llegar a los estándares necesarios.
Sí, muy bien. Muchas gracias, Guillermo. I think you are touching a lot of interesting points here. One is the accurate identification of the works on the platforms. Another one is the quality of the documentation on let's say, on the Cisac tools. So to name it, at the moment, Sysnet, where we need to improve all of this. Just coming back to the identification and the need for societies to share information about that, I wanted to come back then to you, Central. Can you tell us about your experience in Asia Pacific and the project that you are developing and the reasons why you are developing this project to share your cross-references between societies in Asia?
About the GDSDX,
yes,
right? So it's mainly because of the language. So Caroline, maybe you have seen my handwriting in Korean a few days before, right?
I love it.
And you said it's beautiful, but it's because like it looks more like a picture, like a drawing, rather than a character. But it's same to me. Like if I see Chinese character, Japanese character, it's like drawing to me too. It will be same to all other, mostly in Asian countries. So that's why we started this project. So we thought if we could exchange data, it will be much easier to match easily the languages, the foreign languages and our databases. So we launched a GDSDX project with help of Asia Pacific Committee and our regional director, Mr. Ben. So GDSDX stands for Global Digital Service Data Exchange. And we started first with like 5 working groups, and then now we are exchanging with 11 societies. And we started to exchange top 25 songs which has been used in YouTube. So, but only with these 25 songs, like it made a very good result. So we exchanged the information, how we matched our repertoire, our own repertoire, with the asset ID and ISWC and ISRC and the title and so on. And the result was very meaningful because, like, comparing 2 societies who have involved in this project and who has not, and which has the same size, a very similar size, the royalty increase, the increase of the royalty from the former one, which has involved in this project, has increased about like 150% through 2019 to 2022. But the other one who didn't involve only increased about 55% in that same period. So we think this is a very meaningful result. So, but still there is a problem because the sample size is still too small. So we started to exchange like 50,000 data per month from this year, and I think there will be a good result. And the efficiency of the exchange of data has grown up because of help of JASRAC, we have built a web platform which we can use for exchanging data. So we are really looking forward for it, and I think we could update you soon about the new result.
Thank you very much, Central. Yeah, this is a very interesting project that we also that was also presented to the Cisac board, and I know that coming back to Guillermo, that there are also some discussions between committees between Asia Pacific and Latin America. So I believe this is a good example of synergies that we can find within Cisac between societies, between regions, and hopefully we can expand them to other regions. Then, I mean, beyond the mere identification of works and the identifiers, there will be also the questions of the documentation, the claiming that Guillermo mentioned, how to make sure that even if you identify the work, you can claim properly. These are issues that we probably can address in the context of the SysNet roadmap that Gadi mentioned this morning. This is part of the discussions, and hopefully, if we can improve those tools, we can address those questions of data quality, of data accuracy, and consistency in the documentation. Guillermo?
Sin duda, ese es el camino, tener un sistema de consulta que responda a las necesidades de la consulta, no solamente en cuanto a la calidad de la información, sino también en cuanto a la forma de obtener esa información. Nosotros hemos tenido una experiencia en el contexto en el entorno latinautor con respecto a obras musicales que figuraban como pendientes de pago, de registro en algunos casos. Teníamos los datos de las obras, teníamos la probable nacionalidad de la obra y optamos por mandar una consulta a cada una de las sociedades involucradas preguntándole si las obras eran de ellos y si eran de ellos que por favor procedieran a hacer la declaración de esas obras a través del CWR, etcétera, etcétera. La respuesta que obtuvimos de la mayoría de las sociedades fue: no, eso tienen que consultarlo, consulten el SysNet para hacer ese trabajo. Ahora, ¿el trabajo cuál era? El trabajo era consultar 150, 200 obras por sociedad en SysNet, obra por obra. Era un trabajo, si tomamos, eran 10 o 12 sociedades, eran 2.000 obras que teníamos que buscar obra por obra en SysNet a ver si las encontrábamos. ¿Cuál era el problema? La cantidad de trabajo que eso demanda supera a cualquier sociedad, porque ninguna sociedad del mundo tiene una oficina de distribución que contemple este tipo de situaciones. Tenemos modelos de organización en la gestión colectiva que están muy en el molde de la gestión colectiva clásica, tradicional, del mundo físico. Y el mundo digital es nada que ver con esto. Entonces, no tenemos una estructura preparada para eso, y cualquier estructura que pretendiera cubrir eso es muy cara y, digamos, aumentaría enormemente los costos de gestión. Y eso también afecta a los autores porque el descuento administrativo sería mayor. Tampoco nos engañemos con eso. Entonces, la ideal de la consulta de un sistema es que el sistema, no sé, yo no soy especialista en sistemas, soy abogado, aclaro por las dudas, pero lo que digo es un sistema que me dé respuesta rápida a una importación rápida de obras. Algo que permita contestar rápidamente y poder mejorar la calidad de la identificación. Nosotros lo terminamos resolviendo al tema, en algunos casos a través de llegar al número IPI. Eso nos permitió identificar a los autores y compositores, porque en una de las sociedades por lo menos esa obra estaba registrada y teníamos esos datos. Y eso nos permitió llegar a pagar esas obras por otro camino, pero no fue SysNet el que nos solucionó el problema, por esto de que SysNet está en un modelo que está superado por la realidad, como nos superó a todos, porque el mundo digital nos superó a todos, nadie esperaba este resultado. Evidentemente, llegamos tarde o no supimos prever, no sé, pero lo cierto es que tenemos que cambiar los patrones y, en consecuencia, adaptarnos a estas nuevas circunstancias y a hacer sistemas que sirvan a estas nuevas circunstancias.
Okay, I see we have 6 minutes left. Okay, I guess this is 6 minutes for questions. Yeah. Before we close this panel, do we have questions from the audience or comments? No questions? Everything is clear? We solved everything? Yes? Questions here.
Gracias. Ok, gracias. Nosotros, como sociedades organizadas, por lo menos en América Latina, a los dueños de las plataformas hacemos una licencia global y eso nos da una fortaleza en el sentido de que cuando en el futuro puedan ofrecerse, explotar a través de esos mecanismos las obras de IA, nosotros podríamos de alguna u otra forma supeditar ese monopolio de las obras comerciales que le damos para que ellos puedan usar todo ese repertorio. La oferta de música en el futuro podrá ser muy amplia, pero esa oferta de futuro nunca servirá si dentro de ese repertorio amplio no están los Beatles, no está Rolling Stone, no está Michael Jackson, no está Roberto Carlos. Y yo creo que esa es una gran ventaja competitiva y comparativa que tenemos las sociedades, de tener un valioso respaldo de obras apetecidas, queridas, recordadas por la mayor cantidad del mundo y que no va a cambiar durante varias generaciones. Y eso nos puede dar alguna forma de una negociación, obviamente respetuosa, entendible, ética, entre los que van a ser los ofertantes de esta música y por donde obviamente los nuevos jóvenes pueden pretender cobrar, porque finalmente ese es un interés que siempre va a estar vigente. En conclusión, creo que habrá muchas maneras ingeniosas de buscar soluciones y nosotros en América Latina buscaremos a un cortísimo plazo tener una reunión para buscar algunas opciones válidas que nos hagan una vez más salir airosos, porque si estamos donde estamos es porque hemos sabido reinventarnos. Espero que esta vez también sea así. Gracias.
Gracias. Yeah. Well, these questions are well, actually on AI and creation, there is a panel about AI and metaverse. Those questions, for example, about restoration of songs created by AI, for example, AI-created works or AI whatever, that was also raised at the Asia-Pacific Committee, for example, requesting guidelines from Cisac on how to manage this type of works. These are open questions that we will need probably to address at some point.
That would need to be addressed collectively around the world.
Yes, yeah.
There are initiatives in Europe, there are initiatives in the US, but I think we should all come up with the same type of answers and solutions.
Yeah. There are legal issues, there are operational issues. So, yeah, definitely. Andreas? Yes.
Gracias. El mundo digital plantea grandes retos, pero cuando uno hace streaming, baja una canción, en el mundo virtual o el mundo digital es equivalente a la venta de un disco, cuando uno compraba un disco para escuchar la música. Creemos que desde el punto de vista de los autores, que ese streaming es equivalente a la venta de un disco y en consecuencia el productor tiene que compartir parte de su ingreso con los autores.
Gracias. We have just a bit more than 1 minute left. Any other comments or questions? No? So, and before we close this panel, because here we really focused on music, I just wanted to add that there are other initiatives within Cisac for other repertoires, you know. For example, for the visual arts societies, there is a project which is called AIR, for example, to support societies, visual arts societies, for the identification of works online. That was a project initiated like a couple of years ago. That is very promising. So maybe we'll have another opportunity to speak about that in the future. For the audiovisual, there are tools within Cisac as well, with some additional features, for example, developed in IDA. So we are also trying, I mean, in parallel to the work that we are doing, for example, on CISNET for the musical societies, also to deliver better services, better tools to the other repertoires. That's another subject that we may explore in the future. So I wanted to close this panel and thank you, all of you, again, for your participation. That was really helpful.
Can I add something?
Yeah, Caroline?
I would like to thank SACM for the organization. The team of SACM, you're fantastic. And we'll be back in Mexico.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Berto.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvain. Thank you to all the panelists. Our next discussion will be on audiovisual repertoire. As many of you will know, audiovisual repertoire is the second repertoire in terms of global collections, but it is very far behind the first repertoire, which is obviously music. For music, royalties, the last global collections report, we reported 8.5 billion euros for music. For audiovisual, it was 600 million. So there's a very big difference, which can be explained by the fact that the legislation is not harmonized, the fact that in some countries the laws are missing, that there's no collective management. Obviously, it's more developed in Europe and in Latin America and less developed in other countries, which is why Cisac focuses on these other regions. And one of our main lobbying areas is Asia Pacific.
I will give you later.
And this is why our regional director of Asia Pacific will moderate the next panel, so he can share with us what he has been doing and what we are trying to do to develop collective management for audiovisual repertoire in that area. So let me invite Ben, to the stage, and he will introduce the other panelists. And one small comment before you come, Ben, to the panelists, please don't forget to take your devices, the interpretation devices, because this panel will be with both English and Spanish, and we don't want you not to be able to understand the other panelists, so please bring your devices with you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're still awake. It's the second panel in the afternoon. I know it's difficult, but it will be a very interesting panel. Gadi rightly pointed out why he chose me to moderate this panel, because Asia Pacific, we are still very, very behind the other region. We come here to learn from the experience in other region. So we have great panelists, but just want to very quickly introduce some of the things before I introduce my panelists later. This is really the background of the situation around the world. Gadi said rightly, audiovisual sector is a very important sector for Cisac, collect 608 million euro, come second. But you see the members from other country, for other region, mostly are within Europe, Asia Pacific. We only have 2 full members, 1 professional members, 2, we just joined another one, associate members. So we are very behind. We only collect 0.2 million. So this is something we need to learn more. And other things that we can learn from the figures is most collections are from Europe because the rights are stronger. Later in the panel, we have very good panelists that we can tell us about the rights that's been introduced in Europe with the copyright directive and the latest development with the lobbying in Europe and also in Switzerland. That's why it brings all the blues in the top 10 collecting societies. And interestingly, there is one in red from Argentina, which is doing very well in the collections. But they also have some of the problems during COVID, and we can explain later with our panelists about the situation in Argentina. But most interestingly, we see in the middle, the graph is there is a great jump of the collections in digital collections. During the panel, we also want our panelists to tell us about what are the latest opportunities for the collecting royalties from digital licensing. Very quickly run through these slides because I know your patience to listen to my panelists, but I want to do some of the things that Cisac has been doing. We are doing some of the campaigns with the events with lobbying for the rights for audiovisual authors, with SAA and FACEL, and also with VIPO for the fair remuneration of audiovisual sectors. in Cannes Film Festival that we're doing a presentation, UNESCO. This is a more global campaign, regional campaign. Studies, that is a few study has been made to learn about the experience in some other countries, like in Spain, in Italy, and Poland, where the rights are very strongly protected. But in other region, with a study in Latin America, country analysis including Chile, Colombia, Panama, Uruguay, and Argentina, which tell us it is also really moving very quickly with the collections in these countries if the rights are there. As just earlier said that we are very in the early stage. What we're doing is we're trying to help the countries to get the rights, to recognize the rights for the audiovisual creators. We are helping Australia. My colleague from ASTAT is listening very late. Deborah, she cannot come, but she's still online listening to us. And I hope we can continue to support their lobbying there. China, Japan, South Korea, New Zealand, Taiwan. And also, there is a right in India, and maybe very possible there is a remuneration right in China. Then we need to help them to set up a society to lobby the implement of the rights there. In China, our former Vice President Jia Jiangke helped us to promote the audiovisual rights in the Pingyao film festivals. And recently, I visited the Chinese government National Copyright Administration of China. We also lobby for them to implement these very small remuneration rights under the law of Copyright Act amended 2 years ago. In Japan, Beyond and also Gadi came along in April. During the lobbying meeting, we don't only lobby for improvement for the other rights, but also very specially to support the lobbying of the audiovisual creators. And during the meeting with the Commissioner for Cultural Affairs, we specifically asked them to promote recognize stronger rights for audiovisual creators. On the corner, this is we work closely together with DGJ for a very big lobbying event with the congressman in Japan, asked for the strengthening the audiovisual rights. In Korea, very good news is there is a pending bill of remunerations that Cisac has been working very closely with DGK to promote. The new bill is pending at the Congress. The Korean government also visit, I know, some of the society around the world, but this is something we have to know that the Korean government is really not in our side, but we need to convince them to change their mind. But on that picture is I attended a Congress hearing with all the congressmen from the ruling party and opposition party. They're both supporting this bill. So we need your support to continue to support this bill to be passed in Korea. In Africa, my colleague also do some of the lobbying activities in countries like Rwanda, Senegal, and Nigeria. And also, Miko, my colleague, although we talk about the stronger rights in Europe, but still some particular country we need more attention, like Bulgaria, that Cisac has been working together with SAA and also support the campaign of Filmator. So this is something we will continue to support that. We also use our relationship with the European Commissions, lobby them. This is the visit that we work together with JASRAC and also with DGJ. We go to the EU delegation in Japan to ask for the rights, and we also do the same submissions for New Zealand, Japan, and Korea as well. So, but Miko and I will be visiting Brussels to the DGJ in June. We're also seeking very strongly for the support of the European Commissions for our lobbying for the audiovisual rights in our region. There's a platform for us, last slide, and before I invite my guests, that so far we have ASTAC, All Gets Right, DGK, DGJ, WGJ, and DGJNZ to join this AAPA, the Alliance of Asia Pacific Audiovisual Writers and Directors. This platform we have set up a few years ago. This is our website. Please visit it, and then we will resume physical meeting this year, probably during the Tokyo Film Festival, to lobby for the Japanese colleagues there. So we need your support, but we turn out more importantly to learn from the experience with the other country. So please join me to welcome very very, very important panelists from Europe and Latin America. First of all, Patrick Holt, Secretary General from SACD. Ricardo Gomez Caballero from DAMA, Chief Legal Officer. CEO of SSA, Hugh Hushti.
Ah, merci, Madame Ladi.
Director of International Argentore, Raymond Gutierrez. Last but not least, please welcome Director General of ATN, Cesar Cuadra. So we actually, in my earlier presentation about the situation in Europe, we know there's a lot of good development in Europe recently. But I also read from the 2021 Global Collection Report, which highlights very successful story in France and also in Spain about digital licensing. But before we go to the licensing, as I said earlier, there is really wonderful development about the Article 18 in the European Copyright Directive, but it is a very long process of implementation. But I know SACD has been working very closely with SAA for the lobbying to implement this Article 18 in the copyright directives. Patrick, can you tell us what have been the progress and what are the things that we see the potential opportunity after this implementation of the law?
Thank you, Ben. And yeah, as we have been explaining to you all the new EU package on copyright, and especially for music CMO, all of you know the Article 17, which is useful both for music CMO and audiovisual CMO. We used it recently in France to close a deal with Meta, and which was not possible for us before the implementation of Article 17. But for specifically audiovisual CMO, Article 18 has been a very important breakthrough because it's the first time in the EU law that you have as a principle a recognition for proportional right of remuneration for audiovisual authors. It has never been drafted as such in any EU law. And in the EU, we adopt law at the EU level, and then it needs to be transposed in every member state. So it has been done for more than 20 countries now, and several of them, like in France or Spain and some other country, we already had a proportional right of remuneration, but some member states, they took the advantage of the transposition to extend and to introduce in their national law. So it has been the case already in Germany for digital platform, more relying on Article 17 than Article 18. So in the future in Germany, for audiovisual, authors will have access to an unwaivable right of remuneration. It has been introduced as well in Lithuania, in Slovenia. It has been extended in Belgium for digital exploitation as well. And I'll come back later on for licensing in France, but as far as the transposition process is concerned in France, we managed to plug into the French law something which is very useful to fight against buyout contracts, because we were afraid, and I know that's a common fear, that especially authors working for streaming operators, they would have to give up their rights. And so what we managed to put in the French law is that, as you know, Netflix and its competitors, they need to invest, they have quotas, and they need to invest 20% of their turnover in French works. But in order for their financing to be taken into consideration, the contract they have between the author and the producer needs to exclude buyout and be compliant with French law. Otherwise, They are free to do so, but it's not accounted for their quota, and they need to reinvest the same amount on a new work. So it had a clear and strong effect on the strategy of the streaming operators, because as soon as it was transposed, we noticed the contract and negotiation with the authors that question of buyout was out of any discussion between authors and producers. And to be sure buyout would be out, we add up something else saying that if a producer sign a contract with an author in the French market, which contains a buyout clause, then he won't have access to the French financing public system, which is a heavy subsidy for producers. So a producer same thing, if he signs with a buyout, then he's out of the public subsidies. And so no French producers of audiovisual works would take that risk. So, and coming back to the copyright directive, there is one thing we missed collectively, audiovisual CMOs, music CMOs, and is because we were fighting very strongly for Article 17, for Article 18, and we succeeded on that matter. It's in the context of AI, so there is an exception which is too large for text and data mining in the current directive which has been adopted, and I guess we will team up, all of us in Brussels, in the future to try to go back to and to delete that exception. But I guess it will be a big fight because that exception allows AI companies to have access without any licensing to our contents and to use them to build up their AI tools. So it's going to be an important matter for us.
Thank you, Patrick. This is really interesting to see how the law has been developed in Europe, and particularly in France. There's really great development to be able to share with the other countries. Especially, I think it's very interesting about the buyout mechanism that the French government is imposing to make sure to minimize the possibility of buyout. But we learn from the data that I got from the IND declaration, SACD, digital and multimedia income. I think its benefit from these good development has grown 52% from 2021 to 2022. So would you a little bit more up to, I know it's about the renewal for YouTube agreement and also some OTT platform. So what you will see more income will be coming for this sector?
Yeah, like everyone, I guess our rights on digital platform, this is both streaming platforms and digital platforms like YouTube, Meta, and have increased a lot. It's now about, we're going to be over 50 million this year, which for audiovisual is rather an important amount, and it's already representing nearly 1/4 of our collections. And thanks to Article 17, before Article 17, we managed to get an agreement 15 years ago with YouTube, but the legal basis of that was a little bit weak, and that's why we did an open discussion with Facebook, Meta at that time, because we knew we wouldn't be in a position to challenge them in court. And so as soon as the directive has been transposed, we opened discussion with Meta. We found an agreement a couple of months ago, and we are currently opening discussion with TikTok. It's a bit more complex, but for us it's exactly the same legal framework and same economics. So we're confident we'll one day find an agreement. One of the difficulty we have is that in music, my feeling is that the legal framework is more homogeneous worldwide, but when we start negotiating with YouTube and when we start negotiating with Meta, they just told us we have no agreement anywhere in the world with any audiovisual CMOs, and I guess when you open up discussion with them, they are not in a position to answer that to you. even they may find other reasons not to find an agreement with you, but not that one. And so we took nearly 2 years to go through all the process within Meta to find an agreement, and we are currently facing the same issue with TikTok. And so this is for digital platforms, and we had been under contract, and we didn't need the EU directive for that, with all the streaming platforms. And we first signed with Netflix when they opened their commercial service in France. I forgot, 7, 8 years ago. And as soon as there is newcomers, we add up the contract. So we have a contract with Disney Plus, we have a contract with Amazon Prime, and we're going to have a contract with HBO as soon as they are going to be active on the French market. And actually, since we are worldwide participants, SACD covers France, Belgium, and French-speaking of Canada, actually. and depending upon with whom we are discussing, so we try to cover the 3 countries. I mean, our agreements in details are covered by NDA, but for some of the company I quoted, some refused to cover Canada because they said this is not the same legal framework. So some accepted, and so we try to find a breakthrough with one streaming operators, and then we're coming back to the one we refuse, saying we can't, we need not to discriminate between operators, and so that's for international company. And we manage as well with traditional French broadcasters to introduce new rate because SACD's work, cinema, fiction, series, animation, are very popular on a non-linear for non-linear consumption. So we managed to negotiate specific rates which are pretty much higher than the one we used to have, and we are still having for traditional broadcasting, and that really contributed as well to the increase of our rights.
Great. I hope we know DSP is not easy to deal with, and I hope more countries can have an agreement with YouTube. Then we can extend the GDS-DX project probably for the audiovisual sector so that we can exchange data for all the different repertoire. So we heard about the French situation, which is looking very optimistic, although some challenges.
Yeah, it was the French and the Belgium, as you have noticed.
French and Belgium situation. So switching from France, another very good market that we heard very strong lights in Europe is Spain. So Ricardo, can you tell us more about the situation in Spain? Given I know the collections from Dharma mainly now focus on the VOD platform. Is there any development with the YouTube, the digital platform? And then, but we saw the performance was doing well. It increased about 24% according to INE declarations for the VOD income from a VOD income. So what do you see about opportunities like what we see about YouTube or other platform, and also in Spain and also in our part of Europe? What do you think about it?
Oh, thank you. Well, I think that regarding opportunities, the main opportunities that we have today in Europe and specifically in Spain, but in all Europe, have a lot to do with the first topic regarding the 790 directive, but not regarding the establishment of the rights, but its enforcement. And those are the main opportunities and also the main risks. We can call them opportunity if we assume that we are going to do our work and reach the goal, or risk if we let the opportunity go. So on the many topics that Patrick already addressed, I'm specifically thinking of 2 mandates under the new directive, and the work to the true enforcement. I'm not thinking now on the formal transposition into the local laws, but into the real world. I would mention in this case as opportunities, the good implementation of the adequate and proportional remuneration, and also the access to information regarding exploitations and regarding incomes. Because, and both points are particularly relevant in the OTTs field that you mentioned, because regarding the adequate and proportional remuneration, they are the link of the chain that obliges the other links to ask to the previous ones for total buyouts and total guarantees of moving the rights. And of course, it's also their main topic, the providing the information, because obviously they are the ones who have all the information. So we could have the temptation to say, okay, the directive is passed, the transposition is almost done in almost all countries with some singular exceptions. So well done, and this is it, right? But let me ask a question. What has really changed in real world? Because I assume it's not going to be a surprise to any of you. When they put a draft of contract in the table of an author, it is still been a draconian buyout thing, absolutely. And the directive has been transposed, and in the case of Spain, twice, because Patrick said that we already had this, but just to make sure that we don't have any fine from Europe, we did it again in another act. So we have a double transposition, but when we check the contracts, they still having these problems. So. And when we go with these platforms to negotiate tariffs or ways to provide information, etc., they still hiding the information, and they still put in lots of problems and arguing any kind of things. So the job is not already done. So someone could say, and they would partially be right in my opinion, someone will say, well, this is how law works, right? We establish in a paper the rights and the obligations, and then if someone doesn't properly follow the law, this is not anymore the work of the legislator, not anymore. This is the work of the courts. But we have to bear in mind that the reason for these two rules were to reimbalance the huge difference of forces in these negotiations between an author and the audiovisual industry that today is the high-tech industry. So if we are doing a particular law to protect and to rebalance this huge difference of forces, we can't relay for the enforcement on the weak part, the author, to activate and to denounce and to go into courts because they are putting a contract that allows to hide information or that obliges to make an absolute buyout. So we have now, and the time will be soon, very soon over, the opportunity to regulate the proper enforcement, not relaying just in the author's calling in each particular case. And if this is the task, and we assume that this is still been our task, I think that the examples of proper enforcement measures from the legislation part are very, very, very few. And maybe one of the few is France. I'm sure that they still having a list of things that they want to be better, and that's important to be always like that. But from Spain, and I think that from all Europe, we look at you with a lot of admiration, and let me say with some envy, because you are establishing some measures where the administration can go into the contracts and look, for example, to be able to have public funds in projects. That's a measure where you are getting the beautiful words and you're making them affect the real world. Okay, you want public funds? Let me check what you're doing with the authors. And if you are doing buyouts or you are doing, form picking to go out of the European Union or whatever, you are out of our system. But I only know, and other things, for example, regarding the provision of information, to make clear what that really means. We were trying to implement something similar now these days in Spain. There was a bill pending in our Congress where we did a lot of work to, let me say, copy some of these measures. But as you probably know, this week there's a call for new general elections that stops all the legislative projects that will have to restart from the scratch. But we have to work in this part, and this is a short time opportunity to make these systems that we can think to make it true work. Sorry, I'm talking too much.
Thank you, Ricardo. I think he gave us a very good cautious from his no enforcement, although the law is good, but the enforcement, we need to be very, very careful. And then we need to also be aware of the buyout situation, and we need to work very hard to negotiate with the terrorists. More important is the transparency from this platform. So with the good notes and some cautious note, this is what's happening in Europe. That is also very positive thing, development in Switzerland, although it's not directly benefit from directive, but in Switzerland, in 2020, audiovisual creators have achieved an unwaivable and mandatory right of remuneration for the exploitation of their works by on-demand services through collective management. Could you tell us more about how it was successfully achieved and provide us a very brief introduction of the scheme and how is it being implemented and is any progress on the collection so far?
Yes, thank you. So how did we achieve this? We really don't know really for the moment, but because there was an unsuccessful plan from the government for a new law in the beginning of the first decade of 2000, and nobody wanted this law. Everybody, producers, creators, users, everybody was against it. So the minister in charge of the thing, she called for a working group that has been discussing for many years, almost 10 years at the end, and which got to a compromise because each and every interested party got something from this revision. And what we got was this remuneration right for VOD exploitation for the audiovisual authors. Now you have to understand that it's not the perfect solution because we have some drawbacks on it. First of all, it is not universal. It only applies to audiovisual works originating in countries where a similar mechanism of collective management for the authors exists. It applies to screenwriters and directors. It also applies for neighboring rights, so for the interpreters, the actors, the interpreters of the music. And it does not apply to a certain amount of types of works, notably news, reality TV, all that they would call TV entertainment. And we still have some thread about one sentence in the law that is not very clear because it could also mean that all commissioned works would not be under this remuneration right. But so far we could contain this thread and not discuss too much about it and say that commissioned works are news and reality TV, but nothing else. And so that's how the law has gone through. Because of this clause that it does not apply to all works, there were less discussions about double remuneration, but there still were. So there's finally also one paragraph in this new article that says that if the remuneration right applies, it substitutes all contractual remunerations for the exploitation. So it's a kind of a loss of freedom also for the authors. Then I have to explain you, and this is not specific to our VOD remuneration right. All mandatory collective management in Switzerland has some rules to respect, and one of the rules is that all the societies concerned have to get together and to establish the tariff, and we call this a joint tariff. So we were 4 societies, including the neighboring rights, to set up this tariff altogether. Then it has to be negotiated according against, following many rules. And at the end, it goes to an arbitration committee that has to approve it. So it's quite a long process. We have been negotiating during COVID for almost 1.5 years, with many ups and downs, but at the end, we came to a solution. The last point, which is specific to Switzerland, is that all these joint tariffs have to be discussed with representative associations of the users. So we need first to identify which were the representative associations, and we finally got them on table. Not all interested parties, I have to say, not really all. We have discovered many segments of the VOD market that were not really there, but we had the main actors, and we got to this solution finally. And so the arbitration committee has approved the tariff without any critiques, and now we are going into phase 2, which is a collection of it. The tariff is public, which is also good. We do not have to renegotiate with each and every platform. We have a tariff that will apply to everybody. It is based on a 5% of the income of the platform, but it has to be calculated down to the proportion of the so-called relevant works. So you remember the works originating in country where similar mechanisms of mandatory collective management exist. Calculated down to this part. So we had to analyze first all the catalogs, which has been done mainly during last year, and now we are calling for the financial statements. And I would like to have all these platforms to have more transparency obligations according to the law, because it's really difficult to know whether they're cheating on us or not. And we are now going into the phase of invoicing for the first time in those remunerations. There are introduction discounts in our tariffs also for the first 2 years, so we expect not to get too much money for the first 2 years, but hopefully it will increase after this.
Thanks, Jörg. I think it sounds there is some progress, but still a lot of things needs to be done to make it certain. After we exploring the European and Switzerland situation, we go to the Latin American countries. I just mentioned earlier, all the top 10 countries except one is Argentina. I think Argentina is amongst other society in audiovisual sectors are doing very well. I saw the figures from the collections. We were doing well, but suddenly because of the COVID, it drops, but it was picking up in 2022. Raymond, can you tell us what are the situation post-COVID? And also, what do you see about the opportunity of digital licensing in Argentina?
Gracias, Ben. Creo que primero deberíamos dejar en claro que los autores audiovisuales nacen y crecen conviviendo con las cláusulas buyout. Eso fue lo que los motivó a Argentores o las sociedades argentinas de derechos audiovisuales, junto con el importantísimo apoyo de Cisac, a analizar la situación de nuestra región. Porque los autores audiovisuales que encontraban protección en Europa y en Argentina no la encontraban en los demás países latinoamericanos. Es verdad que esta cláusula buyout obviamente hace perder los derechos a los guionistas y directores, pero además en nuestra región conviven diversas legislaciones que le otorgan a los productores de estas obras audiovisuales otros derechos. Algunos, como en Argentina, por ejemplo, consideran que el productor es coautor de la obra audiovisual. Otros países estiman que el productor tiene los derechos exclusivos de licencia a título original o a título derivado, pero en definitiva lo tienen. La única manera que encontramos con los compañeros latinoamericanos, y reitero con el apoyo de Gadi sobre todo, y de Santiago Schuster y de Rafael Fariñas, que son los delegados de Cisac en América Latina, fue modificar las legislaciones que existían hasta ese momento, cosa que por suerte pudimos lograr en Chile, Colombia, Uruguay y Panamá. Esta modificación, si bien todavía cuesta encontrar una recaudación constante y uniforme, ha llevado a que en la región la recaudación por audiovisual aumente, al menos en un bajo porcentaje, pero que aumente. Es importante para nosotros dejar en claro que nuestros colegas latinoamericanos necesitan de la firma de convenios de representación con otras sociedades del mundo para que todos los autores encuentren una protección adecuada en Latinoamérica. Distinto es el caso de Argentores, que no tiene este derecho de remuneración en un aspecto legal, en una naturaleza jurídica legal como el derecho de remuneración, sino que Argentores representa de manera exclusiva, al igual que SADIC, a los autores guionistas, en este caso, ¿no? Y entonces la remuneración debida a los guionistas nace de la propia representación exclusiva que ejerce la sociedad. Pero esto es un tema netamente jurídico que no vale la pena entrar ahora, pero sí quiero recalcar la necesidad imperiosa que tienen nuestros colegas de Latinoamérica de contar con el apoyo de todos ustedes para que la recaudación en la región aumente y sea demostrativa de todos los trabajos de los creadores del mundo.
Great. We need to work together. That's the takeout from Raymond, and I think he also pointed out there are some better protections that was bring than a little bit in other country in Latin America. The last speaker, but not least, Cisac, we have all heard a very great success since 2016 about this famous Ricardo Larraín law, which is remuneration rights in Chile. Can you tell us what are the opportunities and challenges after the law when it is enforcing in Chile?
Gracias, Ben. Y primero agradecer la invitación de Gadi y de todo el equipo de Cisac, con Rafael Fariña, como decía Germán. Cisac ha jugado un papel fundamental en el desarrollo nuestro y por lo tanto es básico entender los contextos para poder ver cómo uno ha podido desarrollarse. Todavía, los éxitos, la palabra éxito la dejo todavía muy débil porque a pesar de que hemos conseguido algo, estamos empezando y yo creo que así como esta fila se ve la punta allá que veo a mi amigo francés, cuyos temas son absolutamente para nosotros como están como en una especie de metaverso, es decir, una especie de realidad virtual, puesto que nosotros estamos todavía peleando las cosas más básicas, ¿no? Entonces, estamos contentos, efectivamente, porque hemos conseguido primero una ley, después de 20 años peleando por una ley, y después otros tantos, llevamos cerca de 6, 7 años, para poderla implementar. Bueno, pero hemos conseguido firmar convenios con la televisión abierta, que son convenios nosotros hemos tenido que privilegiar el asegurar el derecho. Y no hemos, digamos, peleado por alcanzar, a pesar de que tuvimos que pasar todas las batallas habidas y por haber, porque tuvimos que llevar a los canales a juicio. Después ellos nos llevaron al Tribunal de la Libre Competencia, después nos llevaron a la Corte Suprema, después encima quisieron destruirnos y nos llevaron al Tribunal Constitucional. Y en todos los casos pudimos salir adelante y lograr un acuerdo con la televisión abierta y paralelamente también con los cable operadores. Entonces hemos conseguido que ya tener un convenio tarifario Nosotros solamente tenemos una relación virtual, así que estamos muy felices de compartir acá este escenario. Y muchas gracias, eso es todo.
So thanks, Cesar. You said it's metaverse, but for Asia Pacific, we think you're all heaven because we don't have any of this right in our region. So thanks very much. I don't think we have a lot of time. Can I steal a few minutes for one question from the floor, please? Anyone from the floor? Anyone? Okay, probably you're too eager to the next panel, but I think it's a really wonderful panelist. We're talking about very different stages of development, which means we need more cooperations amongst ourselves to learn from each other. And I think digital opportunities will be very great, and the basic rights that is starting to collections, and also we're asking for more rights to be given. And we need to learn from each other, and thanks again for the panelists. Please give a round of applause to all the great panelists on the stage. Thank you.
Sure.
This panel, before we take a coffee break, is about state intervention in collective management. And this is a very interesting topic that affects all societies and all repertoires. There are different approaches around the world to how collective management activities should be regulated. In some countries, there's no regulation, and it's just the approach that we should let market forces do their thing. In other countries, there are regulations or laws on collective management. In some other countries, there are state bodies, and in the most extreme example, the state or the government is actually running the society, which is something, actually, we have in Cisac examples for all of these situations. The regional office in Europe that focuses on Central and East Europe is dealing a lot with this issue of state intervention, because this is an area where, or this is the region in which this issue comes up in more and more countries. So the next panel will be moderated by our regional director for Europe, Mitko Chatalbashev. Mitko, please, stage is yours.
Thank you, Gadi. I know that we are running with the time, so I'm going straight to the point. Can we start with the presentation? So the issue of state intervention and state regulation has been identified as one of the key strategic challenges before societies under the current Cisac strategy exercise. Shall not be the slide with the coffee break. So if I push, okay. So as I said, this was a challenge identified under the Cisac current strategy, together with the pressure from external commercial companies on the traditional collective management model. And as Gadi said, we have different forms and with varied intensity in all the Cisac regions and territories. We have identified in general these forms. I mean, the state intervention, here we don't speak about legislation, we speak about the interest of the governments in collective management. And this interest is frequently rather controversial, going in two main streams. I mean, state intervention frequently is portrayed as a good governance tool, and there are frequently frictions between our members and state supervisory bodies. And in some countries, as Gadi mentioned, our members are state agencies, which is mainly the case, for example, of Africa, but not only. We have seen also an interesting phenomenon with the wish of governments to impose compulsory one-stop shops. I mean, not voluntarily one, but in disagreement with our members, and frequently for the whole sector, for the whole musical sector, or for the whole audiovisual sector, imposing one-stop shops between authors' rights and related rights. Quite a controversial topic in many territories. And last but not least, we have seen many examples of state interference in the so-called economics of collective management. This can range from imposing tariffs, different tariff caps, for example, or caps on the administrative expenses. And last but not least, also voluntarily, arbitrarily exempting certain users from payments. Here, the purpose of this slide is just to, before our panelists to take place, just to show you some examples of different state regulation and intervention cases where Cisac has been in support of its members. I can start, of course, with Central Eastern Europe, which is an area where I'm most active, of course, and we have had many issues with state intervention. Great part of my daily work is dedicated to this, and we have witnessed in the last years an interest in the governments to supervise societies. And frequently this supervision is arbitrary, and this has resulted in a very tense relations between our members. For example, in the area of the Western Balkans, this is the area of former Yugoslavia, Moldova, Romania, we have mitigated Cisac, a lot of conflicts between members and state supervisory bodies. The most extreme example here is of Romania, which has a very powerful state supervisory body, and they have recently an initiative to basically create a digital platform, basically nationalizing the activities of the local CMOs. And this initiative is in a very early stage. We have identified it as a very early stage and heavily objecting it together with our partners from Cisac and SAA. Another issue that is also very burning in Central and Eastern Europe is the proliferation of societies managing the same rights. And here we will have a presentation from Giga from Georgia, so I'll not enter in any details. Tariff setting, as I mentioned, is an issue in Eastern Europe. Governments recently have been interfering. For example, a very recent case even from the Czech Republic, very established market where the government, by the way, in the Czech Republic, the so-called Pirate Party is a very strong one. They achieved to exempt certain uses or to put some very vague criteria that basically may result in exempting certain users from paying copyright royalties for public performance. In another territories, also linked to one-stop shops, our Asia-Pacific office has been very active in Southeast Asia, Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, where the government has been trying to set up these mandatory one-stop shops. In Israel, recently there was such an attempt, which we have for the moment prevented together with other international umbrellas. In Latin America, recently I was informed by our regional director, Rafael, regarding certain issues in Peru, regarding tariff setting, controversial tariff setting mechanism, which our member together with the regional office are objecting. In Ecuador, there is a sanction imposed to one of our visual arts members in Ecuador, which is also objected with the support of the Cisac regional office. And last but not least, even not that far in the past, we have supported our members of SCAP and BMI during the process of revision of the consent degrees. It's a really very competitive market, but all regulated with the consent degrees. So without further ado, I will invite my distinguished panelists, and we start with Samuel Sangwa, who is our regional director for Africa. Please take your seat. Then I would like to invite Margarita Panagiotopoulou, who is the CEO of Autodia from Greece. Also Roberto Melo, the CEO of Abramos. Kazumasa Izawa, the CEO of Cisac. and Giga Kovaladze, the CEO of our Georgian member. So the idea is each of these CEOs to present the latest in their specific national cases in the relations with either state supervisory bodies or certain controversial developments. And I would like to start with Margarita. Margarita, you have been mentioned, Autodia. You have been mentioned as a very successful example of good developments after the collapse of our Greek member in 2018 IIP. But we know that it had a price, and part of the price was the intervention of the government in the collective management. So can you share your experience with this intervention, so to see what lessons you have drawn from this intervention, which, as we discussed preliminarily, we assessed as a kind of elephant entering in a glass door?
Okay, thank you very much for the introduction, Mitko, and for this invitation to participate in this panel. And of course, I would like to thank SACM for this amazing event. So in Greece, we use an expression, nothing more permanent than the temporary, or in other words, than a Greek solution. So let me update very quickly about our situation and our story in Greece, very quickly. Immediately after the collapse of IIP, as you said, in May 2018, due to financial fraud and mismanagement, unfortunately, IIP was the private company that managed the music right of composers, lyricists, and music publishers in Greece for over 80 years. So the former government at the time decided to set up a temporary state entity, state vehicle we can say, for the collection and the distribution of royalties, named AED, which after 2 years gave way to a new independent no-profit organization named EDEM. And all this while Autodia established and was operating since 2007. When Cisac Director General Gadi Oron visited Athens in early April in 2018 for a series of meetings on the future of collective management in Greece, no one could have imagined the chaos that would face in this small market. And yet, in the letter he sent a few days later to the Minister of Culture, he seemed to foresee everything, or almost everything. Cisac had been following the matter closely since the beginning, so Gadi Oron met in Athens with all the interest parties, like Autodia, like the Greek Intellectual Property Organization, supervised by the Minister of Culture in Greece, the Commissioner of IIP, the Minister of Culture, of course, the Union of the Greek Music Publishers, and the 4 unions of Greek creators. He tried to convince them that the only healthy solution in Greece after the collapse of IIP was to support and invest to Autodia. This choice was communicated, of course, to the World Confederation, which confirmed its support for this approach. The reason was simple and essential. The restructuring and the development of Autodia was preferable, as less time of consuming and costly than the alternative solution to create a state vehicle. In fact, this last solution was unclear as to whether it was compatible with the European legislation on the music or on collective management of rights. So in this context, in 2018, we signed an MOU with Cisac. We received an interest loan free of 1 million euros for our infrastructure. And this loan, of course, is repaid normally and will be fully repaid by the end of this year. In fact, Cisac warned, our experience has shown that having numerous collective management entities in a single market rarely leads to a positive outcome and will likely raise numerous challenges to the protection of authors' interests. Nothing else could have described the situation better. So the AED, the state vehicle, was established by law and as part of the state supervisory authority of the OPI, the Intellectual Property Organization, with a 2-year life. In other words, the supervisor and the supervised were exactly the same body, with the result that AED received a lot of benefits at the expense of Otodia to a scandalous extent. I will only refer to conflict of interest, unfair competition, discriminatory treatment, defamation of Otodia, recruitment of workers and procurement outside of the usual procedure in the state, and so on. The discriminatory treatment between AED and Otodia, of course, also entailed discriminatory treatment between creators and other right holders, such as foreign organizations. This chaos resulted in a series of complaints against AED, fragmentation of the local repertoire, disputes among Greek creators, anger and reluctance, of course, of users to pay to CMOs. Forces used of the pro rata licensing model with significant delays in our collections and distributions, of course, and in few words, the market was deregulated and destabilized. So, moreover, with the completion of the operation of AED, a new CMO was established, as I said at the beginning, named EDEM, and the property of AED was transferred to it on the basis of the joint ministerial decision. Anyway, EDEM, without the help of the state, and even though a new management appointed, began to shrink. The lack of experience in the field of collective management, the lack of know-how in copyright were evidence, as well as practices that tried to favor all local repertoire over the foreign one, without, however, being based on any rational basis. All foreign CMOs left EDEM and joined, of course, Otodia, and all the major publishers left EDEM and joined Otodia. Unfortunately, the intervention of the Greek state in the field of collective management of music rights was particularly harmful and damaging. The reconstruction and the development of the market was delayed in various ways after the collapse of IP, and we are still experiencing the results of the wrong choices of this day. So the destabilization of the market, the fragmentation of the local repertoire in Greece, created by the state intervention, has cost us over 100 million euros in non-collecting royalties from the beginning, I mean from 2018 till now in the Greek market. So the right holders suffered so much of all this power game, the state intervention, the unfair competition. Initially we had the AED and then we had the DEM and so on. That means if there was only CMO in Greece after the collapse of IP, Otodia would record now for the fiscal year of 2022 revenues amounting to over 30 million euros instead of 16.4 million euros actual. So Otodia, amid state intervention and the war of unfair competition and defamation it's experienced, took all the necessary management actions and worked very hard to defend the interests of its members and sister societies within the framework, of course, of Greek and European legislation guided by the principle of transparency and justice. In the meantime, it has significantly consolidated its position in Greek market. We have the leading position. We have our market share is over 85%. We have signed a lot of licensing agreements with major users in Greece. More and more Greek right holders are now registered in Otodia, which aims to de facto unite the local repertoire under its roof. So today, Otodia records significant growth rates and has faced the financial impact of the negative impact of the pandemic, with target actions having made serious investments and synergies, especially in digital technology. For example, after 3 years of negotiations, finally, we signed with Netflix in 2021, and in March of 2023, we received over 4 million euros for our members, especially for our sister societies. So Otodia has proved to be the case of nothing more permanent than a Greek solution. So what ODIA is a success story for me, a critical case study, and of course I would like to thank Cisac and personally Gadi Oron and our sister societies for their constant support. And of course I would like to thank that follow ODIA and believe in us. They were followed the state vehicle and this crazy solution, allow me to say. So at the bottom line, the government should support the creators, the collective management, and not interfere in collective management and in our operation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Margarita. You used your presentation also to present a bit of the results of Autodia and the state interference. That's very good. I mean, it's a very good example of cooperation between Cisac and Cisac member to fight improper state intervention. And the lesson, I think, is also that the Greek government should have intervened much earlier to prevent what was happening with IIP. And we also, as the international community, should have done much earlier, not to wait the government to arrange our own yard. Okay, then I would go without further delay to Giga, to Georgia, because this is another country that we've been working very closely to fix a kind of crisis situation, again, regarding the management of the same right for more than one society. And there are some interesting specificities of the Georgian situation that the Giga can share. And literally yesterday, we sent again, with the help of the Cisac legal team, we sent a letter to the Georgian government, again calling on them to implement proper one-stop solution, and basically saying that the law that they have produced is not a good law, shall be withdrawn, and we would like to work together with SCAPR and IFRO to improve this law. So what is the latest from Georgia? And floor is yours, Giga.
Thank you. Thank you, Mitko, for the possibility. Hello, everyone. It's my great pleasure to be here and to have a chance to share this information. Our situation is a bit more complicated because it's not only inside happening by the state officials, but it's influenced by the other country, as Russia. It could be not a surprise, and that the Russian influence has risen in recent years, and unfortunately, this is the fact. So our story, before providing details, let me start with very short story.
Giga, just sorry, you'll not have time for the details, so go.
No, I will be very brief, and I'm gonna clarify everything briefly. So. Our story begins in 2019 when Russia pressed us and pushed us to join the Euro-Asian Confederation they created and promoted among post-Soviet Union countries. After refusal, they established in Georgia rogue CMO, and I'm saying rogue because this is the essential detail, because our law does not allow parallel administration and is in favor of a one-stop shop licensing system. That means that there is the other main criteria for establishing CMO is having reciprocal agreements with most of CMOs worldwide. So this other CMO, which was established by Russia, they don't qualify this criteria, and that's why they are rogue. So after this, they have many attempts to destroy us and so on. I don't go through details, but after 2 years unsuccessful attempts, they find some high officials in our culture committee of the parliament, and they initiated the discussions about the amendments in the copyright law to allow parallel administration and to somehow legalize this rogue CMO. Discussions started. We managed to involve these international parties. Of course, Cisac, there was IFRO, there was SCAP, IFPI, and even some EU experts as well, and they provided the recommendations. Our parliament promised and announced that they will follow these recommendations and they will amend the law according to them. But the interesting and exciting story begins now. In a month ago, they drafted the bill, which is a bright example of state intervention in the copyright collecting management. So, first of all, they are formally preserving one-stop shop's licensing system, but on the other hand, they are providing conditions which is favor to the Russian lobby. That means that they are removing the mutual representation agreements with the international CMOs, and only local representativeness will be enough to get accreditation. And the other thing is that in addition, this law provides. This bill provides the provision. For example, there is a set distribution terms and deadlines. Our patent office gets the power to set the tariffs. There is sets the maximum percentage of the management fees, and etc. and etc. It's a obvious example of the state intervention of the state body, which I think harms the both local and international right holders. So Mitko already mentioned that 2 days ago there was sent joint letter by the three umbrella organizations, and there is a request to withdraw this bill and start again drafting the new law. Now our parliament is going to initiate the bill next week, as they announced, and we are trying our best to stop them. And otherwise, we may end up like in Moldova, when there was adopted a very ambiguous law 6 months ago, or even worse, like in Ukraine, which is the notorious example, you know. So. We hope we are now trying with our members, together with our members, and of course with the international society, to stop them. And we strongly believe that this bill will be withdrawn, and there will be new discussions opened to draft the proper and law which is in line with the international practice, with the CRM EU directive and law, international law. Thank you.
Thank you, Giga. We'll continue supporting you in this process. And now I would like to move to a bit more developed markets with a bigger tradition and bigger territories, like Brazil and Japan. And based on our previous discussions, I want to ask Roberto to share a bit more with, a cut is something that is, for example, in Europe and in Central and Eastern Europe, frequently appears in these discussions where we have with the governments. What is a cut? What is the cut model? Can we put the cut model? So I have studied the cut model. I like some things, and I believe some things are very good, but also we believe that some things are not valid for other parts of the world, which is quite logical. So it would be interesting to hear after in the 70s, this mechanism was introduced, very interesting one. State intervention to set up an order in the market, but then the societies they were let alone to run this. So what is your best and shortest possible experience with this? Are there some developments on this? And of course, it will be interesting to hear, because Brazil is a very big country, very important country, member of BRICS, how you're handling copyright and collective management issues with any change of president, for example. Now it's President Lula. What is changing this?
Thank you, Mitko. It's a pleasure to talk to you, to our community here. We never have in Brazil properly an intervention. We never have. We had some attempt of intervention 14 years ago. At that time, the president of Cisac was Robin Gibb. We have a strong movement of all our community in order to avoid the possibility of having an intervention in the collective management musical system in Brazil. And we got it. We had a victory and showing to the public and to the civil society that we do a good job, that we have a strong instruments and tools in order to comply with the interests of our authors, our musicians, our performers, our publishers. This is completely right. We never had an intervention. Attempts? Yeah, for sure, but they never got this. In Brazil, we have a special system. 50 years ago, in 1973, was published a law 5988, establishing an organism, a central organism, controlled and homologated and supervised by the civil society, by the societies of collective managed system in Brazil. We do everything. Government does nothing. We never have interference in our operation. What we have is a supervision of the Ministry of Culture. This is very good. I understand that should be profitable for everybody in order to verify, to audit everything, to verify if the statutes, the bylaws are okay, if the job we're doing is a proper job in favor of all the community. This is good. But with the system in Brazil, the central system, we have this organism that's our organism to collect from the 500,000 users in Brazil, a little bit more than this. And then we established the rules for collection. We established rules for distributions. We established rules also for tools, movements, social engagements, political engagements, what we should address to the parliament, what we should address to the society, to the press, to everybody. With this movement in Brazil and the creation of our organism to collect, we have a sole database. In our sole database, we have nowadays 20 million works duly registered. We have approximately 15 million tracks registered. We have thousands and thousands and thousands of cue sheets from Brazil, from anywhere. We do the homologation of this documentation between ourselves. We present to the central database of ECAD. ECAD has our rules to collect, and after establishing the rules, they did their best to collect the best they can, and then according to the matching they have with the documentation furnished, prepared, and inputted by the collective societies, they with the matching, they distribute by ourselves. We do. The 7 societies in Brazil, we do. We saw now a movement all over the world following this model of Brazil. I remember 4 years ago, we have a General Assembly of SCAPER in Brazil, and received a lot of societies all over the world, and we received a visit of PPL, and PPL said, that's very interesting, because you arrange a composition of interesting of author rights and neighboring rights. And we have a link between the ISWC and the ISRC. This is easier because you can identify the composers, the publishers, the performers, the producers, and the non-featuring artists that we prepare to name musicians. They are musicians as all the artists. After this visit, PRS for Music, PPL, decide to form a joint venture society only to collect. They have their tariffs, separate tariffs, but they collect together by this joint venture society. We saw the same movement in Chile too, SCI and SCD, this movement exactly to comply with the interests of everybody. If you have a sole documentation and you can attend to the interests of all the composers of this network, it's interesting to the users and mainly for us, for the people that will deal with this job. I understand that we have to have the supervision of the state. We have a new government in Brazil. I believe that should be much better that the old government that is retired, that make a complete, they are not engaging in culture affair. They never supported culture affair. They are engaging in other affairs, some kind of non-democracy steps that are not our history, our democratic history. I believe we are in our proper route, in our proper moment, and we are always at disposal of our community to share our experience in Brazil.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very interesting. Then I move to Mr. Isawa. From our preliminary discussion that we had, and you may put your headphones because he will speak in Japanese. I was impressed in something very interesting. I noticed.
Japanese.
Yeah. I was saying that from our preliminary discussion, something impressed me, that the moment that you were feeling that the government would intervene and you're getting the first signals, you immediately were reacting and not waiting for further actions, either regarding some corporate governance issues or the need to have a joint database. Immediately you were reacting on a voluntarily basis, so a very interesting Japanese preemptive way. Can you please elaborate a bit on this? Did I get it right? This?
And I will make the translation for the program.
はい。JASRAC と日本政府との関係っていうのは、一言で言うと、適度な距離感というもので、あると思います。JASRAC は誕生して84年ですけれども、この84年間の間、JASRAC と日本国政府との関係はずっと変わってきてきました。まずJASRAC が誕生する前ですけれども、政府は著作権法を作り、著作権条約に加盟したんですけれども、まだ当時は著作権の集中管理団体がありませんでした。ですので、権利者はそれぞれがバラバラに権利主張したりしなかったりして、市場が大きく混乱してたんです。そこで、日本の音楽創作者が集まって、著作権の集中管理団体を作ろうということになったんですが、これを政府が強くサポートしたんですね。当時、日本の音楽創作者はいくつものグループに分かれてしまっていたんですけれども、政府がそれらのグループを一箇所に集めて、政府の会議室を提供して、一つの著作権管理団体が作れるように力強くサポートしました。JASRAC が誕生した時には、職員はわずか3名しかいないような小さな組織だったんです。そうなると、様々な管理団体が乱立して権利主張して市場が混乱してしまうことがないように、日本国政府は著作権管理団体を認可制にしました。一分野に一つだけ。それだけしか認可しないということに決めて、結局JASRACを保護したんです。その後、長期間にわたってJASRACは独占的に著作権の管理業務を行うこととなり、その結果、日本での著作権の制度、それから著作権の集中管理の仕組みが広く市場に浸透していくことができました。そしてJASRACも成長することができたんです。そしてJASRACが成長していくに従って、だんだん政府はJASRACとの距離を取るようになってきました。JASRACもこの84年の歴史の中でいろいろな事件があります。トラブル、あるいは不祥事ですね。そういう事件があると政府に介入の口実を与えてしまいます。監督官庁の文化庁の元官僚がJASRACの理事長に就任すると、そうした時期もありました。JASRACはそうしたことを経験しながら、その都度必要なガバナンス、内部統制、それを強化しなければいけないんだということを学び続けて、それを意識して政府介入の理由を作らない、そのようにしてきたんです。また、実務、仕事の面でも、放っておくと政府から強制的にあれをやれというふうに問題になりそうなことを、JASRACが政府の力を借りずに自分たちで、そして 他の権利者団体や利用者団体とも協力して、先に実施してしまうというようなことをしてきました。例えば、日本のレコード協会、あるいは実演家の団体、そしてジャスラックや、あるいは競争関係にあるクライアント RME などと共同で、ミュージックフォレストという音楽の総合データベースを作って、もうすでに日本では一般に公開しています。また、近年のデジタル時代になって、音楽のを大量に使用するデジタル配信というのが、市場ができてきましたが、同時に日本でも管理事業者が複数化して、権利が分散化してきたんです。そうすると、デジタル事業者の人たちは、利用報告が非常に煩雑になってしまいます。そこで、ジャスラックは、他の管理事業者や、あるいは利用者団体とも協議して、DSP からの利用報告について、複数の管理事業者分のレポートを一度に作れる、そういうコピーライトのデータクリアランスハウスというものを立ち上げました。マッチング作業も行いますので、提出先の管理団体の作品コードを記入した報告書を作れる、そういう仕組みを政府の介入なしで事業者と管理団体だけで作ってしまったんで、世界でもユニークな取り組みだと思います。このようにして音楽業界が必要とするであろう事柄を政府から求められる前にできることはやってしまう。そうすることで政府に介入する口実を与えないという効果があるというふうに考えています。ただ、ジャスラックにとって私たちが今一番気にしなくてはいけないのは、これも政府の介入の一種ですけれども、競争当局です。競争当局は、著作権の集中管理については何も知りません。まるで理解していません。そもそも音楽産業とか音楽文化の発展というものは、競争の副産物だというぐらいしか思っていないんですね。ジャスラックも日本における競争当局から放送局との包括使用許諾契約、これが反競争的だというふうにして排除措置命令を受けたことがあります。裁判にもつれ込みました。裁判になってしまうと、どのような判決が出るかは予想がつかなくなってしまうんです。なので、今私たちは、競争法を専門とする弁護士を雇って、その協力を求め、競争法上のリスクを低下させるようにしながら事業を行っています。このように、ジャスラックと政府との関係というのは、私たちの成長とともに変わってきていますし、これからも変わり続けるでしょう。ジャスラックとしては、政府に介入する口実を与えない、作らないということを心がけている。そこが私たちの特徴だと思います。
Thank you very much, Mr. Rizao. Indeed, very interesting lessons from Japan and your relations with the government. You raised also the issue of competition law. We didn't put it in this panel because this is a subject of a totally different, not different, but could be a subject of a whole panel dedicated only on competition law and collective management. Thank you very much for this summary. And last but not least, I am turning on to Samuel, my colleague from Africa, the regional director for Africa. There is a lot also to talk about state, the role of the state in the African continent, starting from the form of our entities and the different controversial interventions of governments, either in the supervisory side or in the economics of collective management. We don't really have time, and I know, Samuel, that you would like to focus just on 2 or 3 maximum national situations and giving us the African perspective on state interference from the position of these 3 countries.
Thank you, Mitko, and I'm really happy to hear that what I see on the continent is experienced also in other parts of the world when it comes to intervention. And actually, when we are talking about Africa, we have 2 setups. Basically, we have what you may call state-owned CMOs, which we find mostly in West Africa, what you may call the French-speaking countries, I would say. We have bureaux. So these are entities which are actually integrated within the government structure. So the land ministry will be mostly the Ministry of Culture, for instance. So this is really public state-owned entity. And then you also have what we call civil society or private society, which you'll find in the countries of the common law, English-speaking countries. And one of the questions which comes anytime I travel, they always ask me, which model is good one? The one where we have strong state intervention, where it's the government, or where we leave it private business. And as I said, I'll take it from case, and I'll start with what you may find in common law, starting with Kenya. And as an example, where we have a member, the Music Cooperative Society of Kenya, where the situation of monopoly brought, that's the rationale, brought the government to establish a regulatory body, which called Kenya Copyright Office. Mission is to monitor and to regulate collective management into that country. The understanding being the government is the custodian of IP in a country, so they need to make sure the CMOs play by the rule. However, the intervention of the state led to undermine the whole system. How? First of all, the government grants a license to operate to CMO on a yearly basis. We all understand, we all know, when you are in collective management, you need time, you need strategy, you need communication, you need to create an environment in which the users understand and trust. Now, if the regulation each year withdraw the license to the CMOs and then ask them to apply and give them, it creates speculation. The society are no more working to achieve their goal, which is to collect and distribute, but to secure a license each year. And when a society has been lost his license, then speculation comes in. It means other entities are interested to come and get the license. So in that regard, the intervention of the state trying to regulate somehow creates the adverse effect. It creates speculation. Always in the case of Kenya, where the government instructs the CMOs to take a specific system of collective management system, saying this is the best system because we have an eye on it. We are going to monitor. Unfortunately, the system they bring, because this is government, we are talking about business, is not connected to the international system. It's not plugged. There's no way you are going to contribute in Cisac either to WEED, to SysNet and the like, but the government say, we want to control, we want to see, so this is the tool we want you to use. But the Kenya case is quite interesting because the government went further and became signatory to the bank accounts of the society. The understanding is your admin costs are very high. We need to cap them. So before you retrieve the money, we also need to be signatory. So we go into micromanagement at some point. So the intervention of the state within an environment which is supposed to be business private really have adverse effects. The other case study I want to bring is related to the private copying. All of us, we know it's a major income stream for a number of societies. If you take an example like in Cape Verde, a very good country, where the government collects basically on behalf of the society. We all know that technically, legally, the society is the one collecting, but since you need customs office at the entry point to collect, so it's the government. So the money will end up into the public treasury. Now, how is the money distributed by the government now? 20% will be going to a fund of the government to support creative industry. 30% will go to a specific mission which is to support audiovisual. And 50% will be going to the CMOs. But there we have two CMOs. And the government will say we are going to split it equally, 25% for one society, 1% for the other society. So at the end of the day, creators remain with only 25%. What's happening there? Government look at royalties as a tool to fund its own cultural policies. In a number of countries in Africa, the Ministry of Culture does not have the budget. So they rely now on the royalties somehow to fund their own policy. So this also affects, I would say, the collective management and how the country comes in. You also have cases, and I'm going back to what we call French-speaking countries, where the life of the Director General is linked to the ministry presence in the government or no. So sometimes a new minister comes, you have a new CEO. So it becomes very difficult to have a long-term strategy in that regard. So I think, and again, what could be the best model? For me, it's always how the states, the society, within the confinement of the law, create that environment, that ecosystem, which make collective management efficient. Sometimes when it's the far west, where there's no government, then you may have malpractices sometimes, especially when you have monopoly. But too much intervention has adverse effects, and at the end of the day, undermine the very goal which was set, which is to collect and distribute. So for me, those are some of the elements when it comes to state intervention within collective management.
Thank you, Samuel. If I can summarize, too much state intervention may kill you. Huh? Okay, so we are at the end basically to this panel, which at least for me was very interesting with these different experiences and approaches in variety of territories. I see from the screen that we have 1 minute for a possible question or comment from the floor. Yes, you can have the floor. Please present yourself.
Muchas gracias. Voy a ser muy corto, de repente menos de 1 minuto. Prefiero identificarme. Rubén Ugarteche, director general de ABDAIC Perú. Como bien dijo Mitko al inicio de la presentación del panel, en Perú lamentablemente hay una regulación arbitraria de tarifas, ¿no? Emulando las palabras del representante Cisac, a veces hay una proximidad adecuada y muchas veces una proximidad tóxica de la autoridad de derecho de autor. La mayoría de los países contamos con una autoridad de la competencia, una autoridad que vela por los derechos de los consumidores y usuarios, y una autoridad de la propiedad intelectual, y específicamente de la derecho de autor, que busca tutelar los derechos de los autores y también supervisar la transparencia de las sociedades de gestión. Bienvenida esa supervisión. Queremos cada vez más transparencia. Tenemos en la Cisac reglas profesionales, normas de gobierno corporativo, que somos fieles cumplidores de ellas, y la Cisac siempre está monitoreando ello. Recientemente, la autoridad judicial, hace 2 meses, ha emitido una sentencia señalando que la Dirección de Derecho de Autor de Perú, de Indecopi, ha dictado resolución en contra de la Ley de Derecho de Autor cuando desconoció los derechos de los autores sobre sus obras musicales cuando están incorporadas en las obras audiovisuales. Ahora también se quiere imponer una ventanilla única, únicamente con el propósito de favorecer a los usuarios. En la mayoría de los países de América Latina a diferencia de lo que puede ocurrir en otros países, en otros continentes, para poder licenciar un repertorio se requiere la autorización de funcionamiento otorgada por el Estado, con lo cual quedan investidos de lo que se denomina la legitimación activa y quedan a su vez sujetos a una fuerte fiscalización estatal. Bueno, en Perú quieren imponer una ventanilla única, pero a las sociedades de gestión colectiva de derechos de autor y conexos, y sin embargo hay una permisibilidad para que operen empresas fuera de la ley. Y lo que viene ocurriendo en Perú también viene ocurriendo en otros países de América Latina, lamentablemente. Eso es todo. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias por este comentario. Yo estoy seguro que nuestro director general de América Latina, Rafael, va a continuar a ayudarle con todo lo que es posible. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. That is all for this panel. I'm really thankful to the panelists and to your attention. Thank you very much. So everyone, we will take a short coffee break. Please be back by 10 minutes. We have two more panels, one on visual art, and then we kept the hot topic of the moment for last. We have a panel on AI. Bjorn will be back for this panel. So please stick around. 10 minutes coffee break and we will resume. Thank you.
Please take your seats, everyone. We would like to start. Everyone, please take your seats.
Señoras y señores, estamos por comenzar. De nuevo, les pedimos ocupar sus lugares. Ladies and gentlemen, the session starts again. Please take your seats. Mesdames et messieurs, la session recommence. Merci de vous asseoir.
Okay, we would like to start. Please take your seats. The next panel will deal with visual art, rights and licensing. Visual art is another area that is fairly underdeveloped, where Cisac's efforts focus on promoting legislation and also helping societies establish and start their operations. It is an area that is mostly developed in Europe because the legislation there is more advanced, and because of that, there's also more societies that are active in licensing visual art repertoire. But in other countries, in other regions outside Europe, the situation is more difficult. And one of the regions in which Cisac is focusing its efforts is Latin America. So for that, we will invite now the regional director for Latin America, Rafael Fariñas, and he will introduce the topic and will invite the other speakers. Rafael, please.
Buenas tardes.
queríamos empezar con este panel sobre los derechos y sobre todo la campaña de la Cisac con los derechos de los creadores visuales. Y tenemos panelistas de Latinoamérica, de Europa, de Asia-Pacífico. Y antes de presentarlos e invitarlos a estar acá, espero que todos estén allí esperando para participar. Quiero, en primer lugar, hacer una breve introducción antes de llamarlo a cada uno de ellos. El plan para esta presentación es comentarles un poco cuál es la actividad que la Cisac está desplegando en los distintos territorios. Por supuesto, vamos a hacer algunas consideraciones sobre Latinoamérica y otras regiones. Vamos a escuchar a los panelistas en relación con los avances en Europa. También vamos a comentar cuál es la situación específica en México con la aprobación de las tarifas para el derecho de participación. Y, por supuesto, vamos a escuchar el trabajo que hace el Grupo Regional de Latinoamérica y la experiencia, por supuesto, en Asia-Pacífico, los avances y toda la campaña que se ha desplegado en la región. Ese es el plan. Quisiera empezar diciéndoles pues que la Cisac, como lo hace con el resto de los repertorios, tiene cifras donde pueden mirar en detalle cuál es la situación de este repertorio, cuáles son las regiones o cuáles son las regiones que tienen mayor incidencia desde el punto de vista económico y el trabajo que se hace en cada una de las regiones. Pueden mirar ustedes pues que ahí está Europa con una cifra importante, con los trabajos que después ya nos va a comentar más adelante Javier, y así en cada una de las regiones. Como ven, pues hay comentarios, hay un trabajo que se hace en cada una de estas regiones, pero sobre todo podemos resumirla en esa frase: todo lo que nosotros hemos ido avanzando, todo lo que la Cisac ha venido haciendo con las sociedades en cada una de las regiones, pero lo podemos resumir en esa necesidad y ese avance en crear y generar acuerdos, por ejemplo, en este caso, en la cita allí, con grandes usuarios como por ejemplo Google o otras iniciativas, con museos o espacios de arte donde se puede generar algún tipo de derechos, como por ejemplo el de exhibición, en fin, todas estas cosas creo que forman parte de esta narrativa de la Cisac con la gestión de los derechos para los creadores visuales. Y no solamente los que están en el panel, sino también otras regiones, por ejemplo, en África, iniciativa de la Cisac con la Bienal de Dakar, cómo construir allí iniciativas para promover todo lo que tiene que ver con los derechos de los creadores visuales, espacios idóneos para presentar todo ese trabajo que se puede hacer en la región, y allí pues tienen también un trabajo que se viene haciendo precisamente para, primero, dar la información de la necesidad de estos repertorios en los países en África, pero sobre todo para hacer un llamado a las autoridades de la necesidad de implementar, ¿verdad?, la gestión de estos derechos en África. Y en Europa, no voy a agregar en detalle, pero sí hemos invitado a Javier para que nos comente su visión de las cosas que nos pueden decir respecto a Europa y sobre todo las nuevas herramientas que tienen que ver con la gestión de los derechos, el de licenciamiento, cómo se integran esas aplicaciones con el propósito de hacer que se pueda hacer una gestión más efectiva, sobre todo ahora con los usos digitales. Vamos a escuchar todas las iniciativas en Asia, Pacífico, y para eso pues tenemos presentaciones de esa región con información muy relevante que puede ser de utilidad para cada uno de nosotros. Y finalmente vamos a enfocarnos en Latinoamérica. Como ustedes ven allí, en Latinoamérica nosotros tenemos un grupo regional que Fabiana les irá comentando, el plan que tenemos y lo que hemos venido conversando. También tenemos asuntos que tienen que ver con el lobby que hace la región en algunos países, por ejemplo, como Argentina o Chile, con proyectos de ley que están pendientes y, por supuesto, con esos proyectos en discusión y esperando que en los próximos meses podamos tener la aprobación de algunos de esos proyectos. Por ejemplo, en Chile la discusión está muy avanzada. No está con nosotros Arturo, que es el presidente, por ejemplo, Duclos de Creimagen en Chile, pero justo ahora se está discutiendo en el Parlamento y concretamente en la Comisión de Cultura y del Senado de Chile la posibilidad de tener aprobado pronto esa ley que garantiza los derechos de participación a los creadores visuales en Chile. Algo similar está pasando también en Argentina. Hemos estado allí reunidos con autoridades argentinas, específicamente del Parlamento, del Senado, y allí hay un proyecto de ley que se presentó recientemente y bueno, esperamos que la discusión se dé allí, ¿no? Y finalmente, como ven ustedes, pues reuniones con todas las sociedades de la región que forman parte de este repertorio con el propósito de hacer posible la gestión de los derechos allí, la creación de nuevas entidades. Y bueno, creo que con eso podemos hacer esta pequeña introducción para llamar entonces a nuestros panelistas. Muy bien, quiero invitar, perdón. Wow. Quiero invitar y quiero que me acompañe. Perdón. Me quito de ella. Quiero invitar a nuestros panelistas, entonces, en primer lugar, quiero invitar y quiero que lo recibamos también con un aplauso y agradecer efectivamente que sea nuestro vicepresidente en Cisac, Mr. Fukuoji, por favor. Thank you. Javier Gutiérrez, de Begat. Fabiana Nascimento. Fabiana es de Aubis, Brasil. El licenciado Marcos Morales, de Indautor. Elizabeth Ambris, de SOMAP. y Mr. Yoshizawa de Jaspar.
Bienvenido.
Bueno, quiero agradecer a los panelistas por tener el tiempo y la disposición de ya justo a esta hora estar finalizando los paneles, pero muchas gracias por su disposición. Quiero empezar con Javier. Javier, como viste en la breve introducción, la CISA ha venido trabajando con los derechos de participación en todas las regiones, con algunos resultados, con un nivel de mayor desarrollo en unos que en otros. Y quisiera que empecemos, que nos cuentes cómo es la situación en Europa desde tu perspectiva, sobre todo qué estamos haciendo, cuáles son las herramientas que crees que son fundamentales para materializar los derechos, y no solamente en Europa, sino como recomendación. Así que quiero unos comentarios en ese sentido.
Muchísimas gracias. Muy buenas tardes, señoras y señores. Bien, si te parece, voy a hacer algunos comentarios de carácter general también, porque nuestro sector es un sector importante dentro de la Cisac. Estamos hablando de 68 sociedades, de entre las 227 sociedades que tiene la Cisac, pero no siempre bien conocido por los otros repertorios. Creo que es muy importante tener en cuenta que el entorno actual, el entorno digital, está desarrollado en torno a la imagen y que la creación visual es un elenco claramente digital, con una clara oportunidad digital y un claro elemento que está inserto en toda la actividad multimedia. Los creadores visuales son precisamente, desde luego, las bellas artes tradicionales, la fotografía, el diseño gráfico, el humor gráfico, pero es también el netart, es también la videocreación, el videoarte, y está en aspectos como el dibujo animado, el manga. Está claramente utilizado en este momento desde las actividades televisivas hasta las plataformas digitales, las plataformas de oferta de actividades audiovisuales, Netflix, HBO. Precisamente este ha sido quizá el asunto que ha supuesto para este sector de sociedades AGP, de Cisac, las sociedades de artes gráficas y plásticas, el reto mayor, porque han tenido que dar un salto desde el entorno analógico, que estaba desarrollado en torno a la compraventa de obras de arte y su vínculo con el derecho de participación, y con el derecho de reproducción en entornos como el entorno editorial, la actividad publicitaria o el merchandising, que eran las fuentes de recaudación tradicionales, al entorno digital, cuyo tubo de entrada es claramente la comunicación pública, el derecho de comunicación pública en todas sus distintas facetas, incluida la puesta a disposición del público. Para poder desarrollar esa transformación digital a la que se han visto envueltas las sociedades, en Europa, pero ahora ya podríamos decir en general en todo el entorno Cisac, estuvimos desarrollando una herramienta poderosa de monitorización de uso de las obras en el entorno audiovisual y digital, basándonos en dos principios fundamentales, que son dos valores fundamentales de la gestión colectiva en general y de la Cisac en particular. Me refiero al apoyo mutuo y me refiero a la autogestión. Dos elementos esenciales que han permitido que las sociedades, inicialmente sociedades europeas, desde la provocación de la propuesta de ADAGP, que desarrolló la Sociedad Francesa ADAGP, desarrolló esta herramienta. Es una herramienta, como digo, de monitorización que permite un reconocimiento de las imágenes en los distintos ámbitos en los que se pueden encontrar insertas dentro del ámbito audiovisual, dentro de actividades digitales y que permite pues, desarrollar estas búsquedas y capturas de las creaciones visuales, incluso las tridimensionales, y que permite identificar a los autores, los títulos de las obras en un sistema de fingerprinting, que es el mismo sistema de identificación que se usa para otros efectos y que, previa la compilación de microimágenes junto con los metadatos vinculados a estas imágenes, es perfectamente posible luego después desarrollar este trabajo que nos presenta en pantalla qué obras han sido utilizadas, de qué autores, que nos sirve también para la administración de los derechos, que es muy útil en algunos casos porque hay muchas creaciones visuales que son sin título, como es el caso de las fotografías, y que nos permite identificar a qué autores corresponden desde la imagen misma, y que en este momento está siendo desarrollado por 9 sociedades, en una experiencia piloto muy avanzada y que muy pronto se va a extender su oferta para la integración de todas las 64 sociedades AGP que tiene la Cisac. Para mí es importante señalar que esta aventura en la que estamos envueltos, este desarrollo hacia el que vamos, forma parte de otras aventuras en las que está inserta la Cisac. Para desarrollar adecuadamente este trabajo es necesario cumplir con las normas profesionales, estar dentro de la lista IPI, tener de alguna manera todos los procesos de estandarización incorporados, porque, como digo, el futuro es multimedia y la integración de unos repertorios con otros repertorios es fundamental. Para que consigamos el éxito que necesitamos en los retos grandes que tenemos, que para la creación visual son los mismos que para la música o para el cine, es decir, necesitamos acabar con el buyout, necesitamos obtener la copia privada en todo el planeta, como un sistema de remuneración que es la puerta de entrada para la financiación de las entidades de gestión y para las compensaciones económicas en el entorno digital. Tercera lucha, el conseguir un reconocimiento de estos derechos y la remuneración adecuada en el entorno digital que compense las utilizaciones de las obras, nos necesitamos todos. Y yo creo que ese es el reto. El reto de la creación visual es el reto de toda la comunidad Cisac. Necesitamos apoyarnos unos a otros.
Muy bien. Gracias, Javier. De todas maneras, vamos a volver muy rápidamente con un comentario final y estoy seguro que cualquier cosa que no hayas comentado, pues puedes hacerlo. Quiero ahora...
Yo soy disciplinado, me has dicho que muy breve.
Sí, yo creo que debemos usar el tiempo con mucha rigor. Bueno, ahora quisiera invitar para comentarnos cuál es la situación y actualizarnos los trabajos en Asia-Pacífico. Me gustaría, en primer lugar, invitar, porque vamos a tener dos panelistas que nos van a hablar de la situación, uno más enfocado en Japón y otro pues más en el contexto de Asia-Pacífico. Me gustaría invitar a Mr. Fukuoji, nuestro vicepresidente, para que nos hable cuál es la situación en la región y particularmente en Japón en relación con los derechos de los creadores visuales. Adelante.
ジャスパーの会長をしております日本画家の福王寺和彦です。Cisacの皆様とSACMの皆様の多大なご理解をいただきましてお招きいただきまして誠にありがとうございます。心から感謝をしております。また本日はCisacの副会長にご指名いただきまして誠にありがとうございます。身が引き締まる思いでいますけれども、私にできることはすべてさせていただきたいと思っております。 私は、日本画家ですけれども、簡単に日本画家についてご説明させていただきます。私は幼い頃から絵を描くことが大好きでした。人物や風景、蝶や蛍などの昆虫や牛や馬などの動物を素描しながら三日月や上弦の月、太陽のある風景を絵画作品として描いています。果てしのない天津空と雪下の山脈、その風景の中には、里山の川や棚田、湧水、湖、そして季節風の吹く海があり、土と水の匂いを感じながら、草木や梢の空、四季折々に森が息中にも重なる豊かな自然の中で、空と大地が響き合う作品を描きたいと思っています。今日皆様のお手元にこの4枚の絵はがきがあると思いますけれども、これは高野山金剛無事の、今年1250年の記念の、懺悔の原画で4枚入っています。話が長くなりましたけれども、この4枚の中でもしお好きなものがあれば、この会議の終了後にサインさせていただきたいと思っておりますので、お時間のある方はぜひ選んでいただければと思います。4枚入っております。ジャスパーは、2012年、すなわち約、11年前に設立された視覚芸術に特化した著作権の管理団体です。日本にはご承知の通り、音楽著作権を管理している84年の歴史のある団体、ジャスラックがあります。先ほど、伊沢理事長がスピーチされましたけれども、ジャスパーはジャスラックに様々な形でサポートをしていただいています。この場をお借りしてお礼を申し上げます。ありがとうございます。我々の協会には、Cisacに加盟した、ジャスラックに続いて2番目の著作権の管理団体になります。手短に日本における美術の著作権に関してご説明をさせていただきます。まず皆様に第一にお伝えしないといけないことは、残念ながら日本人の美術家の多くは著作権に関する意識がかなり低いという事実があります。これは日本人全般の傾向なのか、美術を志す芸術家の性質のためなのか、明確ではありませんが、あるいは両方が当てはまるかもしれません。いずれにしても多くの日本人美術家は、その著作権の管理をジャスパーのような管理団体に委託することを好んでいません。残念ながら、彼らは著作権の委託により何か不自由が生じるような錯覚をしている気がいたします。このような状況ではありますが、ジャスパーは国外27カ国の管理団体と総務契約を締結し、海外作家の著作権管理を中心に活動をしています。日本人美術家の著作権管理も徐々に増えてきました。ジャスパーの設立当時には権利を預けた画家は私を含め約10名でしたが、現在は漫画家を含めて約1500名になっています。画家である私はいくつかの美術団体の役員もしていますので、日本人美術家がジャスパーに権利を委託するよう、今後も着実に働きかけていくつもりでおります。ここで、ジャスパー設立以来、著作権に関する重大なテーマを2つ取り上げたいと存じます。1つ目は、日本における著作権の保護機関です。 日本の著作権保護期間は2018年までは作家の没後50年でしたが、2019年からは多くの国同様国際標準の70年に延長となりました。日本の多くの著作権者にとって念願だった保護期間の延長は非常に素晴らしいことでした。二つ目は追求権です。私もジュネーブのワイポの会議や早稲田大学のシンポジウム等に出席しておりますが、その制度導入に向けて頑張っているつもりですが、まだ残念ながら日本には追求権がまだありません。ジャスパーの理事の一人で、日本における追求権研究の第一人者である小川明子先生と私自身も機会があるたびに声を上げていますが、先ほど申し上げたように美術家から声がまだ十分に聞こえていません。これらについては美術家たちへの啓発を地道に続けていきたいと思っています。ジャスパーの追求権に関するキャンペーンに関しては、以前からCisacの心強い支援をいただいています。この場をお借りして、Cisacの皆様にお礼を申し上げます。ありがとうございます。日本に追求権が導入するために今後もご協力をお願いする次第です。アジア太平洋地域ではオーストラリアのみに追求権制度が存在し、美術著作物の再販から著作者への報酬を還元しています。オーストラリアやヨーロッパなどの追求権制度を管理する団体の経験に学びながら、ロビー活動に相互に協力し、アジア太平洋地域各国で追求権導入をはじめとして、美術著作権者の権利の向上に努めてまいりたいと思います。ありがとうございました。
Muchas gracias, Mr. Foucault. Y ahora queremos invitar para que nos comente cuál es la situación, un mayor alcance en Asia Pacífico respecto a estos derechos. Y queremos invitar a Mr. Cisac de Jasper. Mr. Cisac.
私の方からはただいま私どもの協会の会長の彦次先生から日本について、日本の追求権についてはご説明いただいたと思いますので、私の方からは簡単にアジア全体の状況をご報告したいと思います。まずAPJ、視覚芸術のアジア太平洋地域におけるワーキンググループを昨年開催いたしました。オーストラリアのコピーライトエージェンシー、中国の ICSC、日本のジャスパー、韓国の SAC が会議に参加いたしました。で、このワーキンググループはその経験を共有し、共に追求権の導入に向けて、各国でロビー活動を協力することを目的としております。日本ではCisacアジア太平洋レジオナルダイレクターが昨年12月に東京の EU 代表を訪問され、4月にはCisac会長と事務局長が文化庁長官を訪問して、ジャスパーのロビー活動を大いにサポートさせていただきました。中国では中国の ICSC は写真家を会員とし、主に教科書への複写権からの許諾使用料を徴収しています。2020年、著作権法改正では追求権は導入されませんでしたが、Cisacアジア太平洋事務局とともに美術著作権者グループは巨大な美術品取引市場が存在する中国での
追求権実現に努力しております。次に、オーストラリアには追求権制度があり、2022年9月時点で28,000の美術品再販が行われ、追求権使用料が徴収されました。そのうち 65% 以上がアボリニ及びトレス海峡諸国のアーティストに分配されました。ニュージーランドでは美術家の追求権制度に向けた法改正が行われてきました。それについてCisacは ADAJP 及びコピーライトエージェンシーと協力し、ニュージーランド政府への意見書を準備いたしました。また、ニュージーランドの団体 CLNZ と協力して追求権規制規範に関する意見も提出いたしました。追求権制度は2024年年末に設立が予定されています。韓国では2021年に国会議員が芸術推進法を提案しました。この法案には美術品の再販監視、報酬を請求する追求権条項も含まれています。Cisacは EU 韓国代表部に対し、韓国政府に追求権導入を働きかけるように要請しています。最後に、フィリピンの法律には追求権が存在しますが、管理の仕組みがありません。追求権徴収制度の作りの議論は、パンデミックの間中断されてしまいました。フィリピン音楽著作権団体、FILSCAP の支援も得て、追求権徴収の議論と準備が今再開しております。結論的なことになりますが、アジア太平洋地域においては、追求権制度は遅れています。残念ながら。しかし、いくつかの前向きな動きもあります。我々が、開催しましたワーキンググループは、情報を交換し、支援し合って、これからも美術アーティストの権利向上に努力したいと思います。どうもありがとうございました。
Muchas gracias, Mr. Yosawa. Y ahora quisiera invitar a Fabiana. Fabiana es que nos va a comentar rápidamente lo que hacemos en la región con el grupo latinoamericano de las entidades de gestión de creación visual. Fabiana.
Buenas tardes a todos. Bueno, así como Robertito habló más cedo sobre la vasta cultura mexicana, la gran cantidad de artistas muy importantes de las artes visuales, toda Latinoamérica así lo es. Tenemos una cantidad de artistas de áreas distintas. Tenemos la arquitectura muy importante, la pintura, el muralismo, el graffiti actualmente, la escultura. Es muy rico. Pero tenemos solamente 7 sociedades. De las 68 que tiene AGP en Cisac, solamente 7 están en Latinoamérica, lo que es muy poco. Y como podrán ver en la positiva que Rafael presentó al principio, nosotros estamos al final de la fila, de la cola, pero estamos trabajando mucho. En Latinoamérica estas 7 sociedades. Estamos involucrando y creo que a corto, a medio plazo vamos a tener más logros. Bien, para estas sociedades, para el repertorio AGP en Latinoamérica tenemos 2 panoramas. Un antes de 2018 y un después de 2018. ¿Por qué 2018? Porque fue cuando se fue creado el grupo de sociedades Latinoamérica durante el CIAGP de Dakar, con la intención justamente de se trabajar de forma conjunta estas sociedades que eran en su mayoría chicas y que tenían muchos problemas y que tenían muchas restricciones y que no conseguían avanzar, involucrar solo. Entonces empezamos a trabajar juntas, principalmente con el apoyo de Cisac y de Rafael Fariñas. Somos el primer proyecto de Rafael Fariñas como director regional de Cisac. Y tenemos tido muchos logros en estos 5 años. Hasta lo último año nosotros trabajamos mucho en desarrollar las sociedades menores, las sociedades más chicas, en desarrollar herramientas, procesos y negociaciones. Y ahora estamos y también con la ayuda de VEGAP, que tiene nos apoyado con capacitaciones y con soporte en todo lo que necesitamos en proyectos. Y ahora, desde este año, tenemos un proyecto de avance muy grande. ¿Qué se trata este proyecto? Este proyecto trata-se de dos bases principales. Tenemos muchos, vamos a continuar con la capacitación, con el avance tecnológico, pero tenemos dos cosas que vamos a trabajar muy fuertemente. La constitución de nuevas sociedades en países que aún no tienen sociedades en Latinoamérica. Estamos trabajando ahora en 4 frentes y principalmente con el apoyo de sociedades de otro repertorio, o que es muy importante, y tengo que reforzar esto, porque, por ejemplo, de las 7 sociedades de artes visuales que tenemos en Latinoamérica, 2 sociedades involucraron y están muy consolidadas, que es Alto y Viziagado, por conta del apoyo de la sociedad musical, de Abramos y Agado. Y así estamos intentando hacer lo mismo con las otras sociedades que ya existen y con las sociedades que vamos a crear. Por ejemplo, ahora en Argentina, Argentores está apoyando a la Sociedad de Artes Visuales. En Caribe Inglés, COSCAP, a través de Erika, teve la iniciativa de reunir los artistas visuales de Caribe Inglés. Estamos hablando con 7 países para que consigamos constituir una sociedad, una forma de recaudo colectiva para que este grupo de países estén cubiertos y estén dentro de la comunidad RP. Estamos trabajando con Colombia para la constitución de una sociedad, en Panamá y El Salvador también. Entonces, y así empezamos a conversar con otros países también. Es uno de los puntos principales que estamos trabajando y vamos a trabajar en los próximos años. El otro es la constitución estamos desarrollando un proyecto para identificar, recaudar, negociar y distribuir los derechos de los artistas visuales dentro de las plataformas digitales, de las grandes plataformas digitales. Y para eso vamos a utilizar las herramientas que ya tenemos hoy en Cisac, principalmente y también las negociaciones que ya están, el modelo de negociación que tiene en Europa y que tenemos en Latinoamérica en la música, por ejemplo, como Latino Autor. Y todos nosotros creemos que este punto, este desarrollo para la parte digital será un divisor de aguas, como podemos decir. Además de esto, estamos trabajando, como dice Rafael, en Argentina y Chile, en Argentina por 2 puntos. Para constitución, para que la sociedad de gestión SAVA consiga el decreto de monopolio, y otro para el derecho de participación. En Chile, tivemos ahora la información que ayer el Senado de Chile aceptó el decreto, se aprobó, y ahora creen que dos par de meses vamos a tener un decreto de derecho de participación en Chile. Y ahora, este año tivemos en México, con Marco va a poder hablar sobre esto, pero es un avance muy grande, porque tanto la copia privada como derecho de participación, que son derechos muy importantes y que tenemos muy poco desarrollados en Latinoamérica, son puntos que estaremos siempre trabajando para desarrollar.
Muy bien, gracias, Fabiana. Quiero invitar a Marcos Morales, de la Oficina de Derecho de Autor, el Indautor, donde vivimos un proceso en México, después de un tiempo que Marcos nos dirá cuánto, intentando tener las tarifas y finalmente pues ya las tenemos, y después Elizabeth nos comentará cómo vamos a movernos en los próximos meses, en los próximos tiempos. Pero previamente quisiéramos escuchar a Marcos para que nos cuente cómo fue ese proceso de discusión y sobre todo esos consensos para tenerlo hoy unas tarifas por el derecho de participación. Marcos.
Muchas gracias, Rafael. ¿Me escuchan? ¿Me escuchan?
Sube.
Ya, muchas gracias. Ese tema fue por una cuestión de convicción. Nadie duda el sentido humanista que hay detrás de este derecho de participación. Fueron casi 20 años para que se pudiera expedir lo que es el barómetro, el porcentaje sobre los montos de las reventas que se daban en subasta pública. Este derecho desde 2003 se introdujo dentro del sistema nacional. En el 2005 hubo una reforma a disposiciones reglamentarias para garantizar el tema de las notificaciones, cómo se deben de dar, ciertas obligaciones por los montos retenidos, una facultad administrativa para poder llevar a cabo el requerimiento de informes y datos. El procedimiento que se sigue está plenamente instaurado en la ley. Con ello se cumplen ciertas garantías, como la audiencia previa, el debido proceso, para que los sujetos obligados cumplan. Esa tarifa es un acto administrativo. Ustedes escucharon hoy en la mañana a mi jefa, a la Secretaría de Cultura. Y nosotros, siendo parte del sector cultura, pues somos el brazo ejecutor. Y en ese sentido, se abre todo el procedimiento. El primer obstáculo que tuvimos, porque se dieron varias solicitudes por parte de la Sociedad Mexicana de Autores de Artes Plásticas, pero por una u otra cosa se estancaba. No pasábamos de lo que nosotros como abogados es el mero autoadmisorio para iniciar el procedimiento. Por X o por Y se quedaba por cuestiones de forma. En este último año, pues tuvimos la voluntad de llevarlo a cabo. Y es de la mano de la sociedad con la cual se debe de presentar una solicitud que resulte robusta. Y me refiero a robusta en el sentido, primero, de identificar a los sujetos obligados. Que esa fue la primera duda, la primera situación a la cual nos enfrentamos, porque en México no existe una asociación, no existe, digamos, un conjunto plenamente identificado de casas subastadoras. Entonces, tuvimos que identificar cada una de las que, de una otra manera, llevan a cabo este tipo de actos de comercio, las reventas. Entonces, tuvimos que ir identificando dentro de todo lo que es el país, cuáles, para dar esa garantía, porque de acuerdo al procedimiento, se emite primeramente un proyecto en lo que es nuestro órgano de difusión oficial, y ahí tienen 2 meses todas aquellas personas para hacer sus manifestaciones. Obvio, tenemos todo este procedimiento, todos los documentos, las actuaciones dentro del expediente. Se analizaron y en ese momento lo que hicimos fue facilitar la manera en la cual se pudieran conciliar estos intereses. Obvio, así como está la solicitud por parte de la sociedad, va a venir una contrapropuesta. De esa contrapropuesta, de una u otra manera, participó una sola casa subastadora, pero es una de las más importantes aquí en México. Obvio, su contrapropuesta pues, estaba muy por debajo de la primera solicitud. Lo que se buscó en esa reunión es, y yo por convicción, insisto en que una tarifa tiene que ser dinámica, progresiva, no es algo cerrado, y por lo mismo de ser un acto administrativo nos va a permitir irlo mejorando, ir o sujetarlo a las nuevas realidades de cómo se presenta. Y eso es parte de lo que pudimos lograr para que a principios de año ya se publicara esa tarifa. Ya tenemos identificado a ciertos sujetos y ya iniciará ahora su aplicación. Pero es muy importante tener una oficina administrativa que funcione en ese sentido. Y eso es parte de lo que tenemos en México y pudimos, insisto, coadyuvar, ir de la mano con la sociedad de gestión colectiva.
Muy bien, muchas gracias, Marco.
Gracias.
Bueno, y finalmente, porque el tiempo se nos viene encima, Elizabeth, gracias por tu participación y quisiéramos saber muy brevemente cuál es la expectativa, cómo va a ser SOMAT para materializar esas tarifas.
Pues mira, muy sencillo, ya tenemos la pelota en la cancha, ¿verdad? Nos corresponde a nosotros, dejamos de ser las víctimas de la autoridad. ¿Qué nos corresponde? Tomar acción, iniciar con trabajo, compromiso, responsabilidad y ser coherentes para que los mismos artistas nos apoyen en promover toda este derecho de participación que es su derecho y pues agendar, delegar y empezar con un programa de trabajo, bueno, no empezar, continuar, porque ya tenemos con esto desde el año pasado y obviamente hay que dar información tanto a los usuarios o en el caso de las galerías, darles información, sensibilizarlos y a los autores empoderarlos para que ellos se crean capaces de merecer, recibir los artistas y los herederos, ¿no? O los que legalmente les corresponda. Entonces, pues es insistir, persistir y resistir, un proceso de comunicación continua, de capacitación, y ese compromiso, pues, es por parte ya de nosotros. Las autoridades nos han apoyado incondicionalmente, hemos tenido mucha comunicación, es algo que les recomiendo, comunicación con las autoridades, reciprocidad y compartir intereses, compartir nuestras experiencias y sensibilizar. Somos creadores y nosotros sentimos, y al sentir, hacer sentir a los demás nos hace lograr los objetivos.
Muy bien, gracias.
Gracias.
Gracias, Elizabeth. Entiendo que tenemos ya muy pocos minutos y los quiero invitar en estos 5 minutos. Un minuto, muy breve, rápidamente. ¿Qué recomiendan en las regiones donde está pendiente impulsar estos derechos? ¿Qué le dirían en ese minuto a estas regiones que tienen pendiente hacer, materializar esos derechos? Javier.
No olvidar las raíces. Yo creo que el reto en este momento para toda la Cisac, para este repertorio y para todos los repertorios, es que nos encontramos ante una situación de grave tribulación. Y en época de tribulación, no de mudar. Y lo que es fundamental en este momento es que esos dos principios fundamentales con los que la Cisac nació, el apoyo mutuo y la autogestión, se demuestren andando. Es decir, seamos capaces, todas las sociedades grandes y pequeñas, todas las regiones de todo el planeta, de darnos cuenta que nos encontramos ante el momento probablemente más dificultoso que se encuentra la propiedad intelectual. Por una parte, la desaparición de la propiedad intelectual, de la gestión colectiva, amenazada con la minería de datos, textos y el resto de las creaciones que las grandes tecnológicas pretenden establecer una excepción general para uso comercial de todas las obras protegidas. Por otra parte, un peligro para la civilización misma, que está amenazada porque se otorguen derechos humanos a los humanoides, a los robots. Y con eso acabamos con cientos de años de civilización humanista en todo el planeta.
Muy bien, gracias, Javier. Mr. Foucault, un comentario. ¿Qué recomienda para impulsar estos derechos, para hacer un trabajo en cada uno de los países que lo tienen pendiente? Sí, adelante. Sí. Un minutito tenemos para cada uno.
はい。はい。日本における追求権の導入について、様々な形でシンポジウムを開催しております。そういう中で創作者がですね、一体となって考えていくことが大事かなと思っておりまして、もちろん様々なオークション会社であるとか、美術賞ですね、画商の方とも協調していかなければならないことです。 本当に長い間、追及権について、議論してきましたけれども、もう本当に最後の最後になってきましたけれども、なんとか日本でも導入に向けて、頑張っていきたいと思っています。
Muchas gracias. Fabiana.
Sí. Bueno, creo
Muy
que,
breve.
creo que la colaboración, trabajo conjunto, tanto de las sociedades ARP como de las sociedades de otro repertorio, creo que es fundamental para que consigamos lograr tanto derecho de participación como de la copia privada y otros derechos que vengan. Y principalmente para una reglamentación de las nuevas tecnologías que necesitamos estar muy rápidamente, estar preparados para esto, tanto para las artes visuales como para las musicales, los audiovisuales, todos. Creo que cooperación, trabajo conjunto.
Muy bien. Marcos.
Pues hablo desde el ámbito administrativo, es afianzar 3 pilares, que es muy importante, hablando como autoridad. Uno, sí, la expedición de tarifas claras, precisas, pero cumpliendo los principios de rendición de cuentas y transparencia, así como los mecanismos alternativos de solución de conflictos. Esa parte triangular, afianzada con una autoridad administrativa con las facultades suficientes, yo creo que garantiza el debido ejercicio de los derechos.
Muy bien, gracias, Marco. Mr. Yosisawa, please.
皆様の追及権に対するお考えをここでお聞きして、非常に心強く思いました。日本はまだありませんけども、その今のご意見を参考にして、またCisacの皆様のご協力をいただきまして、ぜひ日本でもしっかり将来追及権が導入できるように、これからも頑張っていきたいと思います。ありがとうございました。
Muchas gracias. Y finalmente, Elizabeth, ¿qué nos recomiendas?
Pues yo creo que prepararnos, generar conocimiento, porque el conocimiento nos da poder, seguir uniéndonos entre nosotros como sociedades hermanas, al compartir nuestras experiencias y los manejos que tenemos en cada uno de los países nos retroalimenta y nos hace crecer, estar unidos.
Bueno, muy bien, muchas gracias a los panelistas por los aportes y esperamos que tengamos la oportunidad de seguir debatiendo sobre estos temas y en la región y en todas las regiones donde haga falta, y la CISAC indudablemente tomará estos insumos para convertirlos dentro de su campaña en todas las regiones. Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Muy bien.
So we're reaching the final panel for today and for this assembly. In almost every discussion we had today, the words artificial intelligence or AI came up. So I don't think there's any better way to conclude this assembly with a panel dedicated to this topic. Even though it seems like this is a very recent discussion, Cisac has been working on AI for more than 2 years now. We've developed policy recommendations and we keep working on this issue. We will explore all of that. The moderator of the panel will be our new Director of Legal and Policy who has been working on that, Constance Herrmann. Constance, would you like to join me on stage and introduce your panelists? Please.
Okay, thank you very much, Gadi. I'm very honored to call on stage my prestigious panelists. I don't know if you have the mic already. Maybe, okay, so I will introduce the topic and you you can come later. So Gary mentioned that AI is a hot topic, and actually it has been mentioned in all the presentations, speeches, panels, so we feel a bit of pressure. So I hope everyone is prepared to a deep dive in what was science fiction just a while ago and is now a reality. Reality, when we talk about AI and metaverse, is very strange, but this is what it is. AI and metaverse are part of our daily activities now. They have invested the creative industries. They are able to write text, draw images, compose music, deep faking people's voices and images. So, of course, creators are clearly impacted by those new technologies. We are also seeing a lot of interest from all stakeholders of the industry. But not only stakeholders, also governments, institutions, international organizations are all starting to start discussion on AI. WIPO started a conversation meeting in 2020. The EU is currently discussing its AI regulation. The US is also conducting hearings at the Congress, but also with the US Copyright Office. And even the G7 leaders called for guardrails on development of the intelligence, artificial intelligence just last week. So why so much noise about AI and metaverse? Maybe because AI is becoming more advanced, and as it becomes more advanced, legal and business implications are becoming more complex. Questions are raised about the legal regime applicable to AI, but also to metaverse, the use of copyright-protected contents to train and feed the AI, the need for transparency. We are also wondering who owns the copyright on AI works, how they should be protected, if any. They are also concerned about how privacy rights are affected and if existing laws are already outdated. But there are also interesting business-related questions. Of course, AI technology are revolutionizing the creative industries, and it is crucial to understand if there is a real market for these new AI works, how we can leverage repertoires, and how we can generate revenues for creators. So these are all the kind of questions that we will try to address during the panel. But before we start, I just want to give you a quick overview of what Cisac has been doing in these areas. So we have started to work on AI very early because of its disruptive nature for creators. So the work started in 2021, and as Gadi mentioned, we have published the first position paper in 2022. But this paper is almost already outdated because 1 year ago, we only faced AI which enable AI-assisted works. So human creators were all involved in the process. Now, AI generated is here, and technologies are not only enabling humans to give an input, but they are also able to generate works on their own. So we have created a new AI working group, which will be in charge of reviewing some of the recommendations that we have made in the past, and also to try to draft guidelines for societies on how they can deal with the use of copyright-protected content for AI training purposes and thanks to data mining in general. We also have joined the Human Artistry Campaign Coalition, which is an initiative coming from the US, and has now expanded worldwide. It's now almost 100 organizations supporting this pledge, which basically is recalling that the human creator shall remain at the center of all discussion related to AI. And finally, we are also discussing with academics, because of course these are very useful input to understand what shall be the copyright regime for these new technologies and what are the impact on the current copyright law. So we have partnered with ALAI, the International Literary and Artistic Association, for their upcoming annual congress in Paris in June, which will focus on AI. So now I think we shall start our panel. So I will call on stage our president, Björn Hulvaeus. Thank you for joining this panel. Jennifer Brown, CEO of the Canadian Music Society, SACM. Dean Armstrong, CEO of the Australian Music Society, APRA AMCOS. Ariane Mollema, musician, songwriter from the Netherlands, who is also the vice president of SACM. And Jorge Suarez, who is a Mexican multidisciplinary artist. Thank you very much for joining. Okay, so we have a very broad topic because we are supposed to discuss both AI and metaverse. So I don't know if we will have time. So maybe we can start with AI, because AI, I think this is really the hot topic. And I would suggest that since we have many issues to discuss, we can maybe go stage by stage and start with the input. I would like to start with the creators, actually, because you are the one impacted mostly by these new technologies, and they are using your works. So what I wanted to say first, just on the input, is without the input, there is no AI technologies. Because, of course, if you don't have the data, you cannot identify patterns, you cannot make predictions for what is the supposed desired income of this AI. So I want to have your views, you as creators. How do you feel about these new usages of your works? How to prevent them? Do you want to prevent them, or do you want to opt in with maybe a compensation? Maybe I can start with you, Björn, because this morning you mentioned that actually all creators are taking inspiration from something, somewhere.
Yeah.
And unconsciously or consciously, how we can draw the line between inspiration and really infringement of your works?
Well, it depends on whether you actually can trace it. So you can trace that the AI has trained on, let's say, ABBA music. Then I would like to be asked, like Madonna asked if she could use Gimme, Gimme, Gimme for, I think it was called Hung Up or something like that. And she asked, can I use this in this song? And equally, I would like for someone who uses AI and trains it on ABBA music to do something, I would like them to ask me, is this okay? That's the first thing, because sometimes it could be really good. Who knows? And I mean, I'm curious as to all kinds of technology, and this one especially. So I'd be keen to see what people could come up with, and then I would probably use it myself as a tool. Both for melodies and for lyrics and for inspiration. I think, I don't know whether the others in the panel would agree, but I think it's far off before the AI really starts to create original, great music. I think that's far off, as of right now anyway. That's how I feel about it.
I don't know how Ariane or Jorge, if you want to say a few words on this.
On the input, I think, yes, I agree with Björn. We should be asked permission or able to be opted out of scraping whatever we have created. And it's always, first and foremost, I always hate it when we're talking about data mining or scraping. I mean, it's not like we create sandwiches or anything. We create art, and we suffer to create that art. It's a piece of us, and it's very easily data mined into something new. So yes, I would like to be asked permission if somebody uses my works, my art. At the same time, realistically speaking, I think we're way past that, and a lot of it already has been used to train the AI systems. And I'm not quite sure if you can untrain an AI system. So if at this point I would say, I no longer want my works to be used by that system, who cares? So in principle, yes, definitely, and we should get some sort of a levy or remuneration for that. In practice, I think we might be too late already, and that's the pessimistic me talking. Also, I think it's sort of an honor if somebody uses you. For instance, if I would write a song saying, "Make me something in the style of ABBA," it's sort of like honorable to do that. But then again, if I would use something really from Björn, I would ask permission from Björn to be able to use it. I would reach out to Björn and I would ask, I want to do a remix or something with the work. So it's similar to that. And I think this is an important issue, and also it's basically the reason also why we have moral rights, for instance, because I could ask Björn to use one of his songs and he would say yes or no, depending also what I wanted to do with it. If I would make a political campaign out of it, or something that he's completely against, then my guess would be that he would say, I'd rather not. So moral rights is very important in this regard. So yeah, that's probably on the input what I would like to say.
Gracias. En mi experiencia, el uso de la inteligencia artificial para el arte no está peleada con el proceso creativo. Es solamente el uso que actualmente se ha manifestado de forma irregular por estas empresas para tomar sin permiso el trabajo de otros artistas. Una de las consideraciones más importantes para este tipo de herramientas es saber de dónde viene la información, porque muchas veces son cajas cerradas que no muestran el trabajo que están utilizando. Entonces, el que las librerías tuvieran la apertura de mostrar qué artistas están en su catálogo y a través de qué tipo de obra es la que están creando, sería un factor. Otro factor importante sería al finalizar la pieza que está generando esta herramienta de inteligencia, entrara a un bloque para que tuviera la seguridad de que ya fue creada y que está dentro de esta colección de la herramienta. Eso facilitaría la identificación de esta pieza dentro de esta herramienta. Una de las cosas también que hemos olvidado en muchos sentidos es que todo esto que estamos viviendo del uso de la inteligencia artificial es solamente una abstracción de una forma en la que ya veníamos trabajando en la vida. Y le hemos dado cada vez más importancia a estos resultados, pero todavía no van a ser considerados como arte, porque mucho de lo que tiene que ver con el quehacer artístico necesita emociones, y las máquinas carecen de emociones.
that's very important what you are saying, and I think this is key also in drawing the line between what is AI-assisted works and what is AI-generated works. If you have this input, this emotion, then it's a work that is copyrightable. So maybe I will turn to Jennifer, because maybe we can discuss a bit the legal aspect of all this. We are seeing many legislative initiatives that are trying to open the pipe, I would say, to those kind of uses. We have these European TDM exceptions, but it's also the case in many countries in Asia. We have seen in Japan, in Korea, in Israel. What is the situation in your country, and do you think that AI companies will try to use the fair dealing exceptions to, okay.
I think the short answer is yes. In Canada, we had a consultation with our government in 2021 as well, which now seems very outdated. It was about, the first part of the question was about inputs. As a collective, as creators, and I just want to say, Constance, thank you for asking the creators first. So many times these technologies come out, and I don't think the creators' input gets brought into the mix until far too late. And I think we really have to make sure that they're at the forefront of what we do with AI. But with the Canadian government, we absolutely put forward no new exceptions. Don't open the Copyright Act yet. Don't start looking at fair use for TDM, which is nice when you call it an acronym, because then it feels so harmless, doesn't it? So I think that's something that we should now all be collectively analyzing. I'm very curious to see what comes out of the ALI conference, sharing information, going to our own governments, but also coming back with each other to see exactly what kind of exceptions are being put forward. When we as songwriters, as publishers, as collectives went to the government and asked for no exceptions, of course, the users and the academics were asking for fair use. So we will have to have that conversation much more.
Yeah, thank you. Dean, we also, and it's linked to what Jorge and Ian actually were saying, we are also seeing a lot of discussion on the possible licensing opportunities on TDM. And how do you see these new opportunities, and how to find out what those companies are doing and how to license them, how to know what contents are used?
Oh, thanks for today's easy question. Yeah, can I come to that? I just wanted to make a comment on what Bjorn and everybody said before, because there's been so many conversations and so much written using the language of training and learning. And I've heard many people say, really, AI is just doing, the platforms are just doing what individual songwriters have been doing for years. And Bjorn, you talked a bit about that this morning. Yeah. And I actually don't know that's right. I think the platforms are commoditizing on a massive scale like we've never seen before. And I think that makes it a singular difference to what creators do, to ingest and to make their own for completely different purposes, to a large tech platform that isn't really, I think, learning and training. I think what Eddie Schwartz said earlier today is right. They're actually eating and swallowing. And it's like, sitting at the largest buffet on the planet, but not paying for anything. And so I think the language becomes really important, because like the acronym, the tech platforms will dehumanize everybody who is in the creator space, and by that, individual creators and creative industries, and they will humanize their own activity by referring to training and learning. So I think that's why it's really important, exactly what Jennifer's saying, and incumbent on us as CMOs and Cisac as a overarching collective to take the helicopter up and say to governments and the European Commission and WIPO and everybody else that we want to sit at the table now, before we get into the nitty-gritty of where is the line in the sand on generative AI, what does a particular work look like. I think there's so much to still understand there and unpack, and we will all do that together. And I applaud, Constance, what you said before and what Cisac's doing. I think we do need global leadership in this space. We don't want to reinvent the wheel at a national level. But I think it's imperative that we make ourselves known at a national and a global level. We sent a letter to our government last night on behalf of 21 organisations across creative industries, everything including visual arts, journalism, television, screen, to say that we are not opposed to tech. I mean, we're in the creative industries, we love tech and we all use tech, and we'll all get excited about how we will use AI in the future. But there needs to be parameters, there needs to be respect, and the input is about scraping, ingesting, breaking down data into digestible bits that language can then be used to identify and use that data. And that should come at a price. And sorry, long way of getting to your question, but I think absolutely there is no argument, and certainly in Australia we're saying fair use is not a thing. We don't have a fair use exception in Australia, fortunately, at this point. And we will fight very hard to keep it that way. And I think the other piece we need to run in parallel, which will help with the licensing argument, is the value culturally and economically of the creative industries. And when you sit in front of prime ministers and ministers and you say, this is what this is worth economically, so be careful before you go and allow whole-scale absorption of culture. And fortunately, at the moment in Australia, we have a government that we think will listen, but it will be, I think it will be incumbent on us to help other territories where governments have a slightly different view and for us to collaborate on that. But I think we should lean in and be excited about the opportunity in terms of what AI can deliver, but also I think there is a revenue opportunity on the input and potentially on the outside, on the output side as well.
Yeah, thank you very much. And how we can bring money back in the pocket of creators, because we know that they are using, I don't know how many data every minute to train their system. How can we find a way to make money of this? Do we have ideas already within CMOs on how we can leverage this? Jennifer or Dean, I don't know.
And can I ask a question before anyone answers that? When I'm pessimistic, I don't think, will we be able to track and trace this when it's trained on Queen, ABBA, Beatles, you name it? Will we be able to track that?
I think that is the legitimate question to the platforms, that governments need to look them in the eye and say, you know what you're ingesting.
Yeah.
Where's the transparency around that? So I think the critical question is the transparency piece, because it is difficult to go to the next step and to have creators say, well, I'm happy to entertain this because there's now a blanket arrangement and we're going to see value come out of the proposition. So the transparency piece will have to come first.
Yeah, actually, this is something that is discussed at the European level at the moment, and maybe Ian, you can say a few words if you know about it, but they are starting to include these transparency requirements.
Yeah.
And they are trying to ask AI Foundation system to provide summary of the data used. And so I don't know, Ian, if you want to talk about this.
Yeah, I have to laugh because the immediate response of ChatGPT was, well, then if that's the case, then we probably have to move out of Europe. So I was like, okay, good luck with that. But what I wanted to mention is that there is a professor in Belgium that's trying to, by EU funds, sort of analyze the data that's being used. So to work back, with visual arts already, you can say, you can upload your picture and you can say, has this been AI generated, and what were the sources? With text, that's possible, and now there's a professor in Belgium that's trying to set up a research project to do that for music. That would be completely very, very interesting for us, because then you could just say, well, what has been used? And then you could look into some micro-licensing kind of stuff. I don't know if he will succeed. I would give all my money to him if he would tell me that he would be able to succeed, but that's a very interesting idea, and I think that would really help us, in terms of finding out what has been used. So transparency is key. Transparency is apparently also the thing that scares off the industry that makes these kinds of AI generative systems. But it's sort of, it fits within our system as creators, right? We like transparency in what we're doing. We are transparent in what we create. So I don't think it's a weird thing to ask for transparency from the other side. It's a reasonable thing to do. And anybody, it's very easy. Anybody who's against transparency, please leave Europe. Please leave the world. I mean, it's very, very simple. Yeah.
Maybe we can move to the output. And here I refer to the content produced with the help of AI or by the AI. And again, I will try to, I would want to hear the views of creators first. What are your feeling about the AI? Are you using AI as creators? Are you seeing this as an opportunity or a threat? Maybe Bjorn, you have already used AI with the ABBA Voyage.
Oh yes, I have a very special relation to AI that way because I have an avatar, and this avatar appears on screens that with extremely high resolution, but we are close to being able to rendering avatars in real time, and that avatar that model could train on whatever I've written and whatever I've said, and talk to an audience in real time. So that's around the corner. It's not science fiction. It's going to happen.
And what has fostered your willingness to work with AI and to have this ABBA Voyage? What was your feeling about this? What do you want to achieve with this?
Well, it was a long process. So I saw this avatar kind of coming to life, and I ingested life into it myself, in a way. So it came naturally. It sounds strange, but it sort of comes naturally to me to see myself in my 70s version, because I've seen it, almost every day for the past 40 years. But I have used ChatGPT a couple of times just to see what happens if I have an idea about, like a scene in a musical. This is where it starts, this is where it has to end, and these are the characters. And just to see what happens, write a short essay. And not much I wasn't able to use much of it, but I can see how it could give me ideas and be a tool. But of course, the huge existential questions remain. As Yuval Noah Harari says, that language is the operating system of human beings. And AI kind of has kidnapped that operating system, or is on the verge of doing it, perhaps. And that's serious.
That's a serious concern. Yeah. Jorge, I know you are using technologies for years. It's part of your creation process. Could you please share with us what do you think about these new technologies? Is it something that you are using already?
Pensemos que la inteligencia artificial en un proceso artístico sería relacionado en un proceso matemático al uso de la calculadora. Si lo comparamos con otro tipo de herramientas, también tenemos que poner una intención en lo que queremos hacer para conseguir este resultado. No las herramientas van a crear el producto por sí solas. Muchos piensan que lo que va a hacer la inteligencia artificial es que le va a quitar el trabajo a muchas personas
o que va a hacer que algo en el mundo ya no funcione de la misma forma, como es el caso de la producción artística. Esto seguramente va a darnos nuevos panoramas en las producciones y en la creación artística, como en su momento lo hizo la creación o la invención de la pintura al óleo, que permitió otro tipo de formatos y otro tipo de técnicas para la creación artística. Y así han venido creándose nuevas tecnologías que adaptamos a nuestra vida y en nuestra vida la podemos emplear para crear arte o para transformar algo para mejor, si es el caso.
So we are listening to creators and they are all using AI, I think, which is great. But so the question now is, what shall we do in terms of copyright protection for these works? We are seeing that the US are starting to take position, stating that only human elements of AI-generated works shall be protected. Maybe Jennifer, what do you think about this? Have you already started to develop opinion on this in Canada?
We did, again, it was back in 2021, and again, we have to advance our thinking and definitely collaborate with others, but it was to the same effect that our Copyright Act requires a human to be the creator, and that we want to protect human creation. So if AI is used as a tool, the way that so many new technologies have come over in the past few years, and that creators use it, that is another tool, and that work is still deserving of copyright protection. Where I think we are all going to now have the next big question we have to ask is when it is generating on its own without human intervention.
Dean, I wanted to ask you, we talked about transparency earlier, and one topic that is linked to transparency is how CMOs can registrate AI works. Do they know that it's a work created with the help of AI or by AI? Have you already faced this kind of situation, and have you developed practices, best practices on this?
Yeah, it's a live conversation now, and as Jennifer just said, in our Copyright Act, similar to Canada's, it refers to a human. You know, it's a person that's produced the work, and at this point, registration of a work into us, in any case, APRA, is based on what's said to you, what's provided by the member. So there isn't at this point a check or cross-check, as there isn't with any other work that somebody might produce. You know, we say you have to state that this is your own work, and you know it's not somebody else's. But we were discussing recently at our board meeting that there will be a question around what do we do with something that is an AI work, and is it that generative piece? Is it partly AI? Have you just used AI as a tool, so you've had some sort of interface, or obviously what's coming, what's here, is something that is completely AI generated, and how do you navigate that? Now, we don't have answers to that yet. I think that is the live question. We are looking at, interestingly, there's business models around at the moment that we've been looking at, just trying to put things into buckets of whether that's ethical or not ethical. And there are live examples now of AI platforms that have taken permission for remuneration. They've paid for particular content coming into that platform. It's generating works, and those works are being offered on a subscription basis. And the example I'm thinking of is a particular app. It's about music to help you get to sleep or to not be stressed. So that's sort of an interesting example of almost a closed loop where the input is agreed, remuneration, there's a subscription model. But I think that's what's interesting to look at, like what's coming, what would existing copyright frameworks and existing work of CMOs be able to adapt very quickly to, whilst we're grappling with these other questions. And similarly, we're looking now at the unethical group who we know, we can see what is being scraped and used in the ingestion of the engine. And I think it will be a matter of whether it's an individual copyright owner, a publisher or a CMO taking action in that case to say, we can see what you've used there and that's not okay. So I think all those things are happening in parallel. And the only thing I would add to that, I think that's why we all, and I think we sense it, we've got to move with speed and momentum to get our head around the various models and work out what does that mean for our memberships.
Also linked to this transparency, and maybe this is a question for you, Ian. As a creator, you want your fan to know that you have created this song. So do you think that it is desirable to have maybe regulation also requiring transparency towards consumers, listeners? Do you think that this is something that should be regulated?
Yeah, I think it should be made known if you use AI in your work, if you use it to generate. The problem is, of course, you can't check it. So, like Dean is saying, I could be applying 100 works a day that are AI generated, and nobody would know, right? Unless you ask for some burden of proof, which is impossible. Have a selection committee, at EPRA deciding whether it's an AI generated work or not. So it's complicated, but yes, I would like my fans to know that if I wrote something that was partly written by myself and partly by an AI system, a specific system, I will mention that in the credits, definitely. But if you make that mandatory, how are you going to check it? How are you going to check if somebody complies with that? And that's a difficult thing. And it's the same with, like I said, with all the works being generated. I don't think that completely AI-generated work should get copyright, but it's a very theoretical, hypothetical discussion because it's uncheckable. And therefore, we just have to deal with it. And it's a very weird idea that I have protection of 70 years copyright after my death on my works. If somebody creates something based on my works and applies for copyright, that work also gets 70 years of protection, although it's a completely different thing, intuitively speaking. So it's a weird comparison. It's a very weird world, and I'm a little bit. I really like working with AI, and most creators work with plugins like Isotope or Lander for mastering, or drum designer things where you just make drum beats. So we're all used to working with AI. I think it's going to be dramatic, as in it's going to cost some jobs, probably more in the functional music, the music that you use to fall asleep, background music. We already see that on Spotify. You have the 30-second threshold. So if you just generate lots of works, 31 seconds with AI, you take a big piece of the pie. It's gonna cut out some jobs and some. This is a response to what you were saying about not taking any jobs. I think it's going to take up some jobs, and it's going to distract some money from the market. And it's not necessarily a bad thing. The only thing is that as a composer, lots of times you do your own work, your own authentic work, and at the same time you do more functional stuff to pay the bills, especially in the beginning of your career. And it's already hard to start your career and to be able to live as a composer. So if you take out that piece of money in the beginning of your career, because it's just not there anymore and AI is taking it up, it's going to be hard for songwriters and creators to have a sustainable career, actually. This is sort of deviating, but yeah.
It's difficult for young songwriters as it is. But through AI, anyone can be, an average to almost good songwriter, and that will be even more competition for young songwriters today. So that's another thing to think about, because anyone can use an AI to write a song and then tweak it a little, and then it's yours. Or is it? I mean, if you change a word, is it yours? That's the big question.
Thank you very much. I think we have very little time, but I still want to address metaverse. But actually, this is maybe the sole question. Shall we talk about it? Is it really happening?
Does anyone know what it is?
Exactly. I think the digital licensing panel covered it a bit today. I think mostly we're seeing live streams there, right? I think it's something to keep tracking, but yeah.
Yeah. So nothing to say about metaverse. Okay, so I think this is the end of the panel.
Could I add to just what Bjorn was talking about and Arian about young songwriters? I want to add in the young film TV composers as well. And I think, Arian, that's what you were talking about. We've seen production music libraries come out in recent years and being royalty-free production music libraries. I think especially in film and television where music is often the last thing budgeted, or that's what we always hear. You know, I can see them definitely trying to use AI music to see how they score TV shows. So I think the whole vast network of our songwriter and composer community is really something that we have to be very careful of. And I just want to echo Dean's constant, you've said it, I think, every time you've spoke. We need to move with pace and we need to move together. And there's no one better than Cisac to do that. Gadi has made this a priority. You know, we are the ones who have all the disciplines and the business, the licensing, the legal people. So I think we are absolutely best positioned to move this forward and make sure that creators have a living and our young creators have a living to look forward to.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. It's well noted. We will do our best to continue to try to find solutions and to give guidelines to societies on AI, which is the main topic. So I think we will have first conclusion before the summer that we will share with the members. So we'll keep in touch with you very soon.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining this panel again. And thank you.
Thank you.
Photo?
Thank you to the panelists. Thank you, Bjorn, for joining us. Thanks, Constance. It's been a long day, but we are reaching the end. Before we conclude, we have a tradition of announcing the location of the next General Assembly. Can we go back to the slides? So we can clearly see that the video production team didn't sleep last night, but they were also very quick because Bjorn just signed the board outside literally half an hour ago. So I'm not sure if we can see the slides again, but let me invite Mr. Chu from Comca to formally invite you all to the next General Assembly, which will be held in Seoul. Mr. Chu, please.
Hello, everyone. I'm Chu Gayer from Korea. I am glad to host the General Assembly in Korea next year. Next year is a very special year for Comca. It is our 60th anniversary. I'm really glad to host the GA in such a meaningful day. So politely and officially, I would like to invite everybody here to Korea next year. We would do our best to organize the GA collaborating the experience I had here in Mexico GA and Korea culture so that everybody can have good memory. Hope all of you stay in good health. Until then, see you in Seoul, Korea next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chu. And before closing this meeting, I would like to thank SACM, all of the amazing team at SACM. You've shown a great hospitality. You've hosted us in a wonderful way. You gave us all amazing memories from this week and this day. You set the bar very, very, very high for next year. Thank you very much to SACM. And thank you all. See you next year in Korea. Thank you.